Hello, welcome back to the channel. This is Adam Webb, your guide through CSEC English A and B. This video is going to be the final boss of CSEC English B Paper 1 videos. It's going to be close to 8 hours long, but you need to watch all of it. CXC has this interesting style of repeating entire passages on their exams. They repeat the same poems, the same sets of questions, the same plays, and all that stuff on their CSEC English B exams. And so, by studying the past papers, by really getting to know those past papers, by becoming very familiar with the passages and the questions, you will see a familiar exam when you go in there. Just looking at that paper, you're already going to recognize lots of different passages and questions. And even the passages that are new, even the questions that are new, they're going to feel familiar as well because it's kind of the same types of questions, the same types of passages, and it's the same techniques that you're going to need to answer them well. If you're looking for that grade 1, you need to watch this video. So let's talk about how I'm going to structure this video. The CSEC English B Paper 1 exam is structured in this way. There are 2 poems, 2 plays, and 2 prose extracts. Each passage has 10 questions on it, making for a total of 60 questions. So of course, in this video, we're going to be looking at poems, plays, and prose. I've structured the video to be in 3 phases. So in phase 1, we're going to look at a ton of poems, just poems over the years, over the past papers, from easy to difficult, from what I think is the easiest poem to what I think is one of the toughest poems we've seen in a very long time. And so as your skill increases, as the confidence increases, so will the question difficulty increase accordingly. And then we're going to do the same thing for the plays or the play extracts, and then for the prose extracts. How I want you to approach this video is I don't want you to just watch and absorb. I want you to participate. So pause the video whenever the questions and extracts come on screen, attempt the questions, and then play the video, see the playback, see the answers, see the explanations, and take notes. And you'll notice that as you move through the years, through the past papers, through the different poems and whatnot, your skill is going to increase and you're going to have a higher rate of success as you continue. By the time you make it to the end of the marathon, you're going to be a superstar. You're going to know this thing by heart, and nothing that CXE comes with is going to be able to surprise you on that exam day. Make sure to share this video with your study partners, with your classmates, even with a teacher. Don't keep it to yourself. This is definitely going to change the game for you when it comes to CSEC English B Paper 1. If you want that grade 1, don't sleep on Paper 1. Start dealing with it from now. Don't leave it until 1 or 2 or 3 days before the exam. This is a long video. You might have to watch it in parts. You might have to deal with the poetry section first. Maybe the next day deal with the drama section. Maybe the next day deal with the prose section. You can decide how you want to take it on. You're definitely going to encounter questions. When I say questions, I mean queries about the questions. So you might wonder, how did he get to that answer? I don't understand that explanation, stuff like that. Just drop these concerns in the comments, and I'll be sure to respond. If you know anything about me and my channel, I'm very good with responding to comments. So drop a comment, I'll get back to you, and we can have some dialogue. I can explain anything that maybe isn't super clear in the videos. So these extracts and these questions and explanations are kind of compiled from lots of paper and stuff that I've done over the years, and even some new stuff that I've thrown in, and it's all in one place. It's the ultimate CSEC English B Paper 1 marathon. You need to get through it. You need to get this down, get this dusted, get this all soaked into your brain before you take that exam. The students who watch this video are going to get the grade 1. Students who don't, they're going to go in guessing, hoping for the best. All right, I'll see you in the comments. Take it easy. Good luck. Here we have the
poem on the left and the questions on the right. Number 31. The poem is mainly about A, a protective father's response to his son falling on some nettles. This is what the poem is really about. We see here the son falls on some nettles, some thorns. In Jamaica we might call them macabush. And then we see that the father responds to this by going outside and slashing with fury the nettles. So he got upset because he's protective of his young son who fell victim to these nettles. The boy did not fall from the bed. That's kind of a trick answer because they have nettle bed here, but the bed here is just the flower bed, not an actual bed that one sleeps in. The B is out. The father did not react to the son being bitten by the insects here. We did not see the son playing with the nettles. Let's move on to 32. The poet puts bed, line 2, in inverted commas right here, most likely because, answer B, it is used ironically since bed is associated with warmth and comfort. So my son, aged 3, fell in the nettle bed. Bed seems a curious name of those green spears. Bed, curious here just means strange, weird, ironic. How can these spears be called a bed when they are not providing comfort and rest like beds are supposed to provide? They are the opposite of a bed. And so he's using bed in an ironic sense. Bed is not repeated for emphasis, and it certainly does not reinforce any theme in this poem. There's nothing really special about bed besides the ironical usage. This is absolute stupidity right here. No real poet will use inverted commas just to capture your attention randomly. And D is actually the opposite of the correct answer. The use of the word is one that is normally associated with rest and sleep. Yes, but not this usage. This usage here is associated with pain, not rest and sleep. So while bed is normally associated with rest and sleep, the quotation marks here, the inverted comma here, is showing the opposite association of the word. Moving on to 33. In which of the following lines does a change occur? Answer C. And then I took my billhook, honed the blade. Line 9. Now let's look at lines 3, 4, 9, and 11 and basically try to justify any changes seen. My son, aged 3, fell in the nettle bed. Bed seemed a curious name of those green spears, that regiment of spite behind the shed. So the regiment of spite here, we are not seeing a change. Why is there no change? Because the father is already describing the bed in a negative way, the nettles in a negative way. You see here green spears. So regiment of spite isn't changing anything. Nothing is being introduced into the poem here. B purports it was no place of rest. Line 4. There is no change because we already see the ironical usage of bed to suggest that there's no rest involved here. We see green spears and we see regiment of spite. So nothing new is added here. What about the answer C? What is the change here? And then I took my billhook, honed the blade. The change is in lines 1 through 8. The speaker is talking about the son's experience with the nettles. He's talking about the pain the son would have felt. The change is now the speaker is about to take action. The speaker is about to do something about the nettles. We see that he takes a weapon in hand. He honed the blade, which means he's about to fight. So he's moving from talking about how evil and dangerous the nettles are to actually heading out to attack the nettles. Important change. And in line 10, he begins to slash the nettles. And so we cannot say that there's a change in line 11 because, well, this would have been started from line 10. So line 9 is where we have a change. Moving on to 34. The poet's use of the regiment of spite in line 3 is effective primarily because it, answer C, gives the nettles the ability to take pleasure in inflicting pain. Now, when you see a word like primarily, especially in bolded font, what it suggests is there are multiple answers that could kinda work. However, there's one answer that's better than the rest. That's the answer we need to find. We know that the speaker is angry because of what the Nettles have done to his son. The Nettles are not human, they're not sentient beings that can actually hold a grudge and, hurt people intentionally. But because of how upset the father is, he wants to project that ability to want to hurt someone onto the Nettles. He feels like the Nettles are actually after his son. And so he calls them that regiment of spite. Spite here being the key word. It does not make much sense, compares the Nettles' ability to be tall and dutiful, even if the Nettles could be as tall and dutiful as a regiment, a regiment of soldiers. The speaker is not considering the Nettles as dutiful. The speaker is instead considering the Nettles to be evil, malevolent, villainous. So using a positive word here to describe the Nettles makes A wrong. B personifies the shed and the nearby Nettles as sharp spears. Now this sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't. We do see some personification because we see regiment, this is relating to humans, soldiers. However, you can't personify something as being spears because spears are not human. If it had said personifies the shed and nearby Nettles as soldiers, then that would have made more sense. But it still wouldn't have been the primary reason for these words here. So B is out. And D is ridiculous because there's no calm or peace here. 35. The best explanation of the expression "he offered us a watery grin" in line 8 is the answer B. The boy is tearful, he's crying, but he wanted them to think that he was fine. We see the grin, which is the boy trying to act tough or appear okay, and we see the watery, which is talking about his tears. We could say that the boy was crying and smiling, but nothing indicates for how long. The boy did not instantly dry his tears. That is not stated at all. And we do not know that the boy tried to get his father's attention. That would be speculation. 36. Which of the following images is most dominant in the poem? Answer D. Military. We see a lot of references to the military here. I might not find all of them right now, but we have green spears, weapons, military, war. We see regiment, again, military language. We see billhook, which is a weapon, a military weapon. And again, the blade of the billhook. We see fierce parade. Parade is again military. Stood upright, military. Funeral pyre, military. Fallen dead, like fallen soldiers, dead soldiers, military. Tall recruits, military. Yeah, that might be, but there might be others. Now, there is some nature in the poem. Obviously, Nettles, nature. However, this cannot be the dominant, certainly not the most dominant image in the poem, because we have so many military references. And sound and color, these are completely out. A gets second place, but of course we don't want the second place answer. Moving on to 37. Which of the following best describes the structure of the poem? Okay, this one's pretty easy. D, alternate rhyme. What that means is we have a rhyme scheme that looks like A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. If you have no idea what a rhyme scheme is, well, let's demonstrate on the actual poem. You have A, you have bed, then you have spears, a different sound. Then you go back to A, bed rhymes with shed. Back to A, spears rhymes with tears. B, we call this alternate rhymes. And as we go down the poem, we see that this continues. We have saw rhyming with raw, skin rhyming with green, blade, parade, it, lit, dead, shed, rain again. And so we have this A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B kind of structure. Which of the following is the most effective use of contrast in the poem? So contrast, we're looking at images or themes or words that are opposite, and we have that in C, the boy's tender skin and the sharp nettles. We see a contrast between the tender skin. You can imagine the tender, soft skin of a 3-year-old, and then the sharp nettles. The sun does not contrast with the funeral pyre at all. The crying boy and angry father are not in contrast. In fact, they are in tandem. And the tall growing nettles do not contrast with the billhook. 39. The speaker's tone can best be described as answer adversarial, which means the speaker is an adversary to the nettles, or finds the nettles to be his enemy or his adversary. It's him versus the nettles. The father isn't just looking back on the good old days, so we can't say nostalgic. The father is definitely not apologizing to the nettles, and he doesn't seem to be apologizing to the son, and this is not a conversational poem. Last one here. Which of the following statements best sums up the idea in lines 14 to 15? So we see that after the father had destroyed the nettles, with his billhook, his sharpened blade, in only 2 weeks they returned. What does this mean? It means we cannot always destroy the things that hurt us. We have this poem that seems to be about a person watching a bird do bird stuff. So check out the poem and the first couple questions. Okay, 21. The action in the first stanza captures a bird being observed catching and eating a worm. It says here, a bird came down to walk. Someone is watching a bird. He did not know I saw. They were seeing the bird, right? Yeah. He bit an angleworm. So he bit the worm in halves and ate the fellow raw. So that's just literally what's happening. Someone watching a bird eat a worm. 22. Which of the following effects is created in lines 7 to 8 and then hopped sideways to the wall to let a beetle pass? So we have here in stanza 1, the bird viciously ripping a worm in half and hopping aside. Then the bird drinks some water from a blade of grass. And then the bird hops out of the way to let a beetle pass. What is the impression? The impression is that the bird is courteous and thoughtful. Let me just hop out of the way and allow this nice fellow to pass me, right? That's the effect. A and B don't make any sense. D might seem a little close, the sense that the bird prefers to eat worms rather than beetles. The thing is, what we're looking for is not just what might literally be true, but we're looking for the effect created. And the effect is we get a certain impression based on the diction, the language used, to let a beetle pass, right? Allow a beetle to pass. So even though we might assume that, well, if the bird wanted to eat the beetle, it could have eaten the beetle, the fact is C is a better answer because it's asking not just about what's literally happened, but about what effect is being had on the reader. And the effect is we get a certain impression, a certain perspective on the bird's personality, if you may. All right, 23. The speaker is most likely a nature lover. They're sitting there for who knows how long, watching a bird eat a worm and drink water and move out of the way for a beetle to pass and stuff like that. So this person clearly loves nature. No indication of anything else. 24. Which of the following statements is the best example of irony in the poem? That would be B. Lines 3 to 4. Lines 3 to 4. When we compare that to lines 7 to 8, which we have here, we see an irony, right? In lines 3 to 4, the bird is a savage, ripping the worm in half. And then we see the opposite behavior with the bird suddenly being kind and courteous, acting like a perfect gentleman. Very ironic, very strong contrast in those impressions of the bird, in those behaviors of the bird. And nothing else here is truly ironic. 25. The main idea in stanzas 3 and 4 would be D. That creatures are suspicious of humans. So in stanzas 1 and 2, a human is watching a bird. And by stanza 3, the bird notices that it's being watched, it seems. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all abroad. They looked like frightened beads. Look at that diction. I thought. So the speaker thinks that the bird seems frightened based on how the eyes are darting around. And the bird stirs his velvet head like one in danger, cautious. I offered him a crumb, right? And he unrolled his feathers and rode him softer home. So clearly the bird doesn't feel very safe around the watcher. The bird is suspicious, cautious, feels like it's in danger, feels like it needs to get out of that situation. The diction makes that very clear. 26. Which of the following literary devices is used in the expression "they looked like frightened beads"? There we have simile, just comparing two things using as or like. The eyes, looked like frightened beads. 27. The expression "he unrolled his feathers" in line 15 and rode him softer home in line 16 are effective because, so these two lines, when we imagine a bird unrolling his feathers, the feathers just unfurling and having that graceful kind of majestic movement, and then the softness of the rowing, perhaps the bird's feathers are rowing, through the air, not literally, so the flight appears to be as graceful as something swimming, it's just moving kinda majestically through the air. That's the image I get. So it's a strong C for me. Capture the beauty and elegance of the bird preparing for flight and taking to the skies, right? Unrolled his feathers captures that image, and then the softer home definitely reinforces that. 28. The tone of the poem can best be described as contemplative. We have a person watching a bird, contemplating its movements, its actions, taking keen note of every little thing that happens, right? A very, very reflective, very observant person. And so that is the tone. The other options, they just don't apply at all. There's nothing playful happening. We don't really see any passion, and definitely accusatory would make sense. 29. The poet's use of splashless in line 20 is effective because, so here, the oars divide the ocean, two silver for a seam, or butterflies off banks of noon leap splashes as they swim. This is extending this here. Same images continuing, the same kind of graceful movement, so it would be C. Extends the idea of the easy, steady, noiseless movement of the bird, right? Splashless, so there is no noise in the movement. A splash is a loud noise, and the bird is just continuing to row himself very, very steadily. And D might literally be true, shows the birds flying off to the ocean without their wings touching the water. That might be happening. But when we see, when we talk about effectiveness, it's not just about us literally happening. It's by, if the poet does a certain thing, how does it impact our impression or understanding of the poem, right? All right, 30. Which of the following best describes the structure of the poem? This is quite a simple one. We have quatrains, which just means we have 4-line stanzas. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4. Yeah. Sestet would be 6 lines. Octave would be 8 lines. Couplet would be 2 lines. Quatrains, 4 lines.
Okay, we're on to Hurricane Story. We'll have the reading. Then you can pause and read it on your own. Then we'll go on to the questions.
Hurricane Story 1903 by Olive Sr. Grandfather knew just when to board the last window up and brace the door. Noah's Ark was never as crowded and wet. Thatch blew about and whipped our faces. Water seeped in. But on Grandfather's bed, we rode above it, everything holding together. For my grandfather had learned from his father and his father before him all the ways of orchestrating disaster. And my grandmother, schooled on Sankeys, led us in singing. In our frail bark, in total darkness, we passed through the eye and out the other side, till all was still. When Grandfather opened the window, the sun was shining. Granny hitched up her skirt and petticoats to unseemly heights. We children had never seen so much skin. Stood waist deep in the water in her yard and searched the blue skies for a sign, as Noah's wife did. She found it when her missing sensei fowl and favorite leghorn rooster turned up safe but ruffled, having spent the night together in the hole in the cotton tree. And as we put our lives back together, I, too young to be schooled yet on disaster, spent my time watching that sensei fowl, that strutting leghorn rooster, dying to be the first to see this strange bird, fated to be born out of that great storm.
Okay, 21. What is highlighted in lines 1 and 2? What are we seeing here? We're not really seeing strength and hope. We're seeing preparation and timing. That's clearly what we're seeing. Grandfather was a very prepared man. He knew how to prepare for a hurricane, and he knew just when to board the last window and brace the door. So we know that we're seeing timing here. That's very easy question. 22, line 3, Noah's Ark was never as crowded and wet. Best suggests that the house was. So we have here Noah's Ark was never as crowded and wet. So crowded, we know the story of Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark had 8 people and many animals in it. And they had to stay in that ark for 40 days, 40 nights until the flood ended. And we're seeing a comparison between Noah's Ark and this house during the hurricane. And Noah's Ark was never as crowded and as wet as this house. So obviously, if Noah's Ark wasn't as crowded, the house is jam-packed. Not with animals, that's insane, but with people. This isn't actually Noah's Ark. This is a house with people in it. And it was never as wet. It means the house was obviously leaky. So A, we don't know that furniture was floating. And D is just stupidness. 23. The effect created by the poet's use of the words whipped our faces in line 4 is that they A, hint at child abuse and neglect, utter madness. This has nothing to do with this poem. B, indicate the ferocity, the fierceness of the wind. Thatch blew about and whipped our faces. We can see that the wind was quite strong, right? So B makes a lot of sense. C suggests that it was raining heavily. This has nothing to do with rain, but instead wind. D reinforced the environmental concerns. That doesn't make sense. So B is our answer. 24. From stanza 1, the reader can conclude that the speaker's grandfather. So looking at this entire stanza, what do we see about grandfather? A is a scientist who knows how to prepare for disasters. We see nothing about him being a scientist at all. B learned to prepare from disasters from his generations before him. Where do we see that? Oh, here. For my grandfather had learned from his father and his father before him all the ways of orchestrating disaster. Interesting. And we see here that he knows well how to prepare. So B makes a lot of sense. Let's check C and D. C makes boats to ensure that is, nope, we don't see that he makes boats at all. D is a singer and religious person, madness. Our answer, B. 25. The speaker's tone in the poem can best be described as ironic and didactic. Nope, not at all. Neither of these makes sense here. Objective and nostalgic. We can kind of see some nostalgia, but I wouldn't say that objective is a good answer here. Playful and humorous. Not really. Nothing very humorous. We're seeing disaster happening and we're seeing kind of a near miss. You know, perhaps the speaker and their family almost drowned or almost died. We're not really seeing anything too comical and anything too humorous happening. D, conversational and reflective. Yes. The speaker is reflecting on this experience, this perhaps a childhood experience, a memory. And it's conversational because the speaker is basically relaying this story the same way they would just, recount a childhood experience to a friend, talking about, how their grandfather did this and that, their grandmother did this and that, and what happened there. So it's quite conversational and it is reflective. Okay, 26. The best explanation of the effect of the use of contrast in the poem is that it A, reinforces the children's fear and the raging storm. We're not seeing contrast here. The children's fear and the raging storm are on the same side of the equation. We're not seeing any contrast between these two things. In fact, the raging storm causes the children's fear, so no contrast. B, emphasizes the darkness, the storm, and the shining sun. We see here in line 12, they were in total darkness. So yeah, they passed through the eye of the storm. And then, just 2 lines after, when the window was open, the sun was shining. So we see a contrast here between darkness and light, between going through the storm and, feeling that overwhelming sense of dread and fear. And then when the window opens, there is sun, giving us that sense of hope and newness. So definitely B has to be the answer. Let's look at C and D just for fun. C highlights the depth of the water and the eye of the storm. So the depth of the water and the eye of the storm, these are not contrasting at all. This isn't like some kind of unexpected pairing. D heightens the colors of Granny's. Okay, this is the stupidness. 27. Which of the following figurative devices are used in the poem? We have allusion, metaphor, simile. I spent such a long time on this question. It looks simple, but my gosh, there's something a little bit tricky about it. Anyway, allusion is there because we have this whole allusion with Noah's Ark. There are metaphors, several metaphors throughout the poem. I mean, you could say that this entire storm is metaphorical, but even outside of that, we see that importance is placed on this sense of fall that turned up safe. Grandma's fowl, I believe, which is likened to the dove from the Noah's Ark story. And this is of metaphorical value. You see here at the end, I, too young to be schooled yet on disaster, spend my time watching that censer fall, that strutting leghorn rooster, dying to be the first to see the strange bird fated to be born out of that great storm. Of course, this is very metaphorical. It's really talking about overcoming obstacles and challenges, essentially. Of course, the bird wasn't like literally born out of the storm. It just means that storm, that great obstacle, maybe that near-death experience would have, given that bird some character and the strength to press on into the future. And the speaker here might be using this entire story as a way of reflecting on how, the storms of life would have shaped him and enabled him to move into the future. So there are a couple of metaphors here. But what about simile? We know that a simile compares two things using as or like, but I wondered for a little while about this line. Noah's Ark was never as crowded and wet. Could this be considered a simile? No, it cannot be considered a simile. I did some research and the closest this is actually the opposite of a simile, which is a dissimile, which we won't even talk about. Anyhow, we have allusion, we have metaphor, we do not have simile, so 27 is A. 28. The poet's use of water imagery throughout the poem is effective because it, A, reinforces the importance of water as a symbol of rebirth and purification. That's a nice answer. B, weaves an ancient story with a modern one and reinforces ideas of hope and renewal. That also makes a lot of sense. We're seeing the ancient story of Noah, and we're seeing this modern story of the hurricane. And we see that both of these stories are talking about hope and renewal, going through the storm, surviving the storm, becoming reborn. And C focuses on alliteration madness. You can stop there. D relates to a childhood story of grandparents who survived the flood and hours of darkness madness. So basically it comes down to A or B, which is the better answer. So we're looking at the use of water imagery from the beginning of the poem to the end, we're talking about water. What is the effect of this? Now, A is not bad. It says reinforces the importance of water as a symbol of rebirth and purification. But I would say that A is an incomplete answer, whereas B is a much more complete answer. Because we do see that rebirth and purification come in here, reinforces ideas of hope and renewal. And we see that even at the end here. But also of equal importance is the fact that this water imagery, it creates a nice parallel between the Noah's Ark story and this more modern hurricane story. So it weaves an ancient story with a modern one. We're seeing that it's as if we're watching two stories happening at the same time. This ancient story of Noah's Ark and then this hurricane story of 1903. And we're seeing the common thread, the common theme highlighted at the intersection of those stories, hope and renewal. That is where these two stories connect. They both talk about hope and renewal. And the water imagery is at the center of all of this. So I wouldn't say that A is a complete answer. And the importance of water as a symbol of birth, of rebirth and purification doesn't spread throughout the entire poem. Actually, maybe at the end you could say that the storm could have something to do with being reborn. But throughout the entire poem, that's not what we are seeing actually. But the general story of overcoming the storm, not just the water itself, but overcoming the storm, is what really reinforces the idea of hope and renewal. So B makes more sense. Going down to 29. The poet's use of symbolism is most evident in the reference to the A, great storm, B, grandfather's bed, C, censer fall and leghorn rooster, D, grandfather's house and Noah's Ark. We're looking for where we see the most symbolism here. So the great storm, we know that a storm could represent many things. For example, it could represent a problem, a struggle, a conflict. However, the storm in this poem is largely literal. This is about, I believe, an actual storm, an actual hurricane. Of course, you can extend that hurricane into meaning other things like a problem, a conflict. But the storm in this text is literal. So we wouldn't say that this is where we can find, the most symbolism. Grandfather's bed is total madness. This is not symbolizing anything in the poem. Now let's look at C, censer fall and leghorn rooster. Looking at stanza 2 here, we see that Granny looked at the skies for a sign as Noah's wife did. What are we talking about as Noah's wife did? So in the story of Noah's Ark, Noah sent out some birds to see how habitable the outside was after the storm, to see whether the waters subsided enough for them to exit the ark and basically start living on land again. He sent out a raven at the beginning. He eventually sent out a dove, which came back with an olive branch in its mouth. And that meant, okay, the waters subsided enough for that bird to find some leaves to pick. And he sent the dove out again, and the dove didn't return, which might have meant that the dove found a place to relax. So it was safe to leave the ark. So that was the sign that they got in terms of a bird. And we see here that Granny was searching for a sign in a similar way. But Granny's sign is not going to be a dove. It's going to be a censer fowl. So she went out and she found her missing censer fowl. And that was a sign, right? It turned up safe but ruffled because it spent the night in a hole in the cotton tree. And then let's look at the last stanza here. And as we put our lives back together, I, too young to be schooled yet on disaster, spent my time watching that censer fowl, that strutting leghorn rooster. And he's dying to be the first. He wants to be the first to see that strange bird. Why is this bird considered strange? That strange bird fated to be born out of that great storm. So there are a few meanings you can take here. And of course, he is relating this to his own personal experiences of, going through storms and wanting to recover and overcome. That's what this whole story is about. And so this bird represents that sense of rebirth, that sense of overcoming and moving on. So we can see there's a lot of symbolic value. So C is our contender. Let's look at D. Grandfather's house and Noah's Ark. Grandfather's house isn't necessarily symbolic. It's a literal house. And Noah's Ark, I would say it works as an extended metaphor, but I wouldn't say the ark is really symbolic. But C, we have clear symbolism in C. All right, let's look at 30. Last one in this poem. One of the themes in this poem is A, nostalgia and regret. B, watching and helping. C, survival and resilience. D, childhood fears and longing. And the answer is definitely C. We see that surviving the storm, being resilient, being strong enough to survive, that's what this poem is all about. Read the following poem carefully and then answer items 21 to 30. The pond. There was this pond in the village, and little boys, he heard till he was sick, were not allowed too near. Unfathomable pool, they said, that swallowed men and animals just so. And in its depth, old people said, swam gallowasps and nameless horrors. Bright boys kept away, though drawn so hard by prohibitions. The small boy, fixed in fear, kept off, till one wet summer, grass growing lush, paths muddy, slippery, he found himself there, at the fabled edge. The brooding pool was dark. Sudden, escaping cloud, the sun came bright, and shimmering in guilt, he saw his own face peering from the pool. Okay, pause here and read this poem for yourself and attempt questions 21 and 22. Alright, here we go. The first 3 lines of the poem serve to A, generate humor and conflict. First 3 lines, no humor here, nope. B, create intrigue and engagement. I think we have some amount of intrigue. We have a pond here, and we see that little boys, and we see that people were not allowed too near to the pond. So that could create some intrigue, but I'm not sure what engagement we would be getting here. C, create a story about a small boy. These 3 lines do not create a story. And so we are left with D, introduce a warning to the reader. Yes, we have the warning that this pond is dangerous. 22, what impression is created by the unfathomable pool? Line 4, and nameless horrors, line 7. Unfathomable pool. Something that is unfathomable cannot be understood. So it is so mysterious, so dark and so deep that no one can really understand what's going on. It's very mysterious. And nameless horrors. Again, nameless is suggesting, a sort of strangeness. A pond that nobody really knows what's inside, perhaps. And horrors, scary things are in there. So 22 would have to be A. Right? Fear, dread, and danger. Let's look at B, C, and D. Risk, maybe, but invisibility is definitely out. Isolation, no isolation. C, we kind of see some depth. Do we see depth? We don't really see depth. Unfathomable, it could be unfathomably deep, I suppose. Desolation, we do not see desolation. And it could be dark because it's scary, but that's not stated plainly. D, there is some intrigue and mystique, but not necessarily solitude. So A, fear, dread, danger. Okay, pause here and attempt 23 through 30. 23, what does bright boys kept away suggest about the boy in the second verse? Well, we know that this boy knows that if he is bright, if he has sense, he will keep away from this dangerous and scary pond, right? But what happens is, even though he knows, or he has been told that he should keep away, we see the prohibitions here, we see that he did keep away, but eventually, one wet summer, he found himself there. He just couldn't resist. And so his curiosity got the better of him and he ended up going to the pond. So what does this say about the boy? A, he's easily influenced. No, that's not stated at all. B, he's curious but cautious. This looks good. He's curious. That is why he's there. He's cautious because, one, he has kept away for a long time. So he didn't just, go to the pond immediately. And two, he's at the edge of the pond. He didn't jump in or anything. So he's there at the edge, very curious, but he's still acting cautiously. C, his parents are always watching to see if he behaves. This is not mentioned at all. His friends are adventurous. This is mentioned. So B, 23B. 24. What does the poet achieve in the phrase fixed in fear, line 10? The small boy fixed in fear kept off. A, personification of the terror the boy is experiencing. So being fixed in fear isn't personifying anything. Creation of a metaphor to portray the fixation of the boy. What fixation are they talking about? That doesn't make sense. C, use of an alliterative device that reinforces the crippling effect of fear. Fixed in fear, alliteration used, which is reinforcing the fear he's feeling, and the crippling effect, which means he's so fearful that he's basically paralyzed, he can't move, and that goes back to the word fixed. So C sounds good so far. D, development of a simile, no simile. Answer C. 25. Which of the following lines signals a change in the mood of the poem? A, just swallowed men and animals just so, line 5. Is there any change here? We're talking about how scared the pond is, and we continue talking about how scared the pond is, so no change. 8, bright boys kept away. In line 8, we're talking about how scared the pond is, and so this boy avoids, all bright boys avoid the pond, which isn't a change. C, till one wet summer, line 11. This is where a change in mood happens. Because all along we're talking about how scared the pond is and how people should keep away from it. However, this is where things change. The mood, the narrative shifts, and now we see that the boy finds himself at the edge of the pond. So C is a good pick. What about D? Shimmering in guilt, line 16. Nothing is changing down here because he is already at the pond. Basically, he would already be feeling that sense of guilt for being at the forbidden place. So the change comes with till one wet summer. C. 26. Which of the following is the best explanation for the poet's repetition of pool in unfathomable pool, line 11, and brooding pool, line 14, and the pool, line 17. So we have pool repeated. Actually, unfathomable pool is in line 4, so that must be an error by CSEC. Yeah, so that should be line 4. CSEC, come on. So unfathomable pool, and then brooding pool, line 14 here, and then line 17 we have the pool at the end. So why is this repeated so much? A, listing the many attempts the speaker makes to visit the pond. That's not true. He only makes this one attempt down at the end. B, reinforcing of the title by giving details about the pond. These don't all give details about the pond. The last pool here isn't giving any details about the pond. C, emphasizing the fables told daily by the old people to the children. This makes sense. The people keep talking about the pool this, the pool that, and so the pool is mentioned many times to basically highlight how much people are talking about the pool. So C makes sense. D, stating the specific location of the village. That is not stated. So our answer is C. 27. Lines 12 to 13 are effective because they A. Reinforce the inclination to break the rules. Yeah, this doesn't do that. B. Highlight the anxiety and love for adventure. No love for adventure here. Evoke a sense of danger and wonder at the forbidden. Paths muddy, slippery. So we're seeing the idea of approaching something, and we see like a treacherous, precarious path, the muddy path and slippery, so a bit of danger. You might fall, you might hurt yourself, might be foreshadowing that something bad's gonna happen. He found himself at the fabled edge, the edge of the pool. Fabled because it is the subject of so many stories and so many warnings. So C is a good answer. And D is madness. So we have C. 28. Which of the following figurative devices best describes the phrase brooding pool in line 14? So it's here, the brooding pool was dark. What does it mean to brood? Well, this has a couple of meanings, but the one that we can apply here is to contemplate or to think deeply, especially in like a melancholic or even an anxious kind of sense. And this is reflecting how people actually thought about the pool. So the pool is being personified. So it's D. And these don't make sense. 29. The language of the poem can best be described as formal and old-fashioned, not at all. Practical, nope. Informal and conversational, yeah, I can see that. Engaging and ungrammatical. This isn't how we would describe the language of a poem. And it is engaging, but this is a very weird descriptor. So it's C, informal and conversational. This feels like, like a story being told to us by one of the villagers or perhaps by the boy himself. So it's informal and it's conversational. Okay, last one here. Which of the following themes is explored by the poem? A. Disobedience and tragedy. We do kind of see some disobedience with the boy approaching the forbidden pool, but there's no tragedy. We don't see anything bad happen to the boy. Confronting guilt and fears. We see that the boy does feel guilty for being at the forbidden place, and he is fearful of the pool, but he faces that fear by approaching it. Childhood fears and disillusionment. We see childhood fears, but we do not see disillusionment. Guilt and its crippling consequences. We do not see the consequences, so it's B. That's it for the pond.
Okay, here we have the poem. Beautiful creatures, brief as these. We'll have a reading of the poem. After that, you can pause and read at your own pace. Then we'll get into the questions.
Beautiful creatures, brief as these. For J. Macpherson, by D. G. Jones. Like butterflies but lately come from long cocoons of summer, these little girls start back to school to swarm the sidewalks, playing fields, and litter air with color. So slight they look within their clothes, their dresses looser than the sulphur's wings. It seems that even if the wind alone were not to break them in the lofty trees, they could not bear the weight of things. And yet they cry into the morning air and hang from railings upside down and laugh as though the world were theirs and all its buildings, trees, and stones were toys, were gifts of a benignant sun.
All right, here we are, 31. What is suggested by the opening lines? Like butterflies, but lately come from long cocoons of summer. All right, from here on, I'm just going to give you the answers and move at a much faster pace. C. The girls were on vacation and have returned to school. They have come from the long cocoons of summer, right? So they're coming from summer. Summer was long, and summer is considered to be a cocoon. So if they're coming from summer, they were on vacation and they're now back at school. And it's obviously in line 3. These little girls start back at school. Yeah, easy. 32.
swarm the sidewalks. Swarm the sidewalks in line 4, and litter the air with color in line 5 are examples of what literary device. These are obviously metaphors. The girls aren't literally swarming because they aren't insects, but we know that they are being compared to butterflies. See, the beautiful creatures here are butterflies, and you see long cocoons, which would refer to that stage before becoming a butterfly. So the swarming is a metaphor relating to that. And littering the air with color, this is just bringing to mind, many butterflies fluttering in the air, being colorful and beautiful. So that's what that metaphor is about. The effect created by so slight they look within their clothes, line 6, is answer A, an awareness of how delicate the girls seem. So slight here really means delicate. How delicate, how fragile, how frail they seem within their clothes. And of course, butterflies are delicate creatures, right? So that is the image that the speaker has of the girls. And slight is not comparing the girls with the butterflies, because slight isn't a word we could easily use to describe butterflies. It would be a very far-fetched comparison. And he's not emphasizing what clothes the girls are wearing. Definitely not. And the girls, as stated earlier, are not literally littering the air. Just means the girls are as beautiful and colorful as a swarm of butterflies. 34. The poet places things, line 10, in italics. 2. Or answer B, emphasize the girls' frailty. The italics work on 2 layers here. First of all, italics can be used to bring emphasis to a word. So why would things be emphasized here? They could not bear the weight of things. What are they here? Of course, we're talking about the girls who are being imagined as butterflies. These girls couldn't bear the weight of things, meaning they couldn't bear the weight of anything at all. Anything would be heavy enough to break these girls. At least that's how it appears. The girls look so slight, they look so delicate that they could break even if a breeze touches them. And also the italics makes the letters thinner in a typographical sense. If you look at italicized writing, you see that slant and you see that thinness. So it's really adding a frailty to the text itself, which emphasizes the meaning behind it here, that the girls appear to be delicate and fragile. We're not focusing on the girls' weight at all. That's just a trick because we have the word weight mentioned here. And we're not talking about the butterflies, so C couldn't be it. We're talking about girls, so D couldn't be the answer. 35. The poet compares the girls with butterflies to, of course, A, imply that they are carefree and full of life. Butterflies are carefree and full of life. At least that's how they appear to us. And these girls are the same. That's the essence of the comparison. The girls are not godlike, so B's out. The girls are not reserved, so C's out. The girls are not flighty, and they're not uncontrollable, so D is completely out. 36. Which of the following statements is an example of contrast found in the poem? Okay, A, butterflies swarm the air and hang in cocoons. These are both just normal facts. Nothing contrasting here. The dresses, remember, contrast, we're looking for opposites or things that we wouldn't expect to be paired together. B, the dresses are looser than the sulphur's wings. That's just a fitting description of the girls. And C, the girls look fragile, yet they hang from railings. Yep, that's a contrast. The girls appear to be fragile. They seem to be as fragile as butterflies, but if you are hanging from railings, you are not fragile. You are strong. You are tough. You are agile, not fragile, agile. B, the girls swarm the sidewalk, yet they litter the air with color. No, these are not contrasting lines. In fact, they're in complete agreement. If they're swarming the sidewalk and they look like butterflies, then of course they're going to be colorful. So C is where we see the contrast. 37. We're looking at line 13. And laugh as though the world were theirs is effective primarily because it. So taking it from stanza 2, we see that even though the girls look fragile. They cry into the morning air. They are loud. They hang from railings upside down. And then guess what? They laugh as though the world were theirs. What are we seeing here? We're seeing that the girls have conquered their environment. They're not these fragile little pretty insects. They are conquerors of their environments. They're dominating the space. You know, they're roaming, they're screaming and shouting, they're climbing and hanging off railings. Yeah, they're pretty strong. A is complete nonsense. The girls' names, what? And the girls are not said to be wealthy. And laughing here, 913, doesn't compare the girls' dresses to anything. That doesn't make any sense. So D is the only sensible answer anyway. 38. Which of the following words best describe the speaker's attitude to the girls? Obviously, it's A, right? He's bemused and admiring. To be bemused means to be kind of confused, perplexed, because he's wondering, how is it that these girls are so powerful, so strong, even though they look so weak, so delicate? And he admires, how strong they are, how much they have conquered the environment. We could say that maybe he's approving, but he's not resigned. So B is out. C is completely out. For D, you could say it's complimentary, but nostalgic. We're not sure that the speaker is really reflecting on, his childhood or anything like that. So A is the obvious pick. 39, the point gives symbolic significance to the lofty trees, sulphur's wings, butterflies. Which of these are symbolically significant? Let's look at the lofty trees. Where do we see the lofty trees? It seems that even if the wind alone were not to break them in the lofty trees, they would not bear the weight of things. We're talking about literal trees here, so that's not symbolic. The sulphur's wings, obviously symbolic. Sulphur's wings refers to Zeus, the god of weather and atmospheric phenomena, for example, rain and lightning. Also referring to a brightly colored butterfly, a specific type of butterfly. So we know that the symbolic meaning is that the girls seem to be, just dainty, pretty little things, yet they're quite powerful. We know that Zeus, the god of weather and atmospheric phenomena, Zeus is quite strong. So we see that kind of contrast between just looking cute and looking frail and actually being quite strong. That is the symbolism there. So that's symbolic. And butterflies are symbolizing, the apparent frailty of the girls throughout the poem. So 2 and 3, C, down to 40. The title of the poem, Beautiful Creatures, Brief as These, is effective mainly because it implies that the vision of the girls as delicate beauties is quickly eroded by reality. We see that the girls appear to be frail, but then that is eroded. You see a different reality. So beautiful creatures, that talks about the apparent frailty of the girls. The girls seem to be like butterflies, but that perception, that vision, that perspective of the girls is brief. So it's not that the butterflies are brief, it's that the idea that the girls are frail, that's a brief idea, because you will quickly realize that the girls are actually quite strong. Take a look at this, read it, and attempt the first few questions. All right, let's go. 31. The first 3 lines of the poem are impactful, mainly because they introduce the character who will feature in the ensuing events. The first 3 lines. There's a woman selling cards of lace and loops of ribbon inside the elbow of a downtown square. So we see the woman, right, introduce the character. So we see who the poem will be talking about. We see who the lace seller is. It's this woman, and we see where she is, right? She's in the downtown square. 32. The image portrayed in the elbow of a downtown square, line 3. What does it do? It presents visually a corner location and suggests the idea of busyness. The elbow looks like a corner, right? You can see a corner there, and so we can describe a corner as an elbow. So she's in that little corner, and if it's a downtown square, it must be very crowded, must be very busy, right? Bustling with activity. So it should be A. 33. The main function of stanza 2, and you can just pause at any time and attempt the questions on your own, just in case I'm not giving you much of a chance to stop and read questions beforehand. Just pause and attempt on your own if you want to test your own English B skills. So the main function of stanza 2 is to introduce the contrasting social reality between the speaker and the lace seller. So we see stanza 1, we see this lace seller in the town square selling cards of lace and loops of ribbon, and her mother before her sold American apples. So they've been hustling for generations. This person isn't coming from a rich family. They don't have a big house on the hill, we can imagine, right? So the mother used to sell apples and now she's selling lace. No, we see a contrast as we look at stanza 2. This woman's concerns filter up through my dreams, why I lie bathed and folded in clean sheets. What a contrast from the dirty, noisy, bustling town square to bathed, folded in clean sheets. For she lies on one thin hot sheet, bed pushed up against the door for fear of kick down. So look at this person's sleeping situation compared to the lace sellers, right? The lace seller doesn't have such a luxurious setup. So we're seeing that contrast in social reality. Basically, one is poor, the other one is not poor, not so poor. And while this woman in the second stanza isn't necessarily in any sense of danger, the lace seller is in fear of kick down, so she's not really living with peace of mind. 34. Which of the following best describe the speaker's tone? I would say D, conversational and engaging. We see a very conversational tone throughout this whole poem. This person is acting as a kind of storyteller, we're kind of listening to, albeit a one-sided conversation, right? There's a woman selling cards, blah blah blah, and then we have a little bit of a tangent, not really a tangent, but a bit of a backstory which adds to that conversational tone. And then we see even something in parentheses, very conversational. This woman has a son, so do I, interjecting to show that relatability. And so we can say, in general, this sounds conversational. And it sounds engaging mostly because the person speaking can strongly relate to this lace seller, even though she's not in the position of the lace seller. So it becomes an engaging piece. And then, the conversational and narrative style makes it more engaging for the reader, right? The other options don't really work. You could probably say there's some cautiousness in the tone, but then casual makes an impossible answer. I'm not seeing any wistfulness, even if you want to say there's some hint of regret somewhere. I'm not seeing any regret either. We could say this is kind of informal, but nonchalant wouldn't work. So D is the only one with two logical answers, right? Two correct answers. 35. The use of contrast in when I lie bathed and folded in clean sheets, for she lies on one thin hot sheet. Lines 9 to 10. Right, we already looked at those contrasting lines. Is effective primarily because it enhances the notion of privilege and poverty. We can basically see privilege versus poverty in the contrast, right? 36. The main effect created by the poet's use of the brackets, so do I, in line 13, come back to this, is to do what? Bam! It's telling us that even though we have this contrast, even though the women are from different backgrounds, one being privileged, one being poor, one being able to sleep in a nice comfortable bed, probably in a nice comfortable home, while the other, sleeping in fear, not really having a good living situation. Even though there's that big difference, they do have something in common. So do I. This woman has a son, so do I. So they can relate to each other on that common ground. 37. In which of the following lines is the use of irony most evident? So there might be irony in multiple lines, but which one has the most irony? C. Except it was the police who kicked her door down, in line 14. Very, very, very ironic. We saw earlier up in line 11 that the lace seller is fearing kick down. But who would typically kick down people's houses? Gangsters, gunmen. But the irony is, it's the people who were supposed to serve and protect. They are the ones who kicked her house down, kicked her door down, right? So you wouldn't expect the police to be doing that. You'd expect the police to be going after the door kick downers. But they were the ones who kicked the door, her door down. And we see the except here indicating that this was unexpected. So it's just confirming that this is ironic. 38. Which of the following devices is used in letting the thick night in? Line 15. Line 15. So when the police kicked the door down, the thick night was let in. Literally, the cold breeze, the night wind would come into the house, but then the thick night would also be all the the troubles from outside would come in. But we do have some personification here because the night is being let in as if it's a person, right? All right, take a look at these two questions. All right, 39. The function of the last two lines of the poem. When I think of her son, Lord, please cover the head of my own son. What are these two lines doing? Right? So the speaker is thinking about the lace seller's son, and then that leads her to think about her own son, and she prays a prayer for her son, which is invoking an instinctive blessing, right? So just by instinct, when she thinks of somebody else's son, instinctively as a mother, her thoughts go back to her own son, and so she prays in order to invoke the blessing of protection upon her son. Cover, Lord, please cover the head of my son. That is the blessing that is instinctively asked for by this mother. 40. Another suitable title for the poem could be, I don't like these questions, they're so subjective, but I would say Things That Bind, because we know that the fact that both of these women, even though they're different, have a son that connects them, that binds them, that allows them to have that that commonality, that allows them to relate to one another, or at least it allows this more privileged woman to relate to this poorer woman. So the things that bind, that would tackle the deepest thematic matter of this. Pause here and read this poem. Remember, pause as you go and attempt the questions on your own before you listen to my suggested answers and explanations. According to lines 1 to 7, the images of the country created in the mind of the speaker are: answer C, simplistic and stereotypical. Athena knew nothing about life in the country. The name everyone gave all places outside the span of the town. So already we have some of the stereotypical coming out. The country is just this place that is not town. It's not any specific place. There's no specific association. It's just all of those rural places. We call it the country. But the mind brushed through its pictures of streams and waterfalls, bamboo canopies, and pastures with grazing cows. And so we continue with all of these images that are kind of stereotypical. This is what we imagine that the typical countryside area looks like. A very simplistic and stereotypical image. 22. Which of the following best describe the speaker? Inquisitive and observant. Inquisitive in that he's wondering about what country life is about. The speaker wants to kind of live this country life for a little while, see what it's about, and then he gets his chance when Lennox says he can spend some time on his grandmother's coffee estate. So that's the inquisitive part. And the observant part can be seen in the poem's imagery. We see that you'd have been paying attention to the environment, noticing different elements of nature. Maybe the most compelling evidence is here. I saw the motley colored leaves mixed on the trail like a palette, happily absorbing pure country wholesomeness. So we can see, not just here, but before and after, we see him really paying attention, observing the environs. Naive kind of makes sense, but trustworthy doesn't work here. Hesitant? I don't think he was hesitant, and I don't think he was lonely, and we don't really see much evidence of kindness. Number 23. Which of the following devices is used in line 20? Through the trees, streaks of light dapple the ground. That's clearly some wonderful imagery. 24. The image portrayed in clicking my eyelids like shutters. Line 25. Down here. Clicking my eyelids like shutters, snapping pods with red, cream, white, and mustard wavy hunks. Well, this clicking my eyes like shutters, this captures
the movement and sound of opening and closing, you know, as shutters, whether on the windows or even shutters related to camera and lenses, as they open and close. You know, the eyelids open and close just like that, and we get the motion and the sound, right? We get the motion and the sound. The clicking gives you that sound as well. 25. Which of the following figurative devices are used in "A tree thwacked my forehead and knocked me back"? Line 29. That's onomatopoeia in the thwacked, kind of that sound that represents the meaning, and the personification with the tree thwacking the head, as if the tree had that ability to on its own volition just hit the speaker. It's really the speaker that would have kind of ran into the tree. The tree didn't just get up and punch the speaker. So there's some personification as well. 26. Which of the following devices are mainly used by the poet to convey his message? And that would be B, couplets, because we see that the lines are in pairs here. Throughout the poem, we have pair lines, appear, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Call those couplets, and there's lots of alliteration throughout. If we even look at just the first couple of lines, I knew nothing, small span of the tone, seen in my school reader, scattered shadows, and then the scenery, shutters snapping, similes. We do see end rhymes, but we don't see any emphasis on similes. Not very much contrast here, and we don't see rhyming. I guess by rhyming pairs they mean rhyming couplets, which we're not seeing all the way through. For example, coffee doesn't rhyme with ground, even though we see day and way, so that's not consistent. And quatrains are there. 27. Which of the following best describes the speaker's tone? And conversational. This is just someone, kind of having a conversation with us. Very, very clear. The others don't make any sense. So, 28. The best example of irony in the poem would be the title, because the poem recounts a painful experience, not a pleasure. Pleasure is the opposite of pain. 29. In which of the following lines does a change in mood occur? That would be D. With a tight, anxious hold on the rope. That's where we reach some amount of anxiety, even panic. At first, it was all sunshine and rainbows. He was imagining what the beauty of the countryside, and then we rode in brushing bush, and then he described the short but sweet experience he had of country pleasures. Basically, the short but sweet experience he had of the countryside, but it ended too fast, and then he got a chance to spend some time with Lennox. Spend some time at Lennox's grandmother's coffee farm. That's where he would experience country pleasures, or so he thought. And then we get some nice imagery. The chance had come. There's some anticipation, excitement. But then there's a change when he's, anxiously holding on to the rope, is it a donkey? Yeah, when the donkey starts to move pretty fast over the land, he starts to get anxious. So that's the change in mood. 30. Based on the last 3 stanzas of the poem, which of the following statements best expresses one lesson the speaker learns? That's D. Despite the setting, life's experience will contain joys and sorrows. So yes, there might be country pleasures to enjoy, but there will be some pain to go along with that. There will be some sorrows as well. And it's despite the setting, because the speaker would have expected, just pleasure. But then he's saying, he's realizing that it's not just pleasure. There will be sorrows to experience as well. That's it for that poem. Here we have another poem, The Writer. In her room at the prow of the house, where light breaks and the windows are tossed with linden, my daughter is writing a story. I pause in the stairwell, hearing from her shut door a commotion of typewriter keys like a chain hauled over a gunwale. Young as she is, the stuff of her life is a great cargo, and some of it heavy. I wish her a lucky passage. But now it is she who pauses, as if to reject my thought and its easy figure. A stillness greatens, in which the whole house seems to be thinking. And then she is at it again, with a bunched clamor of strokes, and again is silent. I remember the dazed starling which was trapped in that very room 2 years ago. How we stole in, lifted a sash, and retreated, not to affright it.
and how for a helpless hour, through the crack of the door, we watched the sleek, wild, dark, and iridescent creature batter against the brilliance, drop like a glove to the hard floor or the desktop, and wait then, humped and bloody, for the wits to try it again, and how our spirits rose when, suddenly sure, it lifted off a chair back, beating a smooth course for the right window, and clearing the sill of the world. It is always a matter, my darling, of life or death, as I had forgotten. I wish what I wished you before, but harder. Okay, pause. Read this poem and attempt questions 31 to 36. Okay, let's do it. Stanza 1 creates the image of a. So in her room at the prow of the house, where light breaks and the windows are tossed with linden, my daughter is writing a story. Linden, by the way, is a type of tree, or the wood of that tree. Okay, so what is the scenery? What is the imagery here? And we're going to speed up and just highlight the answers. So we're at C. Room, windows covered with plants, and a girl writing her story. We see the room here. We see the windows covered with plants, the girl writing a story. Yeah, easy. 32. The phrase "a commotion of typewriter keys" is effective because it. Answer B. Reproduces disorder and discontent in the pace of writing. So this girl is there typing a story, but there is like a chaos to the writing. You know, the clamor of keys, the typewriter keys, just she's banging at the keys. And we can hear that in the commotion. A commotion is like a loud noise or an uproar. 33. Like a chain hauled over a gunwale. Line 6 captures the gunwale is a part of a ship, and it's like a chain is hauled over it. And we know a chain is very noisy. It's heavy. It's metallic. And so if it is flung over the gunwale, if it's flung over a part of a ship, then it's gonna be very noisy. It's gonna be quite a clamor. So it's basically in conjunction with the phrasing here, a commotion of typewriter keys. Okay, 34. The bird's situation, stanzas 6 to 10, is used to comment on the human condition as it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they remember a bird that got trapped in this room that the daughter is in, and it eventually it was like battered and bruised, but it eventually struggled until it got up, and it ended up flying away. It escaped. So this whole recollection of the bird struggling and eventually flying away and escaping is showing that pain, struggle, and eventual success can become a universal and celebrated experience. The bird experienced that by struggling and then escaping, and basically the daughter can also experience that. Struggling now perhaps, and perhaps success will come later. 35. Which of the following best describes the speaker's attitude to his daughter? And I think this one is obvious. A. Respectful and protective. He respects, for one, his daughter's struggle, his daughter's life and what she has to bear. Even though she's young, she's managing a great deal. She's dealing with a lot. And just as he wished for the bird to escape, the bird that he remembers, he wishes the same for his daughter. Right? He wishes that his daughter will overcome whatever her struggles are. The struggle might even be in whatever she's writing, who knows? But he wishes that she will be okay and be successful in the end. So he's protective and respectful. He is observant. He watches, he observes his daughter and takes note of what's happening, but he's not authoritative. He's not indifferent. He's not judgmental or thoughtless. 36. The best explanation of the function of the whole house seems to be thinking. Line 13 is that Okay, let's see. But no, it is she who pauses as if to reject my thought and its easy figure. A stillness greatens in which the whole house seems to be thinking. So what does this mean? So just before all of this, we had the clamor of the typewriter keys. We have the commotion, like a chain hauled over a gunwale. And now, the whole house seems to be thinking. So the house has fallen quiet. So the noise has stopped suddenly. And now it's like the house is thinking. And here we see like this contrast, this interchange or interplay between the noise and the silence. So it has to be D. It heightens the contrast with the typewriter in action and the quietness of thought. Okay, pause here, answer 37 through 40. Okay, 37. Which of the following adjectives best describe the bird in stanzas 7 and 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 and 8 here. And retreated, not to affright it. Helpless. Sleek, wild, dark, iridescent. So we do get all of these descriptors: dazzling, dark, and wild. We see the dark and wild, and sleek and iridescent give us the dazzling. We don't see gray, we don't see unique, we do not see angry, we do not see curious. Okay, 38. Which of the following is the best example of an extended metaphor in the poem? So where do we see a metaphor extending over many lines or even stanzas or even throughout the entire poem? That answer is C. A voyage which compares the challenges of growing up to a journey at sea with all the dangers. So since the poem's beginning, we're getting the idea that they're on a ship, and even at the end here we're seeing more ship references. So it's like the father and daughter are on a ship, and they're taking this journey, and that is really representing this girl's journey or this young woman's journey through life, and of course her father wants her to have a safe passage. So that is a metaphor that runs through the entire poem. 39. Which of the following figurative devices best describes the phrase "her life is a great cargo"? Line 8. And beating a smooth course for the right window. Very clearly, metaphor. Her life isn't literally a great cargo, but this is just within that extended metaphor of life being like a journey at sea. And we see more of that kind of naval journey metaphor in line 29, with the bird beating a smooth course for the right window. Yeah. 40. Which of the following is an example of contrast in the poem? The answer is D. The daughter's youth and the burden of her life experiences. It says here, young as she is, so even though she's young, the stuff of her life is a great cargo. So being young, we wouldn't necessarily expect her to have, stress to deal with, but the contrast is, even though she's young, she is perhaps bearing the weight that adults usually have to bear. And that's it for the writer. This is a hard poem, a pretty hard poem. So here we have a boy kind of reminiscing, reflecting on the yard boy that used to work in his yard. The yard boy isn't really a boy, it's a little bit of a demeaning name, but it's the man who would be doing manual labor, like for his family and stuff. 31. In creating the word boy world, line 1, the poet portrays an image that suggests distance between the boy and the person he admired. There is some distance or some difference, some distinction, some contrast between the two. We know that the person being admired, even though he's a yard boy, it's actually a very manly person, very strong, doing the woodwork,
working hard. Whereas the speaker at this point is living in a boy world. He's, just a boy. He's far removed from what the yard boy would have been experiencing. And it becomes a little clearer here, even though this line itself is kind of hard. The skinny weakling named before on the covers of those comic books he couldn't read. So more differences, he couldn't read, the speaker could read. He was named before. The speaker was named before. Those before and after pictures. These magazines would be magazines depicting persons who would have gotten fitter, bigger, stronger. So before, they would be skinny and scrawny like the speaker was. After would be more like the yard boy. So the boy world would be the kind of bubble the speaker would have been living in. That kind of boyhood, childhood, innocence, inside kind of life. So that's his boy world. There's some distance between the speaker and the yard boy. 32. In which of the following examples is the poet's use of contrast most evident? That's a 1 and 2 only. The worker is illiterate and the speaker is not, because the speaker could have read the comic books. The speaker is skinny and the worker is muscled. Work days and weekdays, no contrast there, because work days were weekdays. The difference would have been between weekdays and Sundays, because on Sundays the yard boy would have rested. So there's no contrast between the work days and the weekdays. 33. The effect of the image in lines 7 to 9. Let's highlight that. 7, 8, 9 is that it conveys the idea of steady rhythmic movement. I told the days by the stroke of the axe, morning by morning. So we see time elapsing in that steady, day after day, in that steady stream of day after day. But then the axe would be steady in its movement. This man would have been wielding the axe rhythmically, skillfully, and the movement of the axe would have been so precise and so skillful and so well timed that the speaker could tell time by it in that sense. So in one sense, a lot of time would have been passed while the yard boy would have been working, not just in one day, but the speaker, remember, the yard boy working for years. And then there's the other sense in which the yard boy's movement with the axe, the wielding of the axe was so accurate and timely that time could have been told by it. 34. The figurative device used in the haft seasoned by the sweat of his palms. This is a metaphor because the haft or the handle of the axe isn't literally seasoned by the palms the way we season chicken to cook and eat it. It's just that, the sweat would have been soaked into the axe's handle as the yard boy would be working over a long period of time. 35. Which of the following effects is created in the image blade flashing, splitting wood? Lines 12, 13. That's A. The glint of the axe is sharpness and the wood falling into pieces upon impact. The blade flashing, that's the glint of the axe, and also its sharpness. The splitting wood, that would be the wood falling into pieces upon impact. B is a little close, but it's not really the speed of the axe that we're working with, but the flashing, the blade flashing, right? And lightning speed would be a bit of a reach. 36, line 15. Line 15 it says, and polish these words is primarily effective because it B highlights the change from past to present. So the speaker is reflecting in this stanza using past tense, and now bam, we're now in present tense, which indicates that it's no longer reflection, it's about what's happening now in the speaker's mind. 37. The poem references to polished in line 14 and polish in line 15 are significant because they highlight the contrasting tasks of the speaker and the yard boy. So the yard boy had to polish the shoes, so the yard boy's polishing was a manual job, whereas the speaker is polishing words. So the speaker's job is more of a linguistic and academic kind of job. In this case, more of a reflective, thought-driven job. So the speaker, and that harkens back to the first stanza, where the speaker would be reading comic books that the yard boy would look like the fit muscular guy on the comic book cover, but the speaker wouldn't be able to read the books. The speaker is polishing words, the yard boy is polishing shoes. The same word is used, but it's used to indicate two very different types of tasks. 38. Stanzas 1 and 2 are connected primarily through the extended ideas relating to hands and the sharpened axe. We see the sharpened axe here. We see sweat of the palms here. We see hands down here. These words are hands laid. And then we have reference again to the axe, shoulders that hefted so much. 39 in lines 18 to 19. The speaker can best be described as critical and regretful. The speaker is self-critical, critical of himself, and regretful that he did not express his appreciation of the yard boy earlier. Perhaps when the yard boy could have, received that appreciation. It says, and yet wherever he may be, remembering or not. So he's not sure if the yard boy is even alive, or if, his words will ever reach the yard boy. No. So there's that kind of regret, because clearly the speaker admires and has some kind of love and respect for the yard boy. So imagine giving this tribute only this late. There would be some regret and criticalness. There would be some regret and self-judgment. And the other options don't work at all. There's no hopefulness. There's reflective, but no hopeful. There is nostalgic. I wouldn't say there's worry per se. And these aren't there. Last one. Which of the following lines best expresses the main idea of the poem? Is a tribute. This poem is a tribute. I think we're going on to the wicked passage now. The poem Elephant. Okay. Who is excited about Elephant today? Some of you might not be so familiar with Elephant, but it's a poem that really created a kind of upset a few years ago. It's a poem that really confused the heck out of a lot of students in 2019. I don't think it's an extremely difficult poem, but I think there's one particular thing in this poem, and if you miss that one detail, you're finished. If you miss that one detail, you will just not be able to answer anything on this poem. But once you notice that one detail that you're going to see shortly, you will realize that it's not a difficult poem, actually. Okay, I'll read the poem, and then we'll get into the questions and answers. Memory claims that in a jungle once, a great mother elephant, crazed with grief for her lost son, wrapped her trunk around a baobab tree and wrenched it free from its upside-down hold in the earth, and trumpeted down the hole in the earth for her vanished one. Elephant, the lost, the cursed one, lumbers up from under the big trees in Queen Victoria's Park. This man more pachyderm than man, skin draped loose, grey, muddy as tarpaulin over swollen elephantitis limbs. He moves bent over, weighed by the bag of crosses over his shoulder. His lips drooped tubular. Small children appear and chant, "Elephant, elephant." He rears back on the huge hind legs, trumpeting. Threats of illegal surgery by broken glass bottle. Death to small children who scatter before him like antelopes and elands, skittering across the asphalt heading home. Elephant, the loneliest one in all creation. Your friends, the night grazing mules, tethered by dark hills of coal in Mulling's grass yard. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping one day he would turn a corner and come upon a clearing familiar to long memory. Wide green space, baobab trees. For there his mother and the great herds would be free. Okay? Are you guys ready? And by the way, we have some footnotes here. I thought pachyderm was one of the footnotes. Yeah, so pachyderm here, very large or thick-skinned mammal. Very large, thick-skinned mammal. And the other one should be baobab. It's an old tree with thick trunks. All right, so knowing the meanings for those words will help us in the poem. Okay, here we go. Let's put this on the left and this on the right. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. Yes, so we have the passage here. Move it up a bit so my picture isn't in the way. All right, there we go. So we start from question 21.
All right, question 21. The poet uses the first stanza primarily to do what? Let me see your answers. What does the poet use the first stanza to do? What does the poet use the first stanza to do? All right, C seems to be a clear winner. To introduce the idea of mother loss through the use of narrative. Yeah, and the others are really nonsense answers. Prepare the reader for the elephant's escape. That doesn't even happen. Underscore the parent-child relationship that exists in the jungle. Not really. And suggest metaphorically that the elephant is wild and uncontrollable. We see some wildness, but uncontrollable. Yeah, not really. So it couldn't be A, couldn't be B, couldn't be D. D. The answer is C. So what I'll do from lines 22, we'll get into some of the more controversial questions. So before I take those questions on, I'll just try to explain, kind of my understanding of what's going on in the poem in the first place, just so we're all on the same page. So I'll just do a quick analysis of the poem. So the title here, Elephant. We'll come back to the title in a few minutes. So memory claims that in a jungle once, a great mother elephant, crazed with grief for her lost son, wrapped her trunk around a baobab tree. So we see here in stanza 1, this is about a real elephant, the animal, a literal elephant. And this elephant is crazed with grief for her lost son. So she lost her son. Maybe the son ran away, maybe the son died, was eaten, killed, we don't know. But she's experiencing grief for the lost son. So in grief, so she's grieving now, she's upset. The elephant, she wraps her trunk around a tree. And remember, this tree has a very thick bark. It's not the kind of tree you will find scattered about in towns and cities. It's a jungle tree, apparently. So she wraps her trunk around the tree. She pulls it out of the ground. Maybe she is looking for her son. Maybe the son is down below. Maybe she's just so angry, so upset, and she's just taking it out on this tree. Whatever the case, stanza 1 is about a mother elephant who is experiencing loss and grief because she lost her son. Now we come to where the poem is titled Elephant. In stanzas 2 onward, so this is an animal here. In stanzas 2 and below, stanzas 2, 3, 4, the elephant mentioned is not an animal but a man. We see capital E, but of course this is the beginning of a sentence, so it would be capital anyway. So elephant, the lost, the cursed one. So this elephant, similarly to the son, we're going to see that there's a parallel, there's a comparison being made between the elephant in the beginning and the elephant throughout the rest of the poem. This elephant is also lost. Just as this mother lost her son, this person here, whose name or whose nickname is Elephant, is lost and is cursed. He lumbers up from under the big trees. So the poet is trying to kind of confuse us, maybe, or trying to, extend the metaphor of jungle and elephant and tree. But here's a big hint that this man is not in a jungle. The trees are in Victoria Park. This is a park, not a jungle. So this person, he perhaps lives in a park. Within this park, we have some trees. So this man, more pachyderm. So remember we saw the meaning for this? Basically, pachyderm can be used to describe an elephant. That kind of skin, pachyderm. So this man, here it becomes obvious. I've heard many persons say that the whole poem is about the animal, but clearly this is about a man. This man is more pachyderm than man. What does it mean? His skin does not look like the skin of a normal man. Why? Because he has elephantitis, which is a skin condition that I will not be showing images that might gross some people out, but you can research it. Elephantitis, it's a condition that really disfigures the skin, and you might end up looking like an elephant. So we see the swollen limbs, So this person who perhaps lives in the park, which means maybe he's a homeless man, he has elephantitis. So maybe this is the curse that was mentioned where? Here, the cursed one. He's cursed because he has this disease. And maybe because of this disease, maybe this is part of the reason why he's homeless. He moves bent over, weighted. So we see that he is kind of making heavy, sluggish movements because of how diseased he is. But what is he weighted by? He's weighted by the bag of crosses over his shoulder. So this is a metaphor because obviously he doesn't have a literal bag of crosses. So even though he's weighted down by his skin, he's also weighted down by the burdens, the curses, the tragedies of his life. And small children, as small children often do, are teasing the man. They call him Elephant. So that's why this poem is titled Elephant, because elephant is referring to the animal here, and it's also referring to the man's nickname. They call him Elephant. All right, let's move on to stanza 3. He rears back on his huge hind legs. So here, hind legs. Does a human have hind legs? No. Hind legs are like the back legs. Elephants have hind legs. So is this talking about the man or the elephant? Well, it's actually talking about the elephant. We know this, for one, because the elephant mentioned in the first stanza is not a male elephant, right? It's a mother elephant. So it couldn't be that elephant here. So we're still talking about the man. So hind legs here is used metaphorically, basically emphasizing the skin condition. He really looks like an elephant. And he's trumpeting threats of illegal surgery by broken glass bottle. So he's threatening to, I guess, stab or slice or hurt these kids with maybe broken glass bottles scattered around the park. Yeah, scattered, and the children scatter before him. So the children, they're teasing him. He's getting upset and he's cursing at them, and they scatter, they run away. They're just kids being kids, very mean kids, actually. And here again, elephant, the loneliest one in all creation. Your friends, the night grazing mules. So why is this man's friends the night grazing mules? There are a number of reasons why this could be so. For one, it might suggest that this man has no human friends. He's lonely because he has no person to interact with, no one to talk to, he has no family, no friends. So basically his friends are animals. Yeah? So this is really hinting even more that he's more like an animal than like a man. So his friends are the night grazing mules. So the mules, of course, are animals, and these are his friends. There are other reasons for this line, but I won't get into those because there are some more important things. Tethered or connected by dark hills of coal in Mullings Grass Yard. So Mullings is the name of a place, I suppose. Mullings Grass Yard is whatever area this park is in, or whatever area the mules are in. And this man is connected to the mules. He shares some kind of relationship with the mules because of this hill, the dark hills. So, of course, the mules are grazing at night, so the hills are literally dark. But the dark hills that this man is dealing with aren't necessarily the literal hills, but the dark hills might be like the problems, and similar to the crosses mentioned earlier on. Poor elephant, always walking. So here, finally we see elephant not at the beginning of a line, but it still keeps a capital E, which means it's the name of a person. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping one day he would turn a corner and come upon a clearing familiar to long memory. Wide green space and baobab trees. For there his mother and the great herds would be free. So the last line, the last stanza is a little tricky, because again we're wondering, is this a man or is this an animal? So this elephant here, this man called Elephant, he's hoping for a bright future. He's hoping to somehow escape this tragic situation. He's hoping to somehow, escape the homelessness, maybe find a cure for his disease, maybe just turn a corner in a figurative sense, right? He's trying to turn a new leaf. He's just hoping that somehow his life will change for the better. So the clearing here that he wants to come up on is not the literal grassland. It's really just a new stage in life.
He doesn't want to just live and die like this. He doesn't want this to be the end of him. But we have here mentioned again the green space. Why would this man, if he's a real human, be hoping to find this space here? The reason is the poet is continuing the comparison between this mother elephant and this man called elephant. What is the link? What is the comparison? This mother elephant lost her son, and she would hope to reunite with him. She would hope to find her son again. So we're not dealing with the mother elephant here. We're dealing with the man. The man is hoping to find some kind of reconnection. His mother here, perhaps this is the man's real mother. And of course, the great herds, it's kind of a reference to the grazing mules. But more importantly, the great herds and the green space and the clearing all represent the freedom that the man seeks. So he's not seeking literal trees and literal green space and literal herds. What he's actually seeking is freedom. Freedom from homelessness, from chastisement, from elephantitis. And this freedom that he's seeking is illustrated through the same imagery that the poem started out with. That's why we have all of this happening. So just to recap, we have a literal elephant here who lost her son. And here we have a man who has elephantitis, and his name is Elephant. And both of these characters are connected because they both experience some kind of loss or tragedy. All right. Is the poem clear? Does the poem now make sense? So let me just see your feedback on that before we tackle the questions. Does the poem now make sense, or is it still a nonsensical poem? Are we seeing some kind of sense in this poem now? All right, I see one yes. Thank goodness. It makes sense to someone. All right. Are there any questions on any line of the poem? Any imagery, any metaphor? Questions about anything before we touch on the questions? All right. Someone says great analysis. Thank you so much. How kind. All right. So if there are no questions on the poem, now let's go to the questions. All right. You know what? The questions are really trying to be on the right. So let's take the questions on the right. So number 21 was C. Now let's check number 22. Lines 10 to 11. It's 10 to 11. This man more pachyderm than man, skin draped loose, grey muddy as starpaling over swollen elephantitis limbs are effective because of the what? So now we're looking at 22. Let's get an answer for 22. Number 22. You can send your answers in. What do you think is going on here? Number 22. Conflict already. My goodness. A and C. Wow. 3 different answers already. B, C, A. All right. My answer for number 22 is B. And for me, this one is a no-brainer. Not difficult at all for me. This man more pachyderm than man. Skin draped loose. So we're seeing some visual imagery here. Pachyderm. Skin draped loose. Visual imagery. And what does this imagery do? It reinforces that physically the man and elephant are alike. Yeah. And actually, elephantitis, we even have the word elephant in elephantitis because it's connected to elephant. You basically have elephant-like skin. Muddy as tarpaulin, grey. So lots of imagery, and the imagery is connecting the man to the elephant. So it has to be B. It could not be A. Why can't it be A? Because there's no simile. There's no simile here. No simile. Oh, I'm sorry. Muddy as tarpaulin is a simile. But it does not show the loneliness and isolation. So my bad. There is a simile, but the simile is actually showing the comparison between the man and the elephant, not the isolation and loneliness. Why couldn't it be C? Because it does not use all the senses. We're appealing to the senses of sight and touch. There's no smell, no taste here. No hearing. It couldn't be D because nothing here is encouraging the reader to be afraid. Instead, we're actually being encouraged to sympathize with the man. So 22, B. I'll be moving a little bit faster from here on out. So if you guys have questions, just stop me in my tracks. And I'll address the concerns. 23. What impression is created by he rears back on his huge hind leg trumpeting? Line 15. What is the impression created by this line? What is the impression created by this line? Number 23. All right, so one answer thus far. I see D, I see C. You're at 23. What is the impression created by this line? He rears back. All right, so let's take a look at what this line is saying so we can find out what the impression is. He rears back. He rears back on his huge hind legs. He does not have hind legs. He's a man. A human being does not have hind legs. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of that? Trumpeting. Trumpeting. First of all, trumpeting brings to mind the imagery of the elephant's trunk. Second of all, it shows how loud this man is. All right, so he's trumping and he has hind legs. So let's see, could it be a diseased elephant whose legs are swollen? Nope, because we're talking about a man. The image of an elephant that roams the city? Nope, because we're talking about a man. See, the image of elephant, the man who transforms into an elephant by his size and his voice. Yes. C, he transforms into the elephant by his size. We see the huge hind leg. And his voice, we see the trumpeting. Size, voice. Size, voice. And he does not literally transform into an elephant. He doesn't become an actual elephant. But the transformation is really by his size and voice. So his size is compared to the elephant. His voice is compared to the elephant. Couldn't be D because we're talking about a man, not the elephant. So it's actually a giveaway because the only answer here that talks about a man is C. So it has to be C. All right. I see no questions, so I can jump along to 24. 24, where are you? Lines 17 to 18, scatter before him like antelopes and elands, are effective because they what? So line 24, let me see your answers for line 24. For number 24. Number 24. All right, I'm seeing C, I'm seeing D. My answer for number 24, D, solidify the imagery of both the jungle and the urban setting. Yeah, and 17 and 18, and yeah, okay, I'm seeing only D. So maybe no explanation is necessary there. All right, 25. Which of the following is not a figurative device? Which of the following is not a figurative device? We're now at 25. So 24's answer was D. Now we're on to 25. Which of the following is not a figurative device? So send in the answers. I'll show you guys his answers on the screen. 25. Scene A. Oh no. Okay, 25 seems to be another easy one. It's A. This is not a literary device, not a figurative device. The elephant in line 5 actually wrenches the tree free. Everything else is a device weighted by the bag of crosses. Metaphor, rears back on his huge hind legs. Metaphor, skittering across the asphalt. Where is that? Line 18. Yeah. All metaphors here. But A is not a device. 26. Which of the following best describes the speaker's attitude to elephant? This question is tough. It's a tough question. Do your best. The speaker's attitude. I see 2 Ds so far. Speaker's attitude.
Did I say this one was difficult? I was joking. Easy. Definitely D, sympathetic and sorrowful. We are made to feel sorry for the elephant throughout the passage. It can't be nonchalant and aloof, because if we're feeling sorry for the elephant, we see all this language and all this sadness, then it couldn't be nonchalant and aloof, because these mean there's no real emotion. Hopeful, there's no hope. This doesn't even make sense. Reproachful, maybe. Reflective, maybe. But neither of these is really a very strong attitude. These are very strong attitudes. Reproachful, I'm not sure if the speaker is really reproachful, but reflective, maybe. But D has 2 correct answers, so it has to be D, 26D. I think someone mentioned something before. Let's see, what is it? So could it be that the reason that the man doesn't have friends or normal due to his elephantitis flames because people don't have friends due to something? Yeah, pretty much. That is kind of one of the messages in this poem, Coffee, that sometimes things outside of our control kind of, dictate how people respond to us. Maybe the man really doesn't have any control over his condition, but look at what it causes in his life. All right, 27. The best example of the poet's use of contrast in this poem is we're on the 27. We're looking at the best use of contrast in the poem. Contrast. Give you guys 10 more seconds to give me your answers to 27. Come on, guys. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of this question. It's a tough question, but you can do it. You can do it. Where do we see contrast? Wow, I'm seeing A, I'm seeing D. Interesting. Wow, it's interesting. D, B, D, 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 A. Whoa. Some of you guys aren't going to believe this. My answer, A. Shift from the baobab tree in the jungle to the big trees in a park in the city. Okay, first of all, where's the contrast in all of this? Remember, the contrast is distinct difference between 2 sceneries, 2 images, 2 ideas. So in the jungle, we have here, the big trees, the big baobab trees. And we saw in the footnotes that this is a tree with a very big bark. But then we move to some different kinds of big trees that are in the park. And the real contrast comes in, not due to the trees, but because of the change in setting. We have jungle, we have city, JC. That is not Jamaica College. We have jungle, we have city. That's a contrast. Those are basically opposite scenes. Jungle scene, city scene. Now let's look at why B, C, and D are all incorrect. The size of the elephant in the jungle and the swollen limbs. Wrong. Why is this wrong? Because this is not a contrast. These are similar images. So it's a parallel, not a contrast. C, differentiation between the homeless man and the elephant. No contrast. There's no opposite between the homeless man and the elephant. In fact, there's a similarity. D, suggestion of the difference between the elephant in the jungle and the man. No. The poem is saying there's basically no difference. There's a similarity. So A is the only real contrast in the poem because we jump from jungle to city. All right, I think that's clear. Let's go on to 28. Where's 28? 28. So 27 is A. All right, 28. Which of the following is used as a symbol? Something in line 13, line 16, line 20, line 26.
Where do we find a symbol here? Okay, I'm seeing C and D so far from you guys. Interesting. Where do we see something that is representing something else? Something that has a bigger meaning than itself? I know those of you guys who have watched my poetry analysis videos will not be asking what a symbol is. I know that for a fact. All right, 28. Let's look at each of these. His lips drooped tubular in line 13. He moves bent over, weighted by the bag of crosses. Lips drooped tubular. This is not a symbol because his lips are actually drooping. Remember, he has elephantitis. So this is not symbolic. Cannot be A. What about B? Threats of illegal surgery by broken glass. And actually, he is threatening the kids. These are literal threats, so not B. Tethered by dark hills of coal. This is metaphorical, but I wouldn't say it's symbolic, so it's a close one. But D is where we have the symbol. His mother and the great herds would be free. Why is it symbolic? Because this is tying into this stanza. Obviously, the man here is not. Let's put it this way: the freedom, the great herds, and even the search for his mother. These are really symbolic. He's not literally searching for his mother and the great herds, and the mother and the great herds would be free. What does this mean? It really speaks to the sense of freedom that he is seeking, the hope that he wants. So the symbol here is tying into the first stanza. Does that make sense? Somehow I feel as if I didn't explain it properly, but this is D, and it couldn't really be anything else. Maybe C is not such a bad guess, but D is where we have symbolism in this poem. Yeah. There his mother and the great herds would be. The man named Elephant, his mother, his literal mother and the great herds wouldn't be there. But what would be there, what would be in the green space is the freedom he's searching for. So the freedom is what is being symbolized. His quest for freedom is what is being symbolized. All right, let's jump down to 29. The final stanza functions as an effective ending to the poem because what? So why is this an effective ending to the poem? Could he be represented as broken glass? What does this question mean? Could he be represented as broken glass? Oh, I mean for B here? Let's see. Threats of legal surgery. Well, I don't think the broken glass here would refer to the man, because he's threatening to hurt the children with the broken glass bottle. So it would be a bit of a stretch. It's not impossible to interpret it in that way, but the D is just such a clear answer that you would have to choose D in the exam. Yeah, so 28D. All right, so we're on to 29. I see two answers coming in for 29 so far. I see some B's, but is B correct? I see some B's. B. Wow. Are you guys sure? This might be the most difficult question on this entire paper. Because there are two answers that really look good, but there's one answer that is the best. All right, 29. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping one day he would turn a corner and come upon a clearing familiar to long memory.
wide green space and baobab trees, for there his mother and the great herds would be free. What is going on in this stanza, guys? What is going on in this stanza? Okay, let's eliminate the answers that are obviously wrong. A is clearly wrong. Concentrates mainly on the speaker's attitude? No. Just no. This line does not concentrate mainly on the speaker's attitude. That's as simple as it gets. B, C, D. There are two answers that are close. There's one more answer that is way out. C is way out. Elephant suggests that elephant will no longer suffer from memory loss and anxiety. Who said anything about memory loss and anxiety? That is just ridiculous. CSEC giving us easy eliminations. So it's down to B and D. And to be honest, I was on the fence for this one. I read the poem several times. I read the last stanza. I dreamt about the last stanza. I looked as deeply as I could to see what is really the ending here. What is the effect of this ending? So let's look at B and then we look at D. Gives the promise of a reunion to those who suffer loss. This was my initial response. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping. I think this is a key word. Hoping one day he would turn a corner. Another key phrase, would be free. You know what this hoping and would be means? It means there's no promise. It does not promise. It does not promise any reunion to anyone who suffers loss. It does not make that promise. It does not make that promise. Do we see that? What we see here is this man is just hoping. So remember, we're looking at why is this an effective ending? What is the meaning of the ending? The meaning is not that if you suffer loss, you will have a reunion. You will find freedom. You will get hope. You will recover. No. This is only, look at it. It says poor elephant. It's not as if it's the elephant finally overcoming or finding his way back home. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping one day. So even at the end of the poem, he's still searching. He's still hoping, praying. Yeah? He's still hoping and praying. What he's doing, what this is doing is it's saying this man will always be the lost son who pines for his mother. Now, is he literally pining for his mother? Is he literally a lost son? I can't tell you that. This answer might be referring to the symbolism, the parallel here between the mother elephant and the man the elephant. But what I can tell you for sure is that there is no promise of hope. There is no promise of reuniting, so it cannot be B. Poor elephant, always walking, hoping one day he would turn a corner. It didn't say one day he will turn a corner. He's always hoping. So my answer is D. And believe me, if your answer is B, I can't really blame you too much. I won't say it's a bad choice, but I chose to go with D because I don't see a promise in the last stanza. There's just no promise based on my reading of the poem. If you can show me a promise, if you guys can show me a promise right now in the chat, I'll take back my answer. I will switch my answer. If you can show me a promise. If you can show me where the poem suggests that elephant or anybody else who suffers loss will find that reunion. Show it to me because I don't see it. I only see somebody hoping for a reunion. I see someone just hoping and praying, pining. That's what I see. This is a tough question, guys. Very tough question. And I've heard teachers give very different answers and explanations. Someone asked, if teachers can't agree on the answers, what should students do? Yeah, I can't answer that one. All right, last one on elephant. The title elephant is appropriate because what? Why is the title elephant appropriate? And this one is easy. So after a super hard question, they give us a super easy question. Yes, Gray. Promise is a key word here. Keyword. And there is no promise. There is no promise. So we're at 30. Let me see what you guys think for 30. Why is elephant an appropriate title? And based on the discussion of the previous questions, this one should be super duper easy. Super easy. Super easy. Has to be D. the mother elephant becomes the symbol of another kind of loss and separation. Yeah. Let's look at how ridiculous the other options are. As a single word, the title is appealing to readers, especially animal lovers. Nonsense. This title is not appealing to me. The sound of the word gives the poem a lilting effect. What? Makes it easier to understand? Come on. Total madness. The poem speaks about the ordeal of a mother elephant in the jungle who finally she does not rejoin her son. So it has to be D. All right, guys, we did elephant. Let's go home.
At this point, this is the theme song for CSEC English B. We've seen this passage so many times, but best practice is, even when you're very familiar with a passage, you still read it through. So I won't be reading it aloud for you guys. Just pause here, read it yourself, and then I'll let you attempt the questions, and after each segment I'll give you my suggested answers with brief explanations. So here is the passage. Pause and read. All right, very good. And we have questions 1 through 8. So you can pause here and attempt these, and then I'll take you through them. All right, let's get it. The setting is most likely a train station. Number 1. B. How do we know that? We have the passage over here on the left. At the top here, at the very beginning, it says Moses is in Waterloo Station, London. Right, he's in the station, and there's a confused milling mob of West Indians waiting for the boat train. Waiting for a train in a station. Where could you be? And we see things about arrivals and departures, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely a station. The other options don't make sense. This isn't an airport. They wouldn't be waiting on a train at the airport. And it wouldn't be an old boat train. They wouldn't be waiting for a boat train in a boat train. That wouldn't make sense. And this is definitely not a house. Alright, number 2. Moses' description of Tolroy's dwelling as a 2 before, line 9, indicates what? Line 9. All you fellas really have guts, yes, Tolroy. Where are you going to put she? In that 2 before you have in Horror Road? So clearly Moses is kind of joking around. He's saying, Tolroy, you're expecting your mother. Do you really have space for your mother? You have a little 2 before. We know 2 before is a piece of board. So clearly that's not the literal size of the house, but it's indicating that it's a very small dwelling, very cramped, very tight, not enough space to welcome anybody into. So the answer would be D, a small confined space. Number 3, the best explanation of the dramatic effect of the loudspeaker mentioned in the second stage direction, lines 20 to 21, is that the stage direction would be here. The station loudspeaker announces the arrival of the boat train. An English reporter comes up to them. So they're in the station. They've been having some conversations, waiting on people to arrive, and then the announcer announces that the boat train is going to arrive. Clearly, the feeling of expectancy is being increased. Now we know that, all right, something's going to happen. A train is going to come, and you know what's going to happen next. Number 4. Which of the following lines contributes most to humor in the extract? And this one is C. What you want? Belgravia, Park Lane. Maybe you could put you up in Dorchester. And why is this funny? What's happening in these lines? Following the conversation here from the top, we have Tolroy. We have Moses here, who is meeting some fella named Henry. And we have Tolroy, who is expecting to meet his mother. Of course, Moses is indicating that, Tolroy, your house is too small. Of course, Tolroy knows he needs to look for a bigger place and asks for some ideas. Moses suggests that Tolroy speaks with one of his Jamaican countrymen who is seeking tenants. Tolroy isn't so fond of that idea because he believes he won't get a very big place from that tenant. He believes he won't be getting a very big, spacious place from that landlord. So basically he's going to be charged a lot of money for a small space. Moses suggests somebody else, and Tolroy says, don't dare too grim. And then Moses now hits back, well, you don't want this, you don't want that. What do you want? All these big fancy places, right? If we look down here, we see that affluent neighborhoods, that's referring to, should be Belgravia. Yeah, so Belgravia and Park Lane, these are
affluent neighborhoods, rich places, and the Dorchester is a luxurious hotel. So you don't want these normal, affordable places. What do you want? Like, the best of the best, big hotels and rich people houses. That's what you want. So clearly, there's some sarcasm and some humor there being poked at Tolroy. And none of these other lines is very funny. There's not much competition there. Number 5. The expression waiting like a hawk for tenants is most effective in doing what? That would be D, reinforcing the exploitative nature of the business, right? So we go back to lines 11 and 12 over here. Look, one of your countrymen over there waiting like a hawk for tenants. So he's just, we know hawks are birds of prey. They're quite vicious. They just snatch whatever they want and tear it to bits and eat it. And that is how this person is just waiting to get new clients, new tenants to overcharge and to rip off. So just like a hawk would exploit its prey, this person is waiting to exploit anybody who has a little bit of money to spend. 6. Which of the following are used to indicate that the extract portrays a Caribbean experience? We can see the language and diction indicating that. Line 5, who you meeting? Yeah. Some fella named Henry. Boy, expecting my mother. So you can see it's not really a specific dialect. It's not pat or anything like that. But it's the language and diction is kind of suggesting that these aren't Englishmen, for example. Yeah, where are you going to put she? That's quite a Caribbean way of speaking. Where are you going to put she? And two before is kind of something a Caribbean person would say as well. And then we do have this hint here in the diction, Jamaican countrymen. So if Moses is referring to this person as Tolroy's Jamaican countryman, then Tolroy should be Jamaican. And as we go down, we see more evidence or more hints that this is portraying a Caribbean experience. At the very least, it becomes very clear that the main characters in the extract are Caribbean people, and nothing else really is competing. Sea might seem appealing, but hurricanes can happen anywhere, not just in the Caribbean. All right, number 7, one of the major themes in the extract is, we talked about exploitation just a little bit, and there's more exploitation in the passage, and obviously we have migration, right? These people are in London and they're from the Caribbean, and they're expecting, or at least one of these guys is expecting other family members from the Caribbean. So we have migration, we have exploitation happening with the guy who overcharges people for very tiny places, and also the conversation with the reporter does indicate some exploitative nature of England, and also some condescension from the reporter here. This is the only possible option. No need to go too deeply into it. And this is a passage we're tired of breaking down. Well, I am tired of breaking down. Number 8, Moses' response to the reporter suggests that Moses is being sarcastic. Let's look at that little conversation very briefly. A reporter comes in. "Excuse me, sir, have you just arrived from Jamaica?" Moses isn't very excited to engage, but he answers, "Yes, I'm from the Echo," says the reporter, some news outlet. "Would you like to tell me what the conditions are like?" Immediately a slightly passive-aggressive question. The reporter kind of assuming that conditions are bad in Jamaica. Why would he ask this particular question? But Tolroy is enjoying this. Maybe he knows that Moses is going to act up, right? And Moses is sarcastic here. The situation is desperate as usual. And he mentions some big hurricane that might not have happened. We don't know. And then if you look here, we realize it's actually sarcasm, right? "Well, I was in that hurricane. You could ask my friend here if you think I lie. I was sitting down in my mansion." Really? "When suddenly I look up and see the sky. You know what happened? What? Hurricane blow the roof clean off. Banana plantation." So he's just coming up with this sort of ridiculous but also sort of stereotypical story, just to mess with the reporter's head. And the reporter I'm not sure if the reporter is in on the sarcasm. Perhaps not. Perhaps the reporter is trying to change the subject a little bit, or clap back at the sarcasm by asking more pointed questions. "Why are so many Jamaicans coming to England? Do you believe that the streets are paved with gold? I don't know about all of them, but sometimes in night I see as if the Barewater Road sparkling with diamonds. But then you look, in truth, you see it's only stones and gravel mixed up with asphalt. Do you know of any London street paved with gold? Bam! Nice sarcasm there, hitting back at the reporter who, has to run away. He runs away from that. All right. Next two. Take a look at these. Pause here, answer. All right. Tolroy's reaction to his family's arrival is best described as, and this is kind of a toughish question because there is some anxiety there. You could say there's some anticipation, but amazement and confusion are the most accurate. Let's take a look. So, after the conversation with the reporter who runs away, Moses is saying, watch him, watch the reporter, as if he's going to go and try to bother that family coming off the train. Tolroy, in consternation, this is kind of perplexity, confusion, and it could also indicate some anxiety, right? He notices that that's his mother, that look like my mother, and Tanti, and Agnes, and Louis, and the two children. So his whole family has come. He's quite confused. Why are they here? This could be considered amazement. It can also be considered confusion, the consternation here. Let me read the actual definition for consternation. Amazement or horror that confounds the faculties and incapacitates for reflection. Terror combined with amazement. Dismay. So yeah, we have amazement coming in here and some confusion as well. In the stage direction, in the actual description here in brackets, and of course in the reaction. Ma, look, me over here, as he gets near them, panting. What is all this? Look at this question, indicating confusion. He's not sure why they're all here. He expected only his mother. And look at this, in a daze. He's in a daze. He's so confused. So it's not so much that he is anxious. He hasn't reached that point yet where he has processed the shock enough to be anxious. He's still in shock. He's still confused. He doesn't know what's going on. So yeah, amazement and confusion. That should be it. Number 10. How do the stage directions in line 42, chuckling, and line 44, in consternation, function as an effective guide to the action on stage? This is another question that's a little tricky. The answer is, they shift the mood from being carefree to one of anticipation. Now you might be saying, but for number 9, why wouldn't you choose B if there's some anticipation? Well, you could say he's anticipating the problem that is to come in finding space for his family. But anxiety might be a bit off the mark. It's more amazement than anxiety. So there is some element of anticipation, but it wouldn't be the main thing as compared to the amazement that he feels. So B still wouldn't be perfect here. Shifting from carefree to anticipation is the most accurate of all of these responses you have here. Him chuckling and then, his face changing to that perplexed expression, that doesn't heighten suspense about the family, and it definitely doesn't present an indifferent response, an indifferent emotional response, because if he were indifferent, he wouldn't be looking so perplexed. And C doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would argue that there's some suspense being created by the change on his face. There's no more suspense. It's obvious that it's his family, right? Immediately after moving from chuckling to consternation, he notices that it's his whole family coming off. So there's no time, there's no build up, no time for tension or suspense. It's an immediate recognition. He sees what's happening, his face changes, he notices that it's his family. No time for us to have any suspense. So the only thing that we can argue here is that there's a mood shift. First he was carefree, no, he's perplexed.
Pause and read this passage. Alright, you can pause along the way and attempt the questions yourself. I'm just going to be blitzing through. I'm not spending much time on this paper. I am out of juice. Number 1, what does the audience learn from the lines? Learn from lines 2 to 9 of the extract. Let's see, from lines 2 to 9. That should be from here. Well, we learned that Granny's house was burnt down while she was out. It's very clear from the dialogue. If you look up here, it's very clear. It's Granny's house that burnt down. The old lady lost everything. And then down here, she was out when the fire started. So Granny's house was burnt down while she was out. Number 2, jurors suspected that foul play was involved, meaning this wasn't an accident. Somebody burnt the house down in the incident because Granny, answer C, was aware of the danger in using mosquito coils, so she never used them. So the theory as to how the house burnt down was that a mosquito coil fell on the bed. That's what they said. Jerry says a mosquito coil. I doubt Granny would use a coil. She's always saying that it's all those modern chemicals that are getting people sick. It would be most strange if she was using mosquito coils. And that's where Gordon says, so what started the fire then? You suspect foul play? So since Granny would not have used a mosquito coil, then if that's the theory that a mosquito coil burnt the house down, then something is wrong, because that's not likely true. Alright, number 3. The dramatic function of the letter is that it heightens the suspense of the situation. Let's look at the letter. Down here, we see that Granny takes an envelope out and gives it to Mrs. D, who reads it. And this letter is basically a threat. Somebody threatened Granny, threatened that, we're going to burn your house down if you don't sell the land. And what this does is it creates suspense, because now we're saying, okay, there's a development. There was some threat. Who threatened? We're not sure. And most of the suspense comes from trying to piece together who would have written this letter, because that would likely be the person who would have burned the house down. Number 4, Granny's reaction to the threatening letter in lines 24 to 26. Let's check the reaction. It's 24, 25, 26. Gives the audience the impression that she is trusting and naive. Look at what she says. I thought it was just a joke somebody was trying to play on me. You know how young people like to frighten old people. So she's being naive in not taking the very serious letter very seriously. How could I ever think that somebody was planning to burn my house down? So she's trusting that no one would actually do that. That is something that nobody would do. Like, people aren't that evil. Who could be that cruel? So trusting and naive. D is kind of close with the optimistic. You can say that she's optimistic about people's intentions. She's confident that no one would burn the house down, but these are kind of stretching it. They're not as accurate. Trusting, naive, that's pretty spot on. Alright, number 5. Although Mrs. Swingley is off stage, her character is significant because it does 2 and 3. Let's take a look at where her character appears. So they're trying to figure out who possible suspects could be. I think hard Granny, there must have been at least one time when somebody was unkind to you. Try and remember. Well, there was one time when I slipped and fell on the church step, and as I was sitting there on the ground trying to get up, along came Mrs. Swingley, and I smiled at her, thinking that she was coming to help me up. But instead, she just looked at me with a strange kind of smile on her face and walked off in the other direction. So we have this incident where Mrs. Swingley was unkind to Granny. It doesn't really give us a motive, though, because we don't know why she was unkind to Granny. We don't know why. If it is that the crime, if it is that the house being burnt down is connected to Mrs. Swingley, we're not getting an idea of why she would have done it from this here. So 1 would be out. Look at 2 here. Develops characterization and insight into other characters. Of course, we see more of how Granny is trusting and naive, in that she assumes that this person coming up to her is about to help her up. So that develops the characterization of Granny. But also we see what Mrs. Swingley is like, right? She's the kind of person who would not help an old lady up. Yeah, and that provides insight into both characters. So 2 is fine. And 3 provides intrigue and highlights the theme. The intrigue is that, why wouldn't she have helped Granny up? What is it that she has against Granny? What is Mrs. Swingley thinking? What is her motive? That's some intrigue. And it does add to a couple of themes. Exploitation of the vulnerable, social injustice, lack of empathy and compassion, power dynamics, stuff like that. So a lot of different themes do come up when we see this woman who is, kind of in control, in power in this scenario, not helping Granny. All right, number 6. Granny and Jerry's opinion of Mr. Swingley, expressed in lines 42 to 43. Let's see. It's ironic because, it suggests that
Mr. Swingley appears to be a good person, but he's really devious. So Gordon says, Swingley, that name sounds familiar. After Granny talks about Mrs. Swingley. Her husband owns the big store at the corner of Hill Street. I know him. Seems like an alright kind of fella to me. He's a very nice man. One day, he gave me a lift to King's Village. So, the irony is, even though he's being characterized as a good guy, we know from the rest of the passage that he's a terrible guy and he's trying to take advantage of the people around him. He's trying to have his own way and get what he wants at the expense of others. So the irony is in that contrast of, they think he's a good guy, but we can see that he's not a good guy. In particular, this is more dramatic irony, the audience having information that the other characters don't have. Number 7, the exchange between Mrs. Haynes and Mr. Swingley in lines 60 to 71, let's highlight that, is significant mainly because it signals a twist in the plot of the extract. So here in Mr. Swingley's office, we have the person in charge of the radio station. Mr. Swingley is asking the manager of the radio to play down the news of the fire. Don't cover this news so much. Don't talk about it. Obviously, Mr. Swingley is behind the fire, and he doesn't want much attention being brought to that. And then down here, he's saying, good, now listen to me carefully. I had nothing to do with that fire, blah, blah, blah. But I can't say I'm sorry it happened. And he goes on to say he would want that spot to, open a supermarket there. And Mr. Swingley is saying, basically, advertise for me, and I'll make sure you get some money in return. Talk about this new program called Community Movement, which will make people want to have supermarkets in the villages. And that would, of course, help Mr. Swingley. And in return, he's offering the radio manager some shares in the new supermarket. And look at what he wants. He wants Jerry D off the radio, right? Jerry D is the same Jerry up here. So he wants to play down the news of the fire, and he wants Jerry off the radio. Clearly, he wants to, use his power and authority, manipulate Mrs. Haynes, and basically get away with burning the house down while getting the chance to open up his new supermarket. And the twist it signals is that Mr. Swingley will likely not be held accountable for what he has done, because he will basically get Mrs. Haynes in his back pocket. He will be able to circumvent the law, play down the news of the fire, and have his way. That is the twist that we're expecting. Further up, it sounded as if Mrs. Haynes was not willing to help him out. I'm the manager. You may have a lot of money and blah, 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 but you don't own the radio station. But we see down here, she becomes a little bit more compliant, asking, how do we do that without getting attention, blah, blah, blah. He offers her money, and we get the impression that she's going to crack eventually. So the hope that we had up here when she was holding her own, we lose that hope down here. And no, we're not expecting things to turn for the better, when it comes to Jerry and Granny. The other answers don't make sense. It's a tough question, so I'll eliminate A, C, and D. It doesn't lead to the main crisis, because the main crisis happened before, which was Granny's house burning down. And we already know the true nature of Mr. Swingley, so it doesn't reveal his true nature. And I guess we're learning a bit more of Mrs. Haynes. We saw some integrity earlier, but that integrity is kind of being chipped at. So C wouldn't be it. And it definitely doesn't resolve anything at all. Number 8, which of the following statements best demonstrates how the playwright arouses the audience's interest in the action? That would be D. Simple. Announce a new program called Community Movement, which will make people want to have new supermarkets in their villages. This is not a great question, but we can eliminate A, B, and C. They don't arouse any interest in any action. Granny thinking it was a joke. Simply just saying who this person is, and just saying, I've already played down the news. These just could not be it. So it has to be D. It's not a great response, but it's all we have. And I guess the interest being aroused is we see the plan that Mr. Swingley has to basically get away with what he has done and to use the radio station to his advantage. So yeah, a bit of a weird question, but that's my answer. 9. Which of the following is one of the major themes of the extract? That would have to be B. Power can be used to oppress others. We see Mr. Swingley has the power of wealth, and I guess he has a big name because of that. He's able to manipulate others. We see manipulating Mrs. Haynes to have his way, and clearly he was involved in the destruction of Granny's house. 10. The tone of the extract can best be described as ironic, and this person who will be coming to contribute to the community, build a supermarket and so on. You would see such a person as being an asset to the community, but we see that this person is actually destroying the community from the inside and just manipulating people to have his own way. And then we see that Mrs. Haynes, who should be a journalistic pillar in the community, is now being manipulated or is about to be manipulated. The passage isn't quite conclusive by this mastermind. So these can be considered ironic. It's not an amazing question, but the other options just don't work at all.
Instructions: read the following extract carefully and then answer items 11 through 20. The day after Christmas, midnight. One hears the noise of a file scraping on iron. Alice enters, carrying a candle, listens intently, and goes to the telephone. She speaks in a whisper. "Hello, Central?" Impatiently. "Wake up. Give me the sergeant, quick." "What? I can't speak louder. Hurry, please hurry." The sound of the file grows louder. "Hello, are you the sergeant?" "I am Miss Gardner. There are 3 men trying to break in." "Yes, burglars. My mother is very ill. If they frighten her, the shock might be very serious." Calling from second story. "Alice?" With dismay. "Mother!" At telephone. "Hold the wire. Don't go away." Runs to curtains and looks up as though speaking to someone at top of stairs. "Mother, why aren't you in bed?" "Is anything wrong, Alice?" "No, dear, no. I just came down to get a book I forgot. Please go back, dearest." "I heard you moving about. I thought you might be ill." "No, dearest, but you will be very ill if you don't keep in bed. Please, mother, at once. It's all right." "Yes, dear, good night." "Good night, mother." Returns quickly to the telephone. "Hello? Wait at the foot of our lawn. And when you have the house surrounded, blow 3 whistles so I'll know you're there. The burglars will be here. I'll see to that. All you have to do is get here." The file is now drawn harshly, and a piece of wood snaps. Alice blows out the candle and exits. The window is raised, and the ray of a dark lantern is swept about the room. Hatch puts one leg inside. A pane of glass falls from the window and breaks on the sill, speaking over his shoulder. "Hush, be careful, can't you?" He enters. He's followed by Harry. "It's all right. Come on. Hurry up and close those shutters." To Reddy outside. "Give me the bag, Reddy." Reddy appears at the window. To Harry, he passes a half-filled canvas bag. On his shoulder, he carries another. On entering, he slips and falls forward on the floor. "Hush, you fool! Has he broken anything? Has he smashed that silver?" Feeling the bag. "It feels all right." Hatch cautiously exits into the hall. Lifts bag. "We got enough stuff in this bag already without wasting time on another house." "Wasting time? Time is money in this house. Look at this silver. That's the beauty of working the night after Christmas. Everyone's presence is lying about loose, and everybody's too tired celebrating to keep awake." Lifts silver-loving cup. "Look at that cup. Pick up that bag, Reddy. We can go now." "Go? Not till I've got something to eat." "No, you don't. You can wait till later for something to eat." "Yes, I can wait till later for something to eat, but I can wait better if I eat now." Exits into the pantry. "Say, fellas, look at this layout. I found cold birds and ham and all kinds of pie and real wine." Places tray on right end of table. "Sit down and make yourselves at home." Alice appears. She carries the candle and holds her forefinger warningly to her lips, whispering, "Hush! Don't make a noise, please. Don't make a noise." In a threatening whisper, "Don't you make a noise." "I don't mean to. My mother is asleep upstairs, and she's very ill, and I don't want to wake her, and I don't want you to wake her either." Angrily, "Who else is in this house?" No one but mother and the maidservants, and they're asleep. You woke me, and I hoped you would go without disturbing mother. But when you started making noise, I decided I'd better come down here and ask you to be quiet. As she moves about, Reddy keeps her well in the light of the lantern. I'm afraid you have a very poor supper. I can't see what you've... Would you mind taking that light out of my eyes and pointing it at that tree? Sharply. Don't you do it. Keep the gun on her. Oh, I don't mind his pointing the gun at me, so long as he does not point that light at me. Sternly. Turn it down there, please. Reddy lets the light fall on the tray. To Harry. Excuse me, but aren't you getting tired of holding that big pistol? Don't you think you might put it down now and help me serve this supper? Harry does not move. No? Well then, let the gentleman help me. Quite an interesting passage. You may pause here and read it again for yourself. Okay, I assume you've read the passage. So this is quite a funny passage. We have some burglars entering Alice's house, but Alice meets them with no fear at all. She's quite nonchalant in how she's communicating with and dealing with these burglars. She's more concerned about her mother being able to sleep undisturbed than she is about men holding guns at her. She's quite calm, she's very much in control, and they actually seem to be the ones panicking here. And we see that these robbers aren't extremely intelligent, which adds to the humor in this passage. Anyhow, let's take a look at the questions. Here we have 11 through 15, so pause here and attempt these questions. Okay, now I'll take you through 11 through 15. Number 11. What is happening in lines 1 through 7? A. The burglars have awakened Alice's mother and she's upset. That's not correct. Actually, Alice's mother got up because she heard Alice moving about. So the mother is awake, but it's not because the robbers woke her up. So A is out of the question. What about B? The sergeant is scraping a file on iron while he's speaking to Alice. Let's see if that happens. We see Alice is on the phone here. She's speaking to someone who may or may not be the sergeant. But the file that we hear is coming from the burglars. They're the ones using the file making that sound. So B is out. What about C? The sergeant tells Alice to come to the station house to make a report. That simply does not happen anywhere here. So we're left with D. Someone is trying to break into the house and Alice calls the sergeant. That's exactly what's happening. 12. The statement, the burglars will be here. I'll see to that. All you have to do is get here. Line 19 gives the audience the impression that Alice is. So the burglars are coming in and Alice is on the phone calling for backup, trying to get some help. And Alice is telling the person that they need to get here and she will ensure that the burglars are here. So she has no intention of running away or hiding. She will keep them here while the backup comes. So she has to be pretty smart to pull this off, and she has to be very confident to face these burglars and basically keep them. She's keeping them, holding them hostage in the house, which is quite ironic. So it's A. Now one might want to say that Alice is foolish because she seems to be overconfident in her idea to keep the burglars here. Why would someone try to engage and even keep the burglars at their house? But we see throughout the passage that Alice is actually quite smart. And even just looking at line 19, Alice is giving orders basically over the phone. So even sticking to the line, Alice is giving instructions to someone over the phone, thinking under pressure in this high pressure situation. She's able to think rationally and express what she wants to happen, what she wants the sergeant to do. So she's pretty smart and confident. She has some kind of plan. Either that or she's able to improvise very well. And devious would definitely not fit here. Perhaps cunning, but not quite devious. Forgiving is totally out. And she doesn't really sound displeased or frustrated here. So A is the only possible answer. 13. Which of the following is an example of irony in the extract? So irony, we're looking at some strange situation where we're seeing the opposite of what we would expect. A. Alice is very cautious with the intruders instead of being afraid and angry. Now, this isn't actually very ironic. She is cautious, but her caution isn't what really stands out. What stands out is how she's really unafraid. So yes, she's not afraid, but we wouldn't say that being cautious instead of being afraid and angry is ironic. The greater irony would be that instead of being afraid and angry, she seems to be quite conversational with the robbers. She seems to be quite conversational and nonchalant toward the thieves coming in. That would be much more ironic. B. The intruders have gotten enough items from the house and are ready to move to another. No irony here. C. The intruders are settled in the dining room and are ready for the evening meal. That is an act of stupidity, very foolish of them, but it's not necessarily ironic. And D. Alice is more concerned with the intruders waking her mother than their leaving the house. This is very ironic. If robbers come to your house, the expectation would be that you would be more concerned with them leaving. You would want them to leave, rather than trying to keep them here. Alice is actually trying to keep them, so when backup comes, they're there. And instead of trying to just stay hidden until they leave and hoping and wishing they would leave quickly, she's just concerned about her mother being woken up. 14. The best explanation of the dramatic significance of Reddy's falling and his insistence on eating before leaving the house is 2. So we see that Reddy, he falls, makes some noise. He's quite clumsy. He's probably inexperienced or nervous. And we see that very stupidly he decides that he's going to eat something before leaving. So imagine entering a house to steal things and you decide that you're going to have a meal before you leave with the things that you decide to steal. This is obviously suggesting, making clear to the audience, that he is not a skillful burglar. B is complete madness because he is certainly not intelligent. And C and D just make no sense. Well, D kinda makes a little bit of sense. He is implying that having dinner is more important than robbing the house, or more important than leaving with the items he has gotten. But the dramatic significance, which is really the impact this should have on the audience, what should the audience take away from this? What is the audience learning about the characters? It is that he is not a skillful robber. Number 15. In which of the following statements does the playwright heighten the tension in the extract? Where do we see tension and suspense? Let's see. A. No, dearest, but you will be very ill if you don't keep in bed. Please, mother, at once. It's all right. Lines 14, 15. And this adds a lot of tension because Alice's whole potential problem is that her mother could be woken up. She doesn't want her mother to get involved, to see that there are robbers coming in, because then she might have a heart attack and die. She's quite ill. And so when her mother actually wakes up and starts speaking, then we would expect that Alice might become quite anxious and we're not sure whether or not the mother will become aware that the house is being robbed. And of course, that is what would cause a big problem in the play. And so that adds a lot of tension. But let's see B, C, D. B, we got enough stuff in this bag already without wasting time on another house. No tension is added here. C, say fellas, look at this layout. I found some talking about food, nothing about tension here. D, excuse me, but aren't you getting tired of holding that big pistol? Don't you think you might put it down now? Actually, tension is being relieved here. No tension here. So our answer is A. Okay, let's move down to the next 5 questions. So pause here and attempt these questions. Alright, let's have at it. 16. How does light function as contrast in the extract? How do we see contrast in light? A says it highlights the way for Alice to see the intruders, but it masks her true intentions from them. So this does give us a contrast, because light is creating visibility so Alice can see the intruders, but it is also obscuring, so it's also acting like darkness in the sense that it is hiding something. So it's making something visible and it's making something hidden. It is masking Alice's true intentions from them. In what way does the light mask Alice's intention? Well, in short, with the whole conversation with the light, Alice talking to Hatch about him pointing the light at her and how he should stop pointing the light and stuff like that. This is all distracting the robbers from even the thought that backup could be underway. So Alice is basically directing their attention to the light and to the food, and she's making conversation basically to keep them distracted and keep them from focusing on important things, important ideas, such as this woman might have just called the police. But let's look at B, C, and D. B, it illuminates the house, but it obscures the intruder's view of the valuable items in the house. This is not true. It does illuminate the house, but it does not obscure the intruder's view. How would the light obscure the intruder's view? The light would instead make it easier for them to see the valuables. C, its sole purpose is to provide light for the characters to move around in the dark house. No contrast is mentioned here. D, it emphasizes the well-lit nature of the house, so the candle was just a decoration. That doesn't make sense. If the candle was just a decoration, then the robbers would not be holding lanterns. 17, lines 48 to 61 mean that. So from here down to the end, suggest that Alice's attitude toward the burglars seemed to be A, envious, desolate, and vengeful. None of these. Nope. B, undaunted, fearless, and respectful. She's undaunted. She is not getting stressed out or anxious about this. She's not frustrated. She seems quite calm. She's definitely fearless, as we see. And she does speak to them with respect. She's not trying to insult them at all. She's being quite cordial with them. C, ambivalent, demanding, and patronizing. She's not being very demanding, nor is she being particularly patronizing. And ambivalent is a very weird word here. I'm not sure if it could fit in anywhere. She's not ambivalent about anything. D, unconcerned. She is concerned. She's not antagonistic, and she's definitely not impassioned. So B is our only option. 18. The tone of the extract can best be described as outraged and ironic. There is some irony, but there's no outrage. Matter of fact and sarcastic. It's quite sarcastic and it's quite matter of fact, which means the extract as well as Alice is the extract itself, and Alice in particular, shows just play by play of what's happening. Not much emotion. We would expect more emotion, more anxiety, but instead it's just like another day or another night. Nothing. It's like nothing special is happening, and this really comes from how calm and collected Alice is. See, incredulous. I suppose the Alice's bravery might be a bit incredulous. Maybe she seems too brave, and the robber's stupidity might be a bit incredulous. But I wouldn't use it as a word to describe the tone of the extract. Tongue in cheek, not really. Curiously, okay, this is madness. So it's B. Matter of fact and sarcastic. 19. Which of the following is the most plausible ending of the incident in the extract? So how will this end? Let's see. A. The burglars will leave the house with additional items since they spend more time. That's very unlikely. First of all, the burglars aren't very smart. Second of all, Alice seems like she can handle herself. Third of all, backup is on the way. B. Alice's mother and the maid servants will go downstairs and meet the burglars having dinner. No, they are asleep. They have no idea what's going on. C. Alice will call the sergeant and tell him that the men are not burglars but are her friends. Alice would never do something so stupid. D. The burglars will be so engrossed with their dinner that they will not realize that the police has arrived. Yep, that's what's happening. And this takes us back to question 16 with the light offering contrast by masking Alice's true intentions. She's using the light to, show them to the table, sit and eat, enjoy yourselves. She's, putting their attention on herself, on the conversation, on the food, distracting them from the fact that the police are coming. 20. Which of the following is an appropriate theme for the extract? A. Power can be used or abused. We're not really seeing that here. B. Always take threats seriously. Alice is not taking this threat extremely seriously. I mean, she kinda is, but this wouldn't be a main theme. C. Conflict may be intentional or unintentional. This doesn't come up. D. Survival often encourages people to be resourceful. Yeah, Alice is being quite resourceful. She quickly called for the sergeant, and now she's using the light and the dinner conversation as a tool to keep these men, engrossed and distracted until help arrives. And that's it for this passage.
A happy Sunday to you, Mrs. R. Oh, it's you. Mama, leave it, Henry. It can wait. What can wait? Well, go on, Henry. Mama, Sylvia and I have decided to get married. Hasn't anybody got anything to say? Congratulations, Daddy. You too, Sylvia. Why? What do you mean, why? Because we're fond of each other, because we both want companionship, and Mama, why not? Henry, you're just like your father. You don't know how lucky you are to be in the civil service, where everything's decided for you. As for you, Sylvia, the difference between you and me is that I didn't have to try twice. Grandma, how can you be so cruel? Because she hates me, that's why. You've always hated me. You've always looked down on me. I've tried so hard to please you. I've spent half of my life trying to please you. Mama, why don't you approve of our getting married? Just tell me that. At your age, my dear boy, you don't need approval. Leave that to the young people. You could marry a black woman and not need my approval. Mama, how can you treat us like this? Daddy's right. We're being mean and horrid. Daddy, I hope you're terribly happy, darling. You too, Sylvia. I think it's wonderful. I don't care what you think, Grandma. I think it's wonderful. Haven't you anything to say, Matthew? It's fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. Excuse me, Dad. I have to go out for a while. I see. I wish Robert were here, so he could take your side, I suppose. Must we go on discussing this dreary affair? I miss Robert, that's all. Robert, that's all you can think of. He's the only one who mustn't be hurt. He's the only one who needs affection. You're jealous because Robert has slipped out of your hands, aren't you? You couldn't keep him either, could you? That's enough. I'm sorry. It's Sunday. It's a fine day. There's going to be a wedding. What's wrong with everybody? He's come to see me at last. Uncle Robert. Hello there. Uncle Robert, I'm so glad you've come home. Mama, you look as though you were expecting me, all dressed up. You've been long enough coming. Henry, how are you? Hello, Sylvia. Hello, Robert. We heard some time ago you were coming. Come here, let me look at you. I must be going home now. Nonsense, you'll stay and have dinner with us, won't she, Henry? But Mother's been alone for hours now. It won't hurt her. If you go home, you'll sulk because I was rude to you. I'm getting to be an impossible old woman. Babs, tell Ruby to come. I want to talk to her. The fatted calf, eh, Grandma?
All right, here we have the passage on the left and the questions on the right. Question 1. In lines 1 to 12, Sylvia hesitates to break the news of her impending marriage because she, A, anticipated Grandma's negative reaction, B, did not want anyone to know about it, C, was unsure about her decision and needed time to think, D, was worried about how Babs and Matthew would react. So we're looking at these lines here. Sylvia hesitates to talk to Grandma about the impending marriage, and we need to figure out why. And also, what information do we have about the characters and the relationship amongst characters so far? Looking at the stage directions, we see Henry and Sylvia come onto the veranda from the house, and they're both a little tense. So why would they be tense? Let's move on. So what else you can find? A happy Sunday to you, Mrs. R. Look at Grandma's response. Oh, it's you. Not a very warm, welcoming response. Henry only offers one word, Mama. We see more tension here from Sylvia. Sylvia says, leave it, Henry. It can wait. So Sylvia is indicating to Henry that some topic or something that is supposed to be brought up can wait. Perhaps Sylvia is nervous about discussing something. And then, of course, Grandma prods, what can wait? Go on, Henry. And then Henry spills the beans here about the marriage. And we see how Grandma responds. Grandma is silent along with everyone else looking at him. And then look at Grandma's response. Bluntly, very straightforward, no tact. Why? So very clearly we can see that Grandma isn't for this marriage. We see Grandma's tone here. She's practically criticizing this decision. And then we see Sylvia finally breaks down into tears. And you can read this part. So what we can see here is Sylvia would have been anticipating this negative reaction. Should have been anticipating this. How do we know that she would have anticipated the reaction? We see here she says, leave it, it can wait. So Sylvia knows that Grandma is gonna be opposing the marriage. So let's look at B, C, and D. Why can we eliminate these? She did not want anyone to know about it. If that were the case, she wouldn't say, leave it, Henry, it can wait. She would just say, don't mention it. Sylvia does want people to know about the marriage, but she's pretty nervous about Grandma's response. C, nothing here says she's unsure. And D, she's not worried about Babs and Matthew's reaction. She's worried about Grandma's reaction, as we can see here. So 1A. Number 2, the stage directions, tense in line 1, and bursting into tears, line 17, and suddenly standing up, hate blazing in her eyes, line 37. Suggest that Sylvia is A, indifferent to Grandma's opinions, but is overwhelmed by the encounter. Well, we can eliminate A right off the bat because indifferent means you don't care. Obviously, she cares a lot about Grandma's opinions. Otherwise, she wouldn't be tense. Otherwise, she just wouldn't be making a big deal out of this. B, surprised that grandma and the children are not in favor of her marriage. We can also eliminate B without even thinking, because she's not surprised about grandma's reaction. Why isn't she surprised? How do we know this? Because she anticipated the reaction. If you anticipate something, you're not surprised about it. C, strong and determined, because Henry defends her when grandma insults her. If we look at the stage directions here, tense, bursting into tears, and suddenly standing up. At no point here, do we see Henry really defending her. So that couldn't be it. D, intimidated by grandma's bluntness, but still makes an attempt to defend herself. That is the obvious answer. We see they're both tense. The tension is building. Sylvia bursts into tears here, and things kind of come to a climax. Sylvia is saying, yeah, grandma hates me, and she has always hated me, XYZ. We go down here. Sylvia bursts into tears, but look at what she does. Hate is blazing in her eyes, so she's not just sobbing away. Hate is blazing in her eyes. And then look here. Look at what she says. You're jealous because Robert has slipped out of her hands, aren't you? You couldn't keep him either, could you? So she's standing up to grandma here, arguing back, standing her ground. Of course, we're not sure what this Robert person is about just yet, but it doesn't matter. The point is she's actually fighting back somehow. And we see here that grandma is stung. So grandma basically feels this verbal punch coming in from Sylvia. So Sylvia isn't just taking it like a dog lying down. She's intimidated, but she does make an attempt to defend herself. So 2 is D. 3, from grandma's assumption that Sylvia had to try twice in line 15, we can infer that Sylvia, so let's find that, try twice. All right, we'll read that in a minute. A, was married before. B, visited her home often. C, was engaged twice before. D, tried twice to marry Henry. So let's look at the context here. Grandma, caustic. So they're arguing about this decision to get married. Henry, you're just like your father. You don't know how lucky you are to be in the civil service, where everything's decided for you. As for you, Sylvia, the difference between you and me is that I didn't have to try twice. What a hit. Grandma has no limits. So, of course, the trying twice here has to be connected to getting married. That's what this argument is about. So, trying twice, we can really make a safe assumption that Sylvia was married before, but it didn't work out. And so she's trying again by marrying Henry. And B has nothing at all to do with what's happening. Visited her home often, what? And was engaged. We don't know about just being engaged, and it would be twice before, because dealing with Henry would be the second one, the second try. So it wouldn't be twice before, it would be once before anyway. And yeah, it's not talking about trying twice to marry Henry, it's just talking about trying to have a successful marriage, trying twice to do that. Okay, number 4, the stage directions timidly in line 9. Full of pity, going to her father in line 25. And getting up embarrassed in line 29. Suggest that Henry's children, A, share their grandmother's opinion of Sylvia. B, are excited about the wedding announcement. C, are embarrassed by their grandmother's reaction. D, are not in support of their father's decision to marry Sylvia. So we see here that while this argument is happening between Sylvia and grandma, or we can say between Team Sylvia, which is Sylvia and Henry, and grandma, the kids are caught up in the midst. And of course, this would be very awkward for Henry's children. But how are they reacting? What can we understand from the stage directions pointed out here? So let's see what happens in line 9. Babs is timid. So she's feeling the awkwardness. She doesn't really want to speak. She's kind of afraid or nervous about what's going to happen. Why is she nervous? First of all, she says, "Congratulations, Daddy." So she is in support of the marriage. Apparently, at least on the surface, she is. But why is she timid here? She's timid because already grandma is not responding well, and she doesn't want to see this escalate, we can imagine. So we get that from timidly here. So already we have some support for C. Let's see what happens. Line 25, full of pity, going to her father. So grandma is acting up in these lines. Henry becomes furious. Mama, how can you treat us like this? And Babs is full of pity. So she's sympathetic toward her father and Sylvia. And she says, that is right. We're being mean and horrid. Daddy, I hope you're feeling terribly happy, darling. You too, Sylvia. I think it's wonderful. I don't care what you think. I think it's wonderful. So yeah, more evidence I see. She's embarrassed about how grandma is reacting. Let's see what happens down here. Matthew, getting up embarrassed. Dead giveaway. Has to be C. We know that they don't share grandma's opinion because they are supporting their father. Grandma is not. And they are perhaps excited about the announcement, but these stage directions are pointing to something else. And we can't say that they are not in support because everything they have said and done are in support. So it has to be C. Okay, number 5. The best explanation of the dramatic significance of Sylvia's outburst in lines 37 to 39. Let's look at the outburst. So this outburst here, suddenly standing up, hate blazing in her eyes to grandma. You're jealous because Robert has slipped out of your hands, aren't you? You couldn't keep him either, could you? So the best explanation of the dramatic significance of this outburst is that it, A, establishes the setting of the extract. This doesn't make any sense. This is not establishing any setting. B, supports the main theme of the extract. This is already quite a vague response. What is the main theme and how is this supporting the main theme? We can come back to it perhaps. C, alerts the audience to off-stage events. D, arouses the audience's sympathy for her situation. So this is one of the trickier questions. Let's look at what we can eliminate. We can eliminate A right off the bat. And as for B sounds good on paper, but I think we can eliminate it because the main theme of this extract, some themes might be family relations, marriage, acceptance in family. Themes might be around that. But this particular outburst here, you're jealous because Robert. So Sylvia's introducing a new character and whatnot. This isn't necessarily reinforcing any overall theme of the extract. Instead, we're kind of building the context and we're getting new information about this particular story. The theme isn't being concretized or supported, so we can eliminate B. C, alerts the audience to offstage events. What does this even mean? Remember, this is a play. So whatever is happening on the stage, whatever the viewers can see, those are on-stage events. Now, off-stage events would be things that happen outside of the stage, off the stage. Things that would happen maybe in the past, maybe at a different location that's not on stage. Things that the readers would have to either make a guess about or things that characters on the stage would have to somehow tell the audience about. Are we being alerted to any off-stage events here? Let's see. You're jealous because Robert has slipped out of your hands, aren't you? Who is Robert? When or how or why did he slip out of Sylvia's hands? We don't know. That is all off stage, meaning it's not within the confines of what's happening here and now. And then we see here, you couldn't keep him either, could you? So Sylvia is actually telling us about a different character who is off stage. Sylvia is telling us about some of the context as to why grandma is so upset, as to what is the root of her anger and so on. So Sylvia is actually doing a very good job of alerting us to off-stage events. Because now we know that there is a Robert who slipped out of grandma's hands. So now we kind of have a hint as to why grandma is so upset. It's not necessarily about Sylvia being a bad person. It's about whatever happened between her and Robert, between grandma and Robert. So we are being alerted to this context. So C is good. As a D, arouses the audience's sympathy, this isn't a terribly bad choice. However, the mention of Robert slipping out of Grandma's hands doesn't really do much to make us more sympathetic towards Sylvia. If anything, we would become a bit sympathetic toward Grandma, whose hands Robert would have slipped out of. So this isn't doing anything for us to feel more sympathetic towards Sylvia. Throughout the passage, we can feel sympathetic, but this particular outburst isn't doing that. That's not the dramatic significance of these lines. The word dramatic here is very important. When I talk about dramatic effect, dramatic significance, dramatic impact, you have to really recall that this is a play and it's a drama piece. The dramatic significance is, how does this add to the piece as a play? How does it add to the drama? What does it do for the audience? And we see here that the purpose of this is for us to learn about Robert and learn about why Grandma is the way she is. That is what we call dramatic significance. That's how it impacts the play on a whole. So 5C, let's go to number 6. Robert's entrance in lines 44 to 56. Let's find that. Okay, Robert's entrance in lines 44 to 56 serves to A. Heighten the suspense of the extract. B. Provide dramatic relief from the tense situation. C. Highlight the relationships among the characters. D. Indicate a change in the physical setting of the extract. Alright, so let us look at this in context. From the top here, we see Sylvia and Henry arrive. They mention marriage. Grandma gets upset. Babs and Matthew are feeling awkward and embarrassed about the whole situation. And then Robert is mentioned. Grandma says, I wish Robert were here. Of course, we're wondering, who is this Robert? What does he have to do with anything here? And we can see how people feel about Robert. I miss Robert. So we know that Grandma is fond of Robert. But look at Henry. Robert. That's all you can think of. He's the only one who must be hurt. He's the only one who needs affection. So we see that Henry is perhaps jealous of Grandma's affection toward Robert. And then Sylvia chimes in and says, Grandma, you're jealous because, you lost Robert, basically. So perhaps Robert got married, moved out of the house, and moved on. And so in that sense, Grandma would have lost Robert. And now she's going to lose Henry to Sylvia. So I suppose that's why Grandma is so upset. So we see that Robert is mentioned a couple of times in the last few lines. And then Grandma looking off right, her eyes lighting up. The Lord be praised. He's come to see me at last. So Robert is coming and it's like the Messiah is returning. Bob says, Uncle Robert. She runs down to the yard to meet him. He's relaxed. Look at the words I'm highlighting now. They're going to be very important. Up here, we see Grandma's reaction. The Lord be praised. He's come at last. Babs here. Uncle Robert, I'm so glad you've come. So see how Babs feels. And look at what Robert says. Hello there. Not a very cold response. But maybe he's putting on a show. Who knows? So Babs and Robert they're hugging each other here. We see that Grandma is all dressed up for Robert, and Robert kisses Grandma, so they are very chummy. Robert greets Sylvia. Look at how Sylvia responds. She responds coldly to Robert. So she's not fond of Robert. Of course, we know that Sylvia thinks that Robert is basically why Grandma is so upset about this whole marriage thing. So she isn't a fan of Robert. Look at how Henry now actually responds to Robert stiffly. We heard some time ago you were coming. So kind of in a similar way to Sylvia. Stiffly, coldly. And back to the question. Question 6 is asking us, what does this entrance, all of these lines, what does this serve to do? A, heighten the suspense of the extract. And by the way, this was one of the more controversial questions. I've had discussions with teachers about this paper, and for this question, let's just say it's difficult for teachers to agree on what the answer is. Anyhow, A, heighten the suspense of the extract. Now, line 44 here kinda heightens the suspense of the extract because finally, we're seeing Robert, this great Robert being mentioned so many times. So the suspense might be building at that point. But we're not talking about line 44. We're talking about all of these lines. So all of these lines aren't building suspense. They aren't heightening suspense, because the suspense would be dispelled the moment Robert starts interacting with everyone. Now we're kind of seeing who Robert is. We're seeing how people feel about him. So it's no longer suspenseful. The suspense comes from a lack of information. It comes from wondering what's going to happen, wondering who is who. But now we're getting to know Robert. So we're not getting more suspense. We're actually getting our suspense satisfied. So it couldn't be A. B, provide dramatic relief. We're not getting any relief here, because we actually have more complications happening. More things are building up. Maybe another fight's going to start. We're not getting a relief. Robert isn't necessarily adding any kind of comedy or any kind of relief. C, highlight the relationship among the characters. That's a possibility. D, indicate a change in the physical setting. Nope, no change in the physical setting. C, highlight the relationships among the characters. Now look at all the underlined, the highlighted words. We can see how people feel about people, particularly how they feel about Robert. All along, we saw Robert being mentioned, but we didn't really know how everyone felt about him. Here, we can finally understand exactly how the characters feel about each other. We have been understanding how the characters feel about one another from earlier, but now that Robert is in the equation, we need to understand more about these relationships. We see how Grandma feels about Robert, fine. We see how Babs feels about Robert, with the stage directions and the dialogue there. We see how Robert feels about Grandma. We see how Sylvia feels about Robert. We see how Henry feels about Robert. And so we're actually getting a lot of insight into the relationships among the characters. And among the characters is a little bit deceptive here, because it's really focused on Robert's relationship with the other characters, because he would have seen the other characters kind of relate to one another so far. But C is still the best pick here. Has to be C. Okay, on to number 7. The best explanation of the dramatic impact of lines 59 to 63 is that they... Okay, let's look at 59 to 63. So these lines, the best explanation of the dramatic impact of these lines is that they, 1, emphasize Grandma's deceptive nature. 2, give the audience insights into Sylvia's character. 3, suggest that Grandma wants Robert to have a good impression of her. And we have these annoying options. So let's see if we can eliminate any of these options. So as usual, we look before the lines to remember the context. We know that Sylvia and Grandma and Henry were arguing all along. Suddenly, Robert comes. What happens when Robert comes? Let's go down to here. Sylvia is rising. I must be going home now. Sylvia is about to leave. Look at what Grandma says. How strange. Nonsense. You stay and have dinner with us. Won't she, Henry? So what about this change of heart? Didn't Grandma want to strangle Sylvia just now? And then Sylvia says, but Mother's been alone for hours now. It won't hurt her. If you go home, you'll sulk because I was rude to you. I'm getting to be an impossible old woman. What is this? Is this an apology? Is Grandma feeling sorry? Is she suddenly kind? But look at what happens in brackets here. Sylvia, bewildered by Grandma's new tactics, sits down. These are just tactics. Why is Grandma behaving so pleasant towards Sylvia? Obviously, she's putting on a show to look good in front of Robert. So let's look at here. What's the dramatic impact of these lines? We know that this is correct. Emphasize Grandma's deceptive nature, because this isn't the real Grandma. Robert comes and she wants to show off for Robert. She wants to look good in front of Robert. So Grandma is being deceptive. So 1 is correct. 2, give the audience insights into Sylvia's character. Are we getting insights? Are we getting new information into Sylvia's character here? Remember, we're looking at these particular lines. Sylvia says, but Mother's been alone for hours now. So this doesn't necessarily say anything about Sylvia's character per se. Then Grandma says that. And then Sylvia is bewildered. So we're not seeing anything new about Sylvia's character. These lines don't tell us anything new about who Sylvia is. Right? So 2 is not a part of it. 3 suggests that grandma wants Robert to have a good impression of her. This is directly connected to 1. So our answer would be 1 and 3, which is B. Number 8. The major shift in mood of the extract occurs in... Alright, let's just look at these one by one. Line 13. Henry, you're just like your father. Let's read from here. Congratulations, Daddy. You too, Sylvia. Grandma's asking, why? Why are you getting married? Henry, what do you mean, why? Because you're fond of each other, blah, blah, blah. Grandma says, Henry, you're just like your father. You don't know. So no shift in mood. No shift in mood, no shift in tone. They're still arguing, basically. Grandma is still being hard-headed about this whole marriage thing. So nothing changes. Line 22. At your age, my boy, you don't need my approval. Let's look at line 22. Well, Mama, why don't you approve of our getting married? Just tell me that. At your age, you don't need my approval. So no change. Of course, Grandma is still basically saying, Dad, do whatever you want. I don't approve, but whatever, it's your choice. It's up to you. So Grandma is still not on his side or supporting or anything. So no change in mood. We still have the conflict going on. We still have this tension amongst Grandma, Henry, Sylvia. See, most we go on discussing this dreary affair, line 34. I miss Robert, that's all. So yeah, nothing changes here. Grandma is just saying, this is getting boring. I'm tired of talking about this nonsense. I just want to talk to Robert, the son I actually love. So nothing changes. And 59, and this is actually a giveaway because the big shift is here. Grandma has been arguing with Sylvia all this time, has been rejecting and trying to isolate and push Sylvia out of the family. And suddenly, Grandma is saying, you will stay and have dinner with us. Won't she, Henry? So we see there's a shift in mood here. And we know that this shift in mood is quite ironic, quite deceptive. We know it's not a genuine shift, but it's a shift nonetheless. Number 9, which of the following contributes most to the tension in the extract? A, at your age, my boy, you don't need approval. Leave that. This doesn't give us any tension. Here, Robert, that's all you can think of. He's the only one who mustn't hurt. He's the only one who needs affection. We're definitely getting tension here because we're wondering, what is it with this Robert? Who is Robert and why is Henry so jealous of Robert? Henry is saying this. Why does Grandma love Robert more? And how does Robert factor into all this? So we're getting tension in B. Let's look at C. It's Sunday. It's a fine day. There's going to be a wedding. What's wrong with everybody? This is not giving us tension. Saying that it's a nice day and there's going to be a wedding and asking what's wrong isn't making the place more tense. In fact, this is trying to relieve tension. And D, it won't hurt her. If you go home, you'll sulk because I was rude to you. And this is kind of trying to relieve tension in that deceptive way. So this is the only line here that's really giving us tension. This introduction of Robert into the equation. 10. Which of the following is an example of irony in the extract? A. Robert seems to be Grandma's favorite son. There's no reason why that would be ironic. B. Sylvia is surprised at Grandma's change of tactics. No irony there. This is to be expected, basically. C. Unlike the others, Henry and Sylvia are not excited by Robert's arrival. It wouldn't be ironic that they are not welcoming of Robert. 10. Grandma invites Sylvia to stay for dinner. Very ironic, despite their earlier confrontation. If you just had a confrontation with someone, why would you invite them to stay for dinner? Irony. And we see that so many questions center around this one line. So it's really important to understand every line in the extract. Anyhow, that's it for the first passage. Let's move on. The maid shows in Mrs. Linde, dressed in traveling clothes, and shuts the door after her. In a dispirited and somewhat hesitant voice. Hello, Nora. Uncertain. Hello? You don't recognize me? No, I don't know. But wait, I think... Exclaiming. What, Christine? Is it really you? Yes, it's me. Christine, To think I didn't recognize you. But then how could I? More quietly. How you've changed, Christine. Yes, no doubt. I have in 9, 10 long years. Is it so long since we've met? Yes, it's all of that. Oh, these last 8 years have been a happy time, believe me. And so now you've come to town too. Made the long trip in the winter. That took courage. I just got here by ship this morning. To enjoy yourself over Christmas, of course. Oh, how lovely. Yes, enjoy ourselves, we'll do that. But take your coat off. You're not still cold? Helping her. There now, let's get cozy here by the stove. No, the easy chair there. I'll take the rocker here, seizing her hands. Yes, now you have your old look again. It was only in that first moment. You're a bit more pale, Christine, and maybe a bit thinner, and much, much older, Nora. Yes, perhaps a bit older. A tiny bit, not much at all. Stopping short, suddenly serious. Oh, but thoughtless me, to sit here chattering away. Sweet, good Christine, can you forgive me? What do you mean, Nora? Softly. Poor Christine, you've become a widow. You poor thing. How much you must have gone through. And he left you nothing? Nope. And no children? Nope. Nothing at all then? Not even a sense of loss to feed on. Looking incredulously at her. But Christine, how could that be? Smiling wearily and smoothing her hair. Oh, sometimes it happens, Nora. So completely alone? How terribly hard that must be for you. I have 3 lovely children. Can you see? You can't see them now. They're out with the maid. But now you must tell me everything. No. Tell me about yourself. You remember that Torvald left the department when we were married? There was no chance of promotion in his office. And of course he needed to earn more money. But that first year he drove himself terribly. He took on all kinds of extra work to keep him going morning and night. It wore him down. And then he fell deathly ill. The doctors said it was essential for him to travel south. Yes, didn't you spend a whole year in Italy? That's right. It wasn't easy to get away, you know. Ivar had just been born. But of course we had to go. But it cost a frightful sum, Christine. But it's lucky you had it when you needed it. Well, as it was, we got it from Papa. I see. It was just about the time your father died. Yes, just about then. And you know, I couldn't make that trip out to nurse him. I had to stay here, expecting Ivar any moment, and with my poor sick Torvald to care for. Dearest Papa, I never saw him again, Christine. Oh, that was the worst time I've known in all my marriage. I know how you loved him. And then you went off to Italy? Yes, we had the means now. And the doctors urged us, so we left a month later. And your husband came back completely cured? Sound as a drum. But the doctor? Who? I thought the maid said he was a doctor. The man who came in with me. Yes, that was Dr. Rank. But he's not making a sick call. He's our closest friend. And he stops by at least once a day. Tell me, is it really true that you weren't in love with your husband? Why did you marry him then? My mother was still alive, but bedridden and helpless. And I had my 2 younger brothers to look after. In all conscience, I didn't think I could turn him down. No, you are right there. But was he rich at the time? He was very well off, I'd say. But the business was shaky, Nora. When he died, it all fell apart and nothing was left. And then, now it's over, Nora. My poor mother doesn't need me, for she's passed on. Nor the boys either. They're working now and can take care of themselves. How free you must feel. No, only unspeakably empty. Nothing to live for now. Standing up anxiously. That's why I couldn't take it any longer out in that desolate hole. Maybe here it'll be easier to find something to do and keep my mind occupied. If I could only be lucky enough to get a steady job, some office work. Alright, so this is a long passage. Not extremely difficult, but there are a couple of tricky questions on this passage. For those just joining, I'm seeing the number of viewers increasing bit by bit. Check the link at the top of the chat, grab this paper, and work this paper with us. All right, so question 11. The stage directions in the opening scene, lines 1 to 7, reveal that the meeting between Nora and Mrs. Linde is cheerful, awkward, purposeful, businesslike. As usual, while looking at the question, we take a look at the scene. So these lines, what kind of meeting is this? A cheerful meeting, an awkward meeting, a purposeful meeting, or a business-like meeting? Send me your answers in the chats. Hi, LeGuin. Thanks for joining us. All right, so this meeting here, let's see what happens in the meeting. Look at the stage directions here. Look at how these women are acting in a dispirited. So dispirited in this case kind of means not very excited. In a dispirited and somewhat hesitant voice. Pay attention. Hesitant. This person is kind of holding back, not sure if they should speak, not sure what's going on. So we see some uncertainty happening here. Hello, Nora. And Nora is uncertain. She doesn't know who is talking to her. And then we see here, you don't recognize me. And then finally, they recognize each other. And then by line 7 here, we see that Nora is saying, Christine, you have changed. So this is definitely not cheerful. Purposeful just doesn't make sense here. And it's not business-like. This isn't like two business people meeting formally, greeting officially. So the only possible answer is really B, awkward. Why is it awkward? Because we see one woman not recognizing the other. We see one person being hesitant to speak. This is an awkward meeting. It's like they're not just clicking and connecting like good old friends. The meeting is awkward at first. All right, number 12. Number 12, the audience is made aware of the season through reference to what? Let's see your answers. So number 12. The audience is made aware of the season through reference to what? All right, just as I feared, I'm seeing a number of B's, see a couple of C's, a couple of A's. Well, most of you guys might be surprised at my answer. Number 11. 11 was B. 11 was B. And number 12 for me is not B. Number 12 for me is actually C. Number 12 is C. And let me explain. I think I've seen where some teachers said number 12 is B, but I think number 12 is C. Christmas and the long trip. So how do we know what season it is? Let's see. I just got here by ship this morning. And then Nora says to enjoy yourself over Christmas. Okay, so we know that Christmas is in the answer. So it could be B, it could be C. All right. So let's see if the long trip or if the cold tells us that it is winter. Let's see. Okay, take off your coat. This is the mention of the traveling clothes, but you can wear a coat in any season, actually. You're not still cold. So I guess some teachers look at this line and say, well, if somebody is cold, it must be winter. Let me tell you guys, I am here in Japan, and you don't need winter to feel cold in Japan. Cold time does not mean winter. It can be cold in spring. It can be cold in autumn, especially. And in some countries, even summer is cold. So this is not strong evidence that it is winter. So let's see, what about the trip? How could the trip tell us that it's winter? I think the answer is very clear if you look at a certain line. Let's see, where's mention of the trip? Oh, look at this. Line 11. Made the long trip in the winter. This is in the same sentence. Made the long trip, and this is obviously a winter trip. So the answer is actually an adjective describing the trip somewhat. So it's as if I were to say, I made a trip I took a summer vacation yesterday. And then I ask you, what season is it? Obviously, you're not going to say winter. You're going to say summer. Why? Because my vacation gave away the answer. So the trip here is said to be in winter. And here we have the long trip. Long trip in winter. long trip in winter. Christmas, long trip. That's it. Cold does not equal winter. Cold might suggest that it might be winter, but it's not in every country that once it's cold, it's automatically December or January. If you're in certain countries, it's always cold. Go to Canada and see if you're not cold all year round. So if you look at the Christmas time, it's obvious because Christmas is in December, which is usually winter time. And the long trip is said to be in winter. The long trip in winter. It's a winter trip, winter vacation, winter traveling, winter movement. All right. Let's see what's Coffee saying here, because during Christmas time, traveling either be delay or take time. Yeah, that's definitely something that happens in the winter time. So yeah, I'm not sure why B seems to be going around as the answer, because cold is simply not strong enough evidence. Do you guys agree with me, or do you still think cold definitely equaled winter? Which one equals winter more strongly? Cold or long trip in winter? Which one is better evidence, to be honest? If I say I'm taking a winter trip and somebody else says I'm cold, which one is giving you a clearer indication that it is winter? Obviously, me saying it is a winter trip. Yeah, it cold ties into winter season, but which one is stronger evidence? Somebody clearly saying this is a winter trip, or somebody saying it is cold? Simply saying it is cold is not evidence enough. You can be cold in any season. You know, my skin is very thin. I'm always cold. In summer, I wear a coat in summer. My wife is always asking me if I'm okay. Are you insane? Why are you wearing a tam? Why are you in a jacket? Because I'm always cold. So in terms of evidence, it has to be C. Let's move on. If we have time, we can come back to it, but I don't think we need to come back to it. It should be easy now that you see the evidence. 13. From the extract, the audience learns that Torvald worked hard and was a good provider, resigned his job in order to marry Nora, overworked himself and could not travel, was promoted at the office after his marriage. So we're at number 13 now. What do we know about Torvald based on the passage? Yeah, in the Caribbean, the place does get cold in winter, but not compared to some other countries. In some other countries, it's worse. Why am I seeing so many C's? What are you guys thinking? All right, so number 13, let's see. Number 13. Torvald worked hard and was a good provider. Do we have any evidence? Let's see. Okay, look at what Nora says about Torvald here. Torvald left the department when we were married. So first of all, B is out because B says resigned his job in order to marry Nora, but he left the department after they were already married, so it couldn't be B. There was no chance of promotion at the office, so obviously it couldn't be D. So is it A or is it C? Did he work hard? Was he a good provider? Did he overwork himself? Could he not travel? He needed to earn more money. We see that Torvald was interested in making more money. He drove himself terribly, which means he overworked. He worked hard. So is he overworked coming in from C? But overworked in this case, it's the same as hard work. He's a hard worker. He took on all kind of extra work. So we see that he's definitely working hard. It wore him down. He got sick. He fell ill. The doctor said, this is the key phrase, the key sentence. The doctor said it was essential for him to travel north. And we see in the rest of the passage that he did travel to Italy. So we can't say that he could not travel because obviously he did travel. So the only possible answer is A. 13A is the only answer. Worked hard, was a good provider. All right, 14. Which of the following adjectives best describe Nora? All right, send in an answer. So 14. Which of these adjectives best describe Nora? Which of these adjectives best describe Nora? Aloof and meek, warm and hospitable, focused and forgetful, light-headed and generous. I see some B's. B. Okay, no suspense, no drum roll. The answer is easily B. For 14, warm and hospitable. We see that she welcomes her friend in. She sits her she gives her a nice chair, and yeah, we don't have to go through the passage. She's definitely warm and welcoming. She's hospitable. She invites her friend and makes sure that she's comfortable, basically. Aloof, she's not aloof. Aloof would mean she's kind of laid back and not really showing much emotion. Obviously, she shows a lot of emotion toward her friend, especially listening to the sad story. She's this is kind of a contradiction. Focused and forgetful. She's a bit forgetful. I think we saw in the passage, but she's not very focused because she's forgetful. Lightheaded and generous. She's kind of generous in how she behaves, but I wouldn't say she's lightheaded. So 14B, warm and hospitable. All right, 15, the best explanation of the dramatic impact created by the lines, and he left you for nothing up until feed on, lines 25 to 30, is that they create a light-hearted atmosphere, provide comic relief to the audience, understate the conflict between the characters, heighten the intrigue about Mrs. Linda's situation. So let's find those lines 25 to 30. So from here, and he left you nothing? No. And no children? No. Nothing at all then? Not even a sense of loss to feed on. So Mrs. Linda can't believe it. I'm seeing D in the chat. Yeah, 15, definitely D. Heightens the intrigue because we're seeing how incredulous, how surprised Mrs. Linda is. And so the audience can become more interested in why wasn't she left anything? What really happened? And so basically we can get more invested. We can become more invested into her story. Create a light-hearted atmosphere. This is absolute madness. There's nothing light-hearted happening. Comic relief? Nope. Nothing funny, nothing comical is happening here. And there is no conflict between these two characters. So this is the only possible answer. Okay, 16. Mrs. Linda's role is significant because she adds to the setting and becomes part of the props. Well, CSEC is funny sometimes. She is contrasted with Nora, representing all she's not. Symbolizes perfection and travel to foreign countries. Is a valuable friend to Nora and has been supportive. So what do you guys think about 16? Why is Mrs. Linda's role significant in the passage? All right, her role is significant because she is contrasted with Nora. B, representing all she's not. We see, when we look at Nora's situation, we see that she lost her husband, her kids are all grown up, and the kids don't need her anymore. She has lost her mother, she's broke, she has no money, no life. And then on the flip side, we see a contrast, meaning like an opposite here. Nora has all of these things. Nora has her hardworking husband. She has money. She can afford to move to Italy. So Nora's life is rich and fulfilling, while Mrs. Linda just feels empty. Even as we see in the end, Mrs. Linda talks about the emptiness she feels. So it's B. A is ridiculous. How would the woman become a part of the props? The props are the actual things that the actors use. So that doesn't make sense. C, she doesn't symbolize perfection. There's nothing to hint that she's perfect. She seems to be well off and kind of happy, but there's no perfection there. And D, she's a valuable friend to Nora and has been supportive. This is kind of true, but they haven't seen each other for 10 years. So, I mean, how supportive is a friend who doesn't ask you, how are you, in 10 years? So yeah, B is the only real answer here. Netflix asks, what is 15? Number 15 is D. 15D and 16 is B. 15D, 16B. All right, let's move on. 17. 17, the best explanation of the function of Nora's speech in lines 48 to 51 is that. All right, so first of all, let's take a look at Nora's speech in lines 48 to 51. Okay, so this speech here, where Nora talks about her father who was sick and how it was the worst time in her marriage when he died. Yeah, so good point there by Kristen for the last answer. She's not shown to be this great supportive friend. All right, so we're at number 17. What is the purpose of this speech? All right, send me your answers. What is the purpose of this speech? Only one person has the guts to answer this one. Is it tough? Is 17 difficult? I think 17 is easy. Come on, guys, what do you think? We see D or B. All right, so this part is mainly about Nora's father and Nora's father dying and how it was the worst time of her life. And so for 17, it's D. It alerts the audience to her sense of loss created by her father's death. A is totally out. There's nothing here to talk about the financial situation. C doesn't really make much sense because this isn't focusing on tension in her marriage. But what about B? Helps to develop her character as a devoted mother. What about B? What about B? Let's see. She's talking about her father is sick and she couldn't go out to nurse him because she had to stay there expecting her son, I guess, Ivar. So she was pregnant at the time and her husband was sick. But we can't say that this is talking about her being a devoted mother because she was pregnant at the time, but she wasn't taking care of her children or anything like that. She was just unable to travel. But what the speech here focuses on is that, dearest Papa, I never saw him again. She's lamenting about how she never saw her father again. And she says, this is the key line. That was the worst time I've known in all my marriage. So this wasn't because of tension in the marriage. It was because her father had died. So 17, D, alerts the audience to her sense of loss created by her father's death. D. All right. Antoinette asks, answer for 11. 11 is B. B. 11B. And so now we're at 17. 17D. 17D. Not B, because the main purpose of this speech is to show that when her father died, it really affected her. All right, 18. We're winding down on this passage. What is Netflix talking about? What is this? What's going on? Is this a code? For those who are just joining, if there are persons just joining, there is a link at the top of the chat. Use that link to get this paper, download the paper, and follow us as we solve it. All right, we're going to 19. The real is bolded here. Oh, okay, Netflix, it's the actual answer sheet so far. Okay, thank you. Guys, if you missed an answer, don't worry about catching up right now as it is. If you missed an answer, just move on with us. At the end, I'll recap and give you all the answers. No problem. You guys will have everything. All right, so we're at number 19. The real reason for Mrs. Linda's trip is to visit Nora and her family, return to that desolate hole, travel overseas after 10 years, obtain a job, and start a new life. What is the real reason for her trip? We're at number 19. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we missed 18. Sorry, guys. We're at number 18. I'm sleeping. What is the main theme in the extract? Death and rebirth, gender awareness, marriage and family, wealth and longing. Yes, so we're at number 18. What is the main theme in this passage? Maybe it was just so easy that I skipped it. I skipped it by accident. What's the main theme in the passage? I see C, D, A, C. All right, number 18, definitely C, marriage and family. We see two women talking about what happened in their marriages and what's going on with their family life. They talk about their parents, their children, their spouses. So definitely marriage and family. Gender awareness doesn't make sense. They're not talking about gender per se. Death and rebirth, nope. No one is being reborn here. Wealth and longing, definitely out. So 18C. All right, let's jump to 19. What is the reason for Nora's trip? So send in the answers for 19. What is the reason for Nora's trip? Why did Nora travel? What's the reason for Nora's trip? All right. Number 19 is D, to obtain a job and start a new life. How do we know this? It's clear in the last speech here. She can't take it any longer. She wants to leave that desolate hole. So obviously, return to that desolate hole is definitely way out. To visit Nora, she ended up visiting Nora, but that's not why she traveled in the first place. She traveled because she wanted to start over. We see here, if I could only be lucky enough to get a steady job, some office work. Yeah. She wants something to do to keep her mind occupied. Why? Because she feels empty. Because of all the loss she has felt, she has suffered, she now feels empty and she needs to fill that void with basically a new life. All right. Number 20. The most suitable title for this extract is what? What's the most suitable title for the extract? Papa's Memories, Friends United, Returning to Italy, Christmas Festivities. Number 20. What's the most suitable title? All right, for number 20, the most suitable title is B, Friends United. The entire passage happens in the context of two long-lost friends reuniting. That's what's going on. They're reuniting, they're catching up on life, they're seeing what has been happening over the last 10 years. Friends United. The passage is not about Papa. It's not about Christmas festivities. I see a couple of C's, but the passage is not about returning to Italy. Italy is mentioned. The only real focus on Italy is that Nora traveled to Italy when her husband was sick. That's all. But the passage isn't about that. The passage is really about these two women. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? The passage is about these two women catching up, basically. These two women catching up. Yeah. So number 20 is B. 20B. I'll read the passage from beginning to end, and then we'll take a look at the questions. And of course, you can send your answers in, right? Peak time, market atmosphere, and crowd. Mama Tai, in a low voice. Shh, Tai, here he comes. Please don't look. Who? The nameless one. The rat that feeds in full view of householders. He has passed us now. I think he spots a victim nearby. That small boy, ma? Small boy? I've seen him steal a machine with heavy iron stand, while everyone but the owner was looking. His master is not around yet. Keep your eyes open. The Jagoda boys. I say, shut up. Look. I think that tall man is with the boy. He's a stranger, but he must be one too. Pause. They're both going for Mama Adisa. You'll see something you've never seen before today. Just watch. The rat has squatted behind her. Mother, shall I go for the police then? Shut up. But it's Mama Adisa. Shut up. I say, we can do nothing. Market size and sounds. Have you Sasorabia perfume? Yes, by the dozen. I also have all kinds of perfume, in fact. And they are the cheapest in the whole market. Here, the Sasorabia, pure undiluted. Smell. Opens one for Josiah, who scents it. Very, very good. This is exactly what I want. How much for one? I sell them for 25 shillings each. But since it's you, well, my firstborn is a boy. I leave it for you for 20 shillings. 15 shillings? Please don't be like that. You may never know how to price things. You cut 5 shillings off just like that, eh? Well, take it as a special concession for you. Because you're my first customer this morning. I'll wrap it up for you. Makes to wrap it. Not yet. I can only pay
13 shillings. Hey, listen, handsome young man. I can guess what you want it for. You want to prepare a love charm with it, so you can charm any woman. Don't I know? Well, I tell you, it is more potent than anything I know. But in buying the ingredients for love charm, one must not be too tight-fisted. Gives a phony laugh. Well, I bless you, my man. Take it for 13 shillings, but don't spread the news. Thank you, but I want more than one. I'm a petty trader from a faraway village myself. Well, pick as many as you want and I'll make the addition. I want 2 dozen, but it will have to be at a rate of 10 shillings each. I will pay now if that's agreed. I can't catch that very well. Do you come here to buy perfume, or are you just wandering about the market? 10 shillings, he says. You realize that you are the first one to deal with me today? And that this is going to set the pattern for sales for me for the whole day? Please don't spoil my day. May the spirit of wealth abide with you. Take it at 12 shillings and I will sell only a dozen to you, because it is at a loss. No, I can't. You don't do business with me. I must go. You don't want to do business with me. I must go. I have other things to buy. Go where? You call yourself a trader, and you behave like the firstborn of poverty itself. Early in the morning, you wretch with neck like a giraffe. You never intended to buy anything in the first place, you bastard. Profits and prosperity shall never come your way. Pause to herself. Oh my creator, what have I done to deserve this? I performed all the rites before leaving home. I hope this trend of evil influence will not continue today. Pause. I'd better sort out the loose change. It is always dangerous to open one's money bag in front of customers. Feels her waist. Pause. Where is it? My money bag. All right, so that's the passage. That is the passage. A very interesting passage, quite humorous, and it follows the Jaguda boys. It follows a woman who gets scammed. It's a pretty interesting passage. So let's take a look at the first question here, number 11. So as usual, you can send your answers in the chat, and then I'll give you my suggested answer and explain. So number 11, that's where we are. The dramatic significance of the conversation between Mama Tai and her son in lines 2 to 17 is that it does what? All right, so let's find those lines. All right, so here is the question, number 11. The dramatic significance of the conversations. And we're looking at lines 2 to 17 of the second passage. Lines 2 to 17. So I have the questions on the left and the passage on the right. This way we'll be able to see everything at once. Lines 2 to 17. So basically from here down to here. What is the dramatic significance? And remember, when we talk about dramatic significance, we're really talking about what does this do to enhance the drama? What effect does it have on the reader? And in the case of a play, the viewer. What is the dramatic significance? All right, I see 2 answers in so far. So I'll give you guys just a few more seconds to send in your answers. What is the dramatic significance here? Oh, it seems no one knows this one. I thought this one was easy. Number 12. All right, no answers. I guess this one is tough. I'm not sure why this one would be difficult, but I'm not seeing any answers coming in. Can't hear me? Oh, sorry about that. I might have lost audio for a moment. Can you hear me now? Is it fine? Sorry, we're looking at, my apologies, guys. We're looking at number 12. So please send in the answers for number 12. Thanks for telling me, Shamoy. If you guys can't hear or see me or something goes wrong, please let me know immediately so I can fix it. So now we're looking at 12. Which of the following devices is used in line 4? The rat that feeds in full view of the householder. All right, now I can see a couple of answers coming in on my side. See a couple of B's. Okay, so number 12 is pretty straightforward. This is obviously a metaphor because this person is being compared to a rat and it's a direct comparison. All right, pretty easy stuff. 13. From lines 6 to 13, from lines 6 to 10, 11, 12, 13. From lines 6 to 13, that small boy to behind her, the audience can infer that Mama Tai what? So we're now at number 13. From line 6 to 13, what can we infer? Line 6 to 13, what can we infer? Oh, I'm seeing some conflicting answers already. Interesting. I see B, I see D. Seeing a lot of B's. All right, 13 is B. These lines tell us that Mama Tai has had experience with the Jaguda boys. How do we know she has experience with them? We see here that I've seen him steal a machine. So she's telling us the experience she has with him. She has seen her do all of this while the owner wasn't looking, right? And yeah, she goes on to explain what the boys are going to do based on her experience. So she knows these thieves. She knows what they're capable of. All right, number 14. Which of the following words best describe the tone used by Mama Tai? Is it Tai? I'll say Tai. When she says, small boy, I've seen him steal a machine with heavy iron stand while everyone but the owner was looking. So we're looking at lines 7 to 8 and lines 7 to 8. And what is the tone? What is the tone here? What tone are we seeing? Ironic and resigned, insolent and indifferent, admiring and apprehensive, sarcastic and contemptuous. And this one is tricky, so please be careful. This one is very tricky. Very, very tricky. Very, very tricky. Oh, wow. D. Interesting. See, 1A. 1A and many D's. I think the other English B teachers are going to beat me because maybe I'm the only one with this answer. See, one more A and another D. All right, so I'll have some explaining to do with my answer here because most of you guys have D, which actually this was my first thought. But let's take a second look here. Let's take a second look. Let's look at the context of what happens, and let's look at line 7 and 8. So Mama Tai is saying, shush, here he comes. Tai is wondering, so Tai, I guess, is Mama Tai's daughter or son. Who is coming? Mama Tai is saying the nameless one, the rat that feeds in full view of the householder. So Mama Tai knows what this boy is capable of, right? Mama Tai knows that this is, look at this, the nameless one. It's almost as who do they call the nameless one? If you watch Harry Potter, I think it's Voldemort. He who must not be named. That's how they refer to him. It's like he's so powerful, he's so villainous that we can't even call his name. You understand? So that is kind of the tone Mama Tai has here. It's not really respect, but it's kind of a kind of like wow, this is such a, he's so skillful at his craft that you would never believe it. And Tai is incredulous. This little boy, how could he be as great, as wicked, as skillful as you think? Look how small he is. And look at Mama Tai's response. Small boy? So even though he looks small, even though you think he's incapable, it's quite the opposite. And then look at this. I've seen him steal a machine with heavy iron. So a machine with heavy iron. It's not as if this boy stole a pen or stole a purse. This guy stole something that it's almost impossible to steal such a big heavy machine with no one seeing. How could this small boy steal such a thing without having been seen or being caught by the owner? And look at this. Everyone but the owner was looking. So this thief, I want you to see how skillful this thief is. And you're so into why I pay attention to this. This thief is so skillful that he can steal something when everyone else is looking except the owner. So he basically has eyes in the back of his head. He's very skillful. Keep your eyes open. He's basically warning Tai. If you blink, you're going to miss it. If you blink, he's going to steal you because he's really that good. So with all this in mind, how does Mama Tai feel toward this boy? All right. So now that we have built the context a little bit, let's go back to the options we have here. What is the tone here? Is it sarcastic? Is it sarcastic? Actually, there is no sarcasm. There's no sarcasm here. Why is there no sarcasm? Sarcasm happens when someone is basically meaning the opposite of what they're saying. They're trying to mock or jeer somebody by saying the opposite of what they actually mean, right? It's kind of an caustic, insulting kind of tone. But here, Mama Tai is not being sarcastic, because she's actually telling the truth and she's not trying to mock or insult anyone. Now, contemptuous, we could say contemptuous is okay, because Mama Tai, we could say, has some contempt. She really isn't feeling a very positive reaction. She's saying, well, this guy, he's a crook, he's a thief, he's a bastard. That is the kind of tone. But even though he's a thief and a crook and a bastard, there's some admiration, because she's saying, I've seen this thief work, and believe me, he's the best of the best. No, my answer is actually A. And I'm going to tell you why. We see irony, we see resignation. So I said this is a tricky question because D jumps out as the correct answer, but you have to look even more deeply. So where's the irony in the tone? The irony is right here. Small boy. I've seen him steal a machine, something. This is ironic because no one would expect a small boy to be able to steal such a kind of machine. So there's no sarcasm there, but there's irony, because we're seeing the opposite of what we would expect. What about resigned? First of all, what does it mean to have a resigned tone? It means you've basically given up. You're saying this is hopeless. There's just no way. And where is the resignation here? The resignation is in the fact that there is nothing anyone can do to stop this guy. So she has given up on basically figuring out or stopping this thief. Why is she giving up? Because look at how powerful he is. He could manage to steal this machine when everyone but the owner was looking. He's too skillful. And then look at this. We see more resignation as we go on. So sometimes even while you look at a particular line, you still can look at other lines in the passage to get a hint. Look at this now. Resignation. We're looking for resignation. You'll see something here you've never seen before. Basically, you're going to see a miracle happen. You're going to see the devil at work. There's nothing we can do about it. Shall we go for the police then? Shut up. The police cannot help us. This boy is too strong. If the police come, he will steal the police car. That is the tone. Yeah? We can do nothing. Resignation. So this, I think, is one of the trickier questions. I've seen many, answer keys, and I've heard teachers discuss, and many say D is correct. But I think there is great and overwhelming evidence to say that A is the correct answer. A. All right? A. Sorry for the scribbles, guys. I'm trying to figure out this little app that lets me draw on the screen. So yeah, 14A. I hope after the explanation, you guys agree that A is correct. So if you still think, does CSEC have an answer sheet? Oh, CSEC is not going to make it easy. CSEC leaves it up to us, basically, to decipher the answers. And that's why, even amongst teachers, there are sometimes some questions that we can't really agree on, And so sometimes we have like teams of teachers coming together to work a paper. Yeah. So especially for paper ones, you will not really see official answer keys. Only for those specimen papers, I believe. So yeah, number 14, I believe, has to be A. Has to be A. Did I type the answer for 13 in the chat? I'm not sure. I'm trying to type as I go along, so if persons come in late, they can check the chat and see my suggested answers. All right, so 14A. Do we have any more questions on number 14? Does it look clear at this point? Does it look clear? I will not answer that question. You guys should be smarter than us, Yeah, man, you should be smart. Yeah. And this is why I try to not just provide answers, but explain answers and provide justifications, because just swatting the answers from a paper one is not very useful. But if you can get a grasp of the techniques or what to look for, then that will help you even more than having an answer key. So just going around and finding answer keys, it doesn't make sense. It's better to spend 3 hours and really pencil out why is this A, why is this not B, and so on. So that's what I try to achieve in these lives. And so that's why I end up taking 3 hours to cover one paper. Because it's not just about the right answer, but it's about understanding why that is the right answer. Because it's not as if you're going to be seeing the same questions on the exam necessarily. All right, number 15. The statement, they are both going for Mama, what's her name, Adisa, in line 11, suggests that the tall man and the boy, so we're looking at line 11. What does line 11 suggest? What does line 11 suggest? We're now at number 15. What does line 11 suggest? Even if the answers from you guys aren't popping up on the screen, I'm seeing the answers on my end here. All right, so I think there's no need to deliberate on this one. This one is it's a giveaway, actually. See, they have chosen Mama Adisa as their target. They're both going for Mama Adisa. So obviously, she is the target. She's the one who's going to be scammed at this point. 16, the purpose of Josiah's extensive haggling with Mama Adisa is mainly, when you see a word in all caps, it's important to realize that there might be more than one possible answer, but you're looking for the best, the number one answer. So what is the main purpose of the haggling? Haggling meaning the bargaining. We see where from line 25, from about line 20 or earlier, that he's trying to like strike some kind of deal and get the perfumes for a lower cost. But what is the real intention behind the haggling? I'm seeing a mix of C's and B's, I think, from you guys. All right, so 16B, to distract Mama Adisa. Yes, that's right. This guy had no intention of buying anything. He just wanted to prolong the conversation so that Mama Adisa could be in the position to be robbed. She could be distracted. So 16 has to be B. By the way, if I'm moving too quickly and there's an answer that I give that is unclear or you disagree, just stop me and I'll backtrack. In the meantime, let's jump to 17. Which of the following words best describe Mama Tai and her son Tai? Which of these words best describe the mother and son? So now we're at 17. So 15 was C, 16 was B. Okay, I think I'm seeing some B's and C's for number 17. Seeing some B's and C's. All right, so my answer here is B, surprised and careful. Now, number 17 is a bit tricky because we're looking for words that describe two people. Lakeisha, you're late today. Thanks for coming in anyway. All right, good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, Lakeisha, spread the gospel message. All right, so 17, surprised and careful. We know that Mama Tai is not surprised because she knows what's going on. She knows these thieves, but she's careful. Mama Tai is careful, and Mama Tai's son is surprised. So surprised and careful for number 17. Alarmed, we could say that Tai is alarmed, but neither of them is uninterested. So it couldn't be C. Indifferent is basically the same as uninterested here, and that is wrong. They're definitely not unconcerned. No one is pleased about what's going on. Fearful, maybe. But B, we have both words that are correct here. Surprised and careful. All right, 18. The irony used in lines 53 to 55. All right, let's find lines 53 to 55, 50. So somewhere around here. The irony used in these lines is effective because what? Why is the irony effective in these lines? So we're now at number. All right, so let me backtrack. So this is what I'm saying, guys. If you have a question, I can backtrack. But couldn't the fact that they did not call the police mean that they were uninterested? You're right on one count. They did not want to get involved, but they were not uninterested because they were watching the whole thing. They were basically watching, peeping, very much interested in seeing how this would play out. In fact, you could say that they didn't want to call the police because they wanted the show to go on. Yeah. So they didn't want to get involved. At least Mama Tai didn't want to get involved. But you can't say that they were uninterested. All right. So now we're at 18. So the irony we're looking at here, I hope this trend of evil influence will not continue today. I better, where am I? I hope this trend of evil influence will not continue today. I better sort out the loose change. It is always dangerous. All right. So 18, I'm seeing D. So yeah, D, 18, D foreshadows Mama Adisa's discovery that she has been robbed. So at this point, she hasn't discovered that she has been robbed, but she's basically saying something that would hint that she's going to find out soon. That's where the foreshadowing comes in. So she's talking about the trend of evil influence. Of course, the evil influence that really happens is that she just got robbed. She's hoping it will not continue, but poor Mama Adisa doesn't realize that it has already continued. The real evil has happened. She has been robbed. And then she says, it is always dangerous to open one's money bag in front of customers, not knowing that the money bag is already gone. So it's kind of an ironic foreshadowing, a humorous foreshadowing as well. Yeah. All right. So 18, just to be clear, 18 is D. Let me put that in the chat. All right. I want to show the chat from you guys, but I think it makes the screen a bit too small since we're already looking at two windows here. All right, so we're on to number 19. Where's 19? Oh, here we are. Almost done with this passage. The playwright reveals Mama Adisa's character mainly through what? How does the playwright reveal Mama Adisa's character? So please send in your answers for 19. And this one is a dead giveaway. There can only be one right answer. All right, so the playwright reveals her character through dialogue and action. Someone suggested D. So suspense and foreshadowing are in the text. So this is kind of a trick, but they are not used to tell us who Mama Adisa is. How do we know Mama Adisa's personality? How do we know what she's thinking? We know that through her words, the dialogue, and through her action, through what she does. That's how we know who she is. Props, this is complete madness. Nothing here gives away her character. And character setting, this doesn't have anything to do with her character. And while these are in the text, they do not reveal Mama Adisa's character. We're seeing action and dialogue telling us a lot about her. Yeah, so 19 has to be A. 20, the last question on this passage. Which of the following creates humor in the extract? Where do we find humor? So now we're at number 20. Please send in your answers for number 20. Where can we find some jokes? Where can we find some humor? Interesting. D and D. Wow. Interesting stuff. All right, I want to see some more answers before I give it away. Seems we'll have some conflict here. Where do we find humor? D, B. I'm seeing a battle between D and B. So it seems I'll have to explain my answer either way. See, B and D. All right, it seems to be a 50-50, a tie between B and D. Unfortunately, there can only be one answer. So, I admit my options were B and D. When I read this, and I spent no less than 20 minutes on this question. Is it D? Is it B? Where do we find humor? I know that it wouldn't be A. We find irony here. It's not A. The assumption that the small boy cannot be a thief isn't really humorous, but it presents an irony, and it presents the naivety of Ty. Ty doesn't know about the escapades, the scams that these small boys or this small boy had already been a part of, but Mama Ty knows. But this isn't creating much humor in the text. This isn't creating much humor. It gives us an irony, but not much humor. And this is not funny at all. Refusal to call the police, I wouldn't say that's trying to give us humor. So we're left with either B or D. So Mama Adisa's lament that she experienced evil influence that morning, or Josiah's attempt to purchase the perfume for less than half of the original price. So both present some amount of humor. So it's just about which one did the playwright intend to be more humorous? What is the writer's intent? So let's take a look at the passage again and see which one is actually more humorous. Let's see. Where do we see some real humor? So number 20. All right, let's look at D first. Over here, where does he start the bargaining? So the bargaining starts from basically from line 20. He's saying, do you have this kind of perfume? Mama Adisa says, yes, they're the cheapest, they're undiluted, they're high quality stuff. And Josiah says, yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. He starts the bargain at 25 shillings. Mama Adisa starts it off at 25 shillings. And Josiah says, what about 15? Mama Adisa hesitates, but she says, all right, fine. Josiah bars down the price to 13. And eventually he tries to buy them for 10 shillings. So there is some humor here, because if I'm at a play and I'm seeing someone try to haggle the price down from 25 to 10 shillings, that's ridiculous. You want it for less than 50%, for less than half price. However, humor is not the main purpose of the haggling. The main purpose in terms of the dramatic effect might be to, of course, set up the stage for the conflict, set up the opportunity for the robbery to happen, and also create maybe a sense of frustration in the reader's mind. And also, there is an important device that's happening here, because we know that Josiah is a thief. Mama Adisa just thinks that he's trying to get a good price. So what's happening here is a case of dramatic irony, in that the readers know what is going on, the readers know what's about to happen. We can predict that she's going to get robbed, but the person in the play is clueless. So it's more of irony than humor. There is some humor, but irony is the main thing. Now let's look at D. By the way, if you haven't guessed it, my answer is sorry. So D is not necessarily humorous, or not extremely humorous. My answer is B, in case you haven't guessed it. So let's look at Mama Adisa's lament that she experienced evil influence and figure out why this is so funny. So here we look at the last part here. You never intended to buy anything. Okay, look at this. Oh, my creator, what have I done to deserve this? By the way, when you're reading a play, try to imagine acting, because this doesn't belong on paper, this belongs on stage. And that might help you to figure out the dramatic effects and the intent of the writers and stuff like that. Okay, where am I? Oh, my creator, what have I done to deserve this? I performed all the rites before leaving home. So we see here that Mama Adisa, I'm not sure what rites these are, but apparently she did some things so to prevent evil from coming upon her, to prevent herself from being robbed and scammed. And she says, I hope this trend of evil influence will not continue today. So the biggest joke in all of this is she thinks that the biggest evil, she thinks that her main problem is that somebody is trying to get perfumes for less than half price. But what is funny about it is that the biggest evil has already happened in front of her eyes. And she has not realized. So this is what the humor is all about here. She's saying, well, I hope that the evil does not happen throughout the day, and I hope that this is all I have to bear, not knowing that she just got robbed. That is the actual humor. So you can imagine being in the audience while this play is happening and seeing this person, basically saying, oh, I hope the evil doesn't continue. I hope I don't get robbed. I hope I have a good day of sales. While we are just watching Josiah take her purse without her recognizing. So that is what the humor is. And then what makes it even funnier is this. I better sort out the loose change. She's about to sort out the loose change that she still hasn't realized that was stolen from her just now. And then look at the biggest joke in all of this. It is always dangerous to open one's money bag in front of customers. Really, woman? You've already lost your money bag. What is dangerous is paying so much attention to somebody haggling with you that you're not focusing on your money bag. That is the real danger. So here, there's really a lot of humor built into this last paragraph. And for these reasons, 20B. So if you guys still disagree with me, for those who said D is more humorous, we can continue to have a chat about it. But for me, it has to be B. B is where the humor really is at the end here. So 20B.
Read this on your own. Read it through carefully. Alright, here we go. Lines 2 to 7. Let's highlight those lines. Are significant because they A. indicate the tension and likely theme. Let's look more closely. I'm going to get married, Helen says, but the news is received in silence. We already have some tension here. If someone makes such an exciting declaration, I'm going to get married, and the person on the other end is silent, clearly there's some tension or shock, right? I said I'm going to get married. Yes, I heard the first time. What do you want me to do? Laugh and throw pennies? Is it that Peter Smith? So clearly a very tense conversation happening here. He's the unlucky man. A little bit of sarcasm. You're centuries older than him. So we see this. We see some conflict or some tension between these two immediately, and we can imagine themes of marriage, relationships, stuff like that. We're not sure what the precise theme is going to be, but it's going to be something to do with marriage or relationship, maybe something to do with marriage and age, because we have centuries older than him. So yeah, A is the only option we have. B wouldn't work, especially because there's not any anger here. There is some anxiety. There's not really disagreement, to be precise, but actually there might not even be any anxiety here. It's merely tension we're seeing. And these lines don't explain anything at all. And D is not done. We don't get the impression that we shouldn't be listening to any of these characters. Alright, 12. Peter's entrance in line 10 primarily serves to A. Create a diversion from an awkward situation. So Peter appears here. And remember, this is drama. It's a play, right? So by saying create a diversion, this would be the playwright's intent to divert from that particular situation. And the awkward situation would be, sorry, I am choking up. The awkward situation would be this awkward conversation of the news of getting married not being received well, and you're centuries older than him, only 10 years. You don't look 40. You're a sort of well-preserved 60. No, not a fun conversation to be having. Very awkward. And then later on, when you find out they're mother and daughter, it becomes even more tasteless. And then we have music. Enter Peter carrying a large bouquet and a box of chocolates and looking uncomfortable. So this kind of diverts from that. That's kind of a dramatic effect of his entrance. B doesn't work. There's no animosity between the two families. We don't even know what two families this is talking about. And Peter wasn't summoned here, and I don't think Peter is creating any kind of diversity and contrast. No, that's a stretch. Okay, 13. The stage directions. She throws the lid at him, line 23, and Helen is heard singing off stage, line 43, are effective primarily because they. So let's highlight these. The answer is B. appeal to the senses and present contrasting emotional responses. So if you look at these two, here we have Peter talking to Joe. Remember, Joe is Helen's daughter, and she doesn't speak to her mother with any sort of respect at all. They sound more like friends than anything else, and not the kind of friends who have much respect for each other. And Joe, we know, is very critical of the decision that Helen is making to marry Peter. She's also critical and judgmental of Peter. At least she's trying to kind of figure him out, assess him, and perhaps decide whether or not he's a good fit for her mother. So they sit here. So in this scene here, Peter says, "Don't sit there guzzling all those chocolates at once." And then she throws the lid at him, maybe the lid of the chocolate tin or whatever, the lid of the chocolate can or something. And Peter says, "What the hell are you playing at? Sit down and behave yourself." Quite a stern thing to say to your future stepdaughter. And then she says, "Hey, don't start bossing me around. You're not my father." And she attacks him, half crying, half laughing. So this thing with her throwing the lid at him, it's kind of an intense moment. It's not extremely playful and innocent. And then down here we have Helen singing. She's singing, having a good time. So between those two stage directions, those two actions, we do see contrasting emotional responses between the singing and the throwing of the lid. And we can say there's an appeal to the senses, right? We can say that there's the sense of hearing with the song, and then there's the sense of, sense of movement or sense of touch with the throwing of the lid at Peter. So yeah, B. And the other options just aren't strong contenders. 14. Which of the following best describe the mother-daughter relationship? I would say bitter and disrespectful. They're not really talking to each other with much respect. The daughter especially is very harsh, very disrespectful towards the mother. To be honest, it's shocking. I can't imagine my sister talking to my mother that way. I don't know. This is strange. Yeah. Even from the first lines, you don't look 40. You look a sort of well-preserved 60. Wow. And there's also some bitterness with the daughter not being happy for her mother. Not being happy with the marriage arrangement. So that's some bitterness. And the dialogue just gives us that kind of bitter and disrespectful vibe between the two. You could see it as just vulgar and playful, but it does cross over to disrespect and bitterness. A is actually a very strong contender for the answer, loud and vulgar. That might be just a matter of how much grace you give these characters. If you give them a little bit more grace, then A looks better. I don't give them as much grace. I see some disrespect in the interaction, especially from Joe to Helen. And then look at how Joe greets Helen's future husband. He comes in, "Hello, daddy," obviously very sarcastically. So even if you want to say they're just having banter between themselves, she's dragging Peter into this kind of attitude. Also, you told her, of course, come and sit down. And then look at this question: how did she talk you into it? You must be out of your mind. You could say she's joking, but at some point I have to draw the line and say, okay, this isn't just being funny, being jovial. This sounds bitter at some point. So yeah, I think C is a little bit better than A. 15. Which of the following does the playwright achieve most effectively in lines 29 to 36? Let's highlight those lines. From here down to here, Joe basically interrogating Peter. Joe's insistence and urgency in unraveling Peter's past and finding the truth are revealed. Why do you wear that black patch? I lost an eye. Where? During the war. Were you in the Navy, Army, officer, private? So clearly Joe is trying to dig into Peter's background quickly and figure out who he is. 16. The best explanation of the significance of the hat as a prop. Lines 44 and 52. Is that it? Let's look at those lines. 44 and 52. So up in 44, Joe wears my hat. Down in 52, thanks, do you like my hat, Peter? Yeah, C makes the most sense. Provides a striking contrast between the actions and attitudes of Peter and Helen. Let's look back up here. So up here, Helen is looking for the hat. Down here, she puts it on, and she's asking Peter if he likes it. And we kind of have to look outside of these lines to find that contrast, because these lines don't really tell the full story. Helen is looking for the hat down here. She finds it, asks Peter if he likes it. Peter says, "Bang on, darling," and he takes the hat. Oh, maybe this is the line, taking the hat. It's line 52, right? This is 55, 54, 53. So is it here? Well, it doesn't matter whether it's here or here. It's this area. And he takes the hat and asks, "How do I look?" He's joking around. Helen kind of gets upset. "Peter, give it here. Stop fooling about. It took me ages to get this hat on right. Give it to me. It's my best one. Put it down." And Peter says to himself, "No sense of humor." So we see that striking contrast. Peter, he has a sense of humor. He's a bit playful. He doesn't take something like a hat super seriously. He doesn't take fashion too seriously. He's just poking fun, having fun in the moment. But Helen, was taking it very seriously. She didn't show that she had a sense of humor, at least not in that moment. So that's a contrast between the attitudes and, of course, the action. Helen putting on the hat seriously, asking how it looks, while Peter just grabbing it and putting it on carelessly on his own head. B is a little close, but I don't think we could strongly say that it appears that he doesn't like Joe. He's just responding to Joe. Just responding to how Joe is speaking to him. And A and D just don't make sense. Alright, let's get to 17. The statement that Helen makes in line 58, "He's got a wallet full of reasons," suggests to the audience that she is selfish and materialistic. So her main reason for marrying this guy is he has money. Yeah, as simple as that. 18. Which of the following best describe Peter's attitude to where Helen lives? Dismissive and arrogant. We see that, especially down at the end. "Those bloody little street kids have probably pulled the car to pieces by now, but we needn't worry about that, need we? I just want to get the hell out of this black hole of Kolkata." So clearly there's a sense of dismissiveness and arrogance. He's better than this ghetto place. The street kids are gonna just tear up my car. I need to get out of this hellhole. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Definitely no respect. He's not charmed. Conceited and egotistical. These are kind of too similar to give a range of proper adjectives. And I don't know if there's much of an ego here. Egotistical is kind of too extreme a way to describe the attitude, even if you might say there's some amount of conceitedness. And unforgiving, that doesn't make sense. 19. Which of the following could be an appropriate title for the extract? I just never like this question, but I will say trouble ahead. It doesn't seem as if this marriage is gonna last. Doesn't seem as if the marriage is gonna work. Welcome home doesn't make sense. Heaven on earth doesn't make sense. The gold diggers almost makes sense, but then plural. I think there's only one gold digger here. Joe isn't showing to be a gold digger. 20. Based on the details of the extract, what is the most likely outcome of the events portrayed? Helen and Peter will live together, and Joe will start her job and become financially independent. We know Helen and Peter are going to be getting married, so they're going to live together. And Joe is saying, "Have you got a key, Helen? I might not be here when you decide to come back. I'm starting work on Saturday." Yep, that's that.
We're on to Anane, and this will take us from items 11 through 20. So we'll have a reading of this, then you can pause and read it for yourself. Then we'll move on to the questions.
"Aku, are you still sleeping? There is no water in the pot, none to drink, none to wash. If you do not go early, we shall not have water to do anything. Can't you see I'm preparing to go? Are you going to the farm? Can't you go without me? I am not going to any farm with you. You will go. I am waiting for you. That is what you told me the other day. And what happened? You slept, and I had to carry the food all alone for you to eat. I will not even go for the water. Now try and force me to do anything. My son, if she will not go, leave her. This is what she does always, and I have to do all the work. If all sisters were like you think the world would go on? I am not your sister. I have always told you, I have never been your sister. Aku, what are you saying? Is he my brother? You know he isn't, and in his blindness he thinks he belongs here. Now what is all this about? Aku, what is happening again? Father, I know Aku has never considered me her brother. Aku, what do you mean by saying such things about your own brother? When will you stop quarreling like children? Anani, I thought you and Aku were to go to the farm early this morning. I am going for water. Both of you must be ashamed of yourselves. If she says she will not go with you, don't wait for her. You are a man now. You don't have to behave like her. Go and do your work. Amina, it seems our daughter knows the secret, and yet you say you have not said anything to her? I have not said anything about it. Not even a remark, not knowing she was present. I have never spoken about it, and yet she seems to know the truth. Who could have told her? When you brought the boy home, there was nobody except the two of us, and Aku, who was too young to notice anything. Ah, perhaps she doesn't know. She may be only saying it to hurt the boy. What worries me is the way she has been insulting him with this idea every time they quarrel. Sometimes I feel so guilty. Guilty? Yes, I suppose I do feel guilty at times myself. But I did not steal the child. I found him helpless, alone, and at the mercy of the wild beasts of the forest. A little baby. What else could I have done? Now he knows we are his parents. Is that not the important thing? All the same, we must still keep it to ourselves. A boy like that could do harm if he knows he has been deceived all his life. Buffo, it is a stranger. Come in and welcome. Amina, bring him some water. Thank you for your warm welcome. My name is Biko. Biko, I have heard the name before in connection with the chief of Kojakram, which was destroyed by hostile tribes some time ago. I am Biko, the chief of Kojakram. Since my village was attacked and destroyed, I have been a wanderer. About 20 years ago, I was down with a leg disease and I was confined to my room. My wife had given birth to a baby boy. Suddenly we heard shouting for help, running, confusion everywhere in the village. I knew then that we had been attacked. I told my wife to take the secret path that led out of the village and escape. When did you say this happened? 21 years it must be. So your wife escaped? I never heard of her again. And the baby? Nor of the baby. So this baby, you have not heard news about it since then? Nothing at all.
Okay, we have the passage on the left, the questions on the right. 11. What does the stage directions in lines 1 and 2 suggest about the setting of the extract? Okay, inside Bofo's hut, Anana is in his farm clothes, sharpening his cutlass. Amina is sweeping the courtyard. After a moment, she puts down the broom to knock at Aku's door. What does this say about the extract? A, the action takes place in a rural area. This already makes sense. We see a hut, we see farm clothes, and we see a cutlass sweeping the courtyard. May or may not be rural. So yeah, this looks pretty rural so far. The drama urban? Nope, the drama does not unfold in an urban setting. That's the opposite of rural. See, the family is prosperous, owning the farm where the drama unfolds. We don't know that they own the farm. We don't know that. D, the action takes place in the morning and continues late into night. No indication of time here. So the only thing that makes sense, the only answer that could work is A. 12. Which of the following best describes the relationship between Aku and Anani? Distant and supportive, nonchalant and loving, antagonistic and strained, indifferent and respectful. This is quite a complex question, but let's see if we can arrive at an answer. Okay, let's look at how Aku and Anani relate to one another. Aku says, "Can't you say I'm preparing to go?" Anani asks, "Are you going to the farm?" And then Aku asks, Can't you go without me? I'm not going to any farm with you. Wow. So they are not on the same page. They're definitely not chummy, not too close. So we can eliminate supportive from here. That's definitely out. We can eliminate loving. That's definitely out. And I think we might be able to eliminate respectful just from these lines. But let's move on. What does Anane say here? You will go. I'm waiting for you. This is what you told me the other day. And what happened? You slept, and I had to carry the food all alone for you to eat. So Anane is reminding Aku of what happened last time. You said you would come, and I had to do all the work. And of course, you are the one eating the food, apparently. I will not even go for the water, nor try and force me to do anything. Wow. So we can see that antagonistic is a very good word to describe this relationship. They're like enemies antagonizing one another. Strained is also a good word. This is a strained relationship. We can see that they're quite distant, and it's perhaps increasingly difficult for them to just, coexist. And as we continue here, we kind of see more of that. So 12 is C. 13, the dramatic impact of Aku's insistence that Anane is not her brother is that it, 1, creates tension in the household, 2, shows a contrast between Aku and Anane, 3, provides insight into the characters in the extract. So we see them arguing about farm chores here, and we can see that they're kind of acting as siblings. They're playing a sibling role. But look at what Aku says here. I am not your sister. Wow. I've always told you, I've never been your sister. So Aku seems to think that Anane is not really her brother. And then Amina, who seems to be the mother here, comes in. Aku, what are you saying? Trying to stop Aku from, talking about this "you are not my brother" kind of argument. And then Aku comes in. You see my brother? You know he isn't. And in his blindness, he thinks he belongs here. Wow, pretty harsh. He's not one of us. He's not family. So what does this insistence, of Aku saying, "You're not my brother," what does this do? It certainly creates tension in the household. Does it show a contrast between Aku and Anane? This insistence does not show a contrast, really. I mean, throughout the passage, we see a contrast. We see that Anane is more cooperative, more hardworking, more industrious, perhaps, while Anane seems to be lazy, entitled, more antagonistic. But this particular insistence, he's not my brother, this doesn't really work to develop that, to show that contrast too much. So for 2, I wouldn't say that 2 is a big factor here. 3 provides insights into the characters in the extract. Kind of vague, but yeah, this is true. We see insights into perhaps why Anane is antagonistic towards Aku, because she thinks, we're not really siblings. And we're going to get some insights into the parents and maybe the fact that maybe they're protecting some kind of secret or something. So we're going to work with 1 and 3, which is B. And D is a reasonable answer. You could say that it shows a contrast, but I don't think the contrast is strongly shown through that particular insistence, through those lines. 14, what 2 devices are used by the playwright in Aku's statement? You see my brother? You know he isn't. And in his blindness, he thinks he belongs here. Line 60. What 2 devices can we find here? We see a rhetorical question. So rhetorical question has to be there. So already we have the answer. Easy. And what about metaphor? His blindness. This isn't literal blindness. The blindness here is just talking about naivete, ignorance. He can't see what's really happening. He's oblivious. That's what this blindness is. So we have a metaphor and a rhetorical question. And A, B, C, all rubbish. Let's go to 15. The shift in tone from lines 24 to 35 serves 2. Okay, let's look at lines 24 to 35. So here, at the beginning, we see this arguing and tension. And then Bofo comes in. Both of you must be ashamed of yourselves. Ooh, they're getting scolded. The tone shifts. If she says she will not go with you, don't wait for her. You're a man now. You don't have to behave like her. Go and do your work. Amina, it seems our daughter knows the secret. So Amina was right. They're not siblings. And yet you say you have not said anything to her. Amina says, I have not said anything about it. Amina, I have never spoken about it. And yet she seems to know the truth. Who could have told her? When you brought the boy home, there was nobody except the two of us and Akko, who was too young to notice anything. So they're talking about when they brought home Anane. So clearly Anane and Akko are not real siblings. They perhaps adopted or found him and took him home. Buffer says, perhaps she doesn't know. She may be only saying it to hurt the boy. Amina says, what worries me is the way she has been insulting him with this idea every time they quarrel. Sometimes I feel so guilty. So what does this tone shift do for the extract? A, expose the determination of the parents to keep the secret from the children. The parents are determined, but here are we seeing that they are determined? Are we seeing that determination coming through in the shift in tone? You have to pay attention to what the question is asking. The shift in tone. This shift from this whole argumentative affair to this kind of more serious, more emotional conversation. What does this shift in tone do? B, provide background information for the conflict between the children. This makes sense because you can get a glimpse into the past and see why Akko might resent Anane. C, show the changing attitude of the parents and children because of the quarrel. We're definitely not seeing that here. D, evoke sympathy for Akko. We're not seeing any sympathy for Akko. So our answer has to be B. We're getting information as to, why these two children have a conflict. We're seeing that they're not really siblings, and we're getting the background of that. Okay, 16. From Buffer's conversation with Amina in lines 36 to 40. So here, the audience can infer that Buffer is... Okay, let's look at what Buffer says here. Guilty? Yes, I suppose I do feel guilty at times myself. But I did not steal the child. I found him helpless, alone, and at the mercy of the wild beasts of the forest. A little baby. What else could I have done? Now he knows we are his parents. Is that not the important thing? All the same, we must keep it to ourselves. A boy like that could do harm if he knows he has been deceived all his life. So we see that Buffer found this child helpless and alone in the forest where animals could have killed him. And he rescued the baby and became a father to him. We're not seeing any dishonesty or outrage. We're not seeing any arrogance. We can definitely say that he's compassionate and heroic. He's a hero, so he's heroic. He saved this baby. He's compassionate. He took compassion. He took compassion on the baby, seeing the condition he was in. He couldn't have been indifferent because this would mean he doesn't care about the baby. So 16, obviously C. 17, the expression that most obviously suggests a sympathetic point of view is, you're a man now, you don't have to behave like her. No sympathy there. B, Amina, it seems our daughter knows the secret. No sympathy there. C, I found him helpless, alone, and at the mercy of the wild beasts. Sympathy. Easy. D, suddenly we heard shouting. We can see some confusion and chaos. Maybe nervousness, but not sympathy. But here we can see that he felt sorry for the boy, seeing the condition he was in, the situation, the helplessness. Okay, let's go to 18. The best explanation for the dramatic function of the old man's arrival is that it serves to... Okay, so let's put it all in context. We see Akko and Anane arguing about being real siblings or not. We see Amina and Buffer, the parents, talking about this secret of when they actually found Akko, the little boy. And now, from line 47, Bekoe enters. What does this do? I am Bekoe, the chief of somewhere. And he talks about how his village was destroyed and he had some disease and my wife gave birth to a baby. Suddenly we heard shouting, da. So basically we can learn that this Akko that Buffer would have rescued from the forest is this man's biological son. And this man is some big shot. He's a chief of Kodrokrom. So his village was attacked and destroyed. And I guess he lost his son in the process, the same son that Buffer would have rescued. Amina asks, when did you say this happened? She's now putting 2 and 2 together, wondering if it's the same boy that Buffer rescued. 21 years it must be. And Buffer asks, so your wife escaped? Bekoy, I never heard of her again. This is the important question. And the baby? Nor the baby. He never heard of the baby again. So this baby, you have not heard news about it since then? Nothing at all. So we can insinuate that this is the actual, the son of the chief that Buffer would have adopted. And the best explanation of the dramatic function of this man's arrival is that it serves to do what? Let's see. Move the plot forward. Well, the plot is moving forward because now we have a new important event where we have Akko's biological father, some chief, showing up, and we're not sure what's going to happen from here. So the plot is moving forward. So if B, C, and D fail, we have to work with A. B, relieve conflict. We're not getting any relief of conflict here. In fact, we're getting more possible conflict. What if this man wants to come and claim his son? C, provide insights about the characters. We're not getting insights about the characters. We're just getting a backstory of what happened to Bekoy. And we already know about Amina and Buffer. We already know about what they did and how they feel about it. So we're not getting new insights about them here. We're only learning about Bekoy. So in fact, we're getting insight on only one character. So C is not a good option. D, provide background information on Anima and Buffer. No, we're getting background information on this guy. So A, move the plot forward. It's a simple but an effective answer. The plot is moving forward because now we're having a new story event. As simple as that. 19, in lines 47 to 60, basically since Bekoy introduces himself until the end, the playwright evokes in the audience a feeling of. So reading these lines, how do you feel? Harmony and nostalgia? There couldn't be harmony because we're kind of envisioning some kind of possible conflict between Bekoy and this family, Buffer and Amina. And it wouldn't be nostalgia because it's not as if we can all relate to this story here. This is just Bekoy's past. Pessimism and cynicism, we have no reason to be pessimistic or cynical here. Intrigue and contemplation, definitely. We're intrigued because this man who is apparently Akko's real father, who is actually a chief of a village, has now shown up. So now we're wondering what's going to happen next. Is he going to run into Akko? Is Akko going to show up? What's going to happen? Is there going to be a fight breaking out? And is a war going to happen over this? So we can see that there's intrigue and contemplation. Anticipation is good, but negativity, that doesn't make sense. So the answer is C. 20. Which of the following is a plausible theme for the extract? The rejection of the past. The past is not being rejected here. The past is kind of being overcome. The boy was in such a desperate situation, but he was rescued. We can't say that the past was necessarily rejected. That doesn't make sense. The evil of unchecked ambition. No, we're not seeing that. Exploration requires taking risks. What? Things are not always as they appear. Yeah, we can say that. One of the most important illustrations of this is we see that Akko is basically living a very humble life. Here, Akko, he's working on a farm. He's kind of, being mistreated by Amina. He seems to be the poor thing here. But actually, he is the son of a village chief. So perhaps he has some big inheritance money. He's potentially a very powerful person. So things aren't always as they appear. Another thing is that Akko believes that he is a part of this family in the sense that he's Buffer and Amina's biological son and Anana's biological brother. But as we know, things aren't as they appear because he was basically adopted from the streets, from the forest. And yeah, if we look, we'll see more cases in which things aren't always as they appear.
Where is this story set? At the harbor, right? We know this because the woman is patiently waiting in line, right at a gate. Is waiting for the gate to be open so that passengers can board a particular ship, right? So they're definitely at a harbor. And it says here very clearly, at 6:30 the harbor had been a blaze of color and confusion, blah blah blah. 52. In the opening paragraph, the narrator draws attention to Layla's what? It would be to her self-conscious and anxious nature. We see in the very first line, Layla pulling the baby even closer to her body. That could indicate that she's anxious. And the baby was hungry, but due to her self-consciousness, taking out her breast and feeding the baby in public, she didn't want to do that. So even though the baby was hungry, she could not feed him here. So the self-consciousness would come in there. 53, the expression, a lazy deep sea nudging up against the land in line 13. Let's find that. A lazy deep sea nudging up against the land suggests the sluggish sea pushes itself up on the shore, contrasting with the charged atmosphere. Lazy deep sea, that sluggish, slow movement, right, pushes itself against the land, nudging up against the land. And we know that, and right before that we see, a blaze of color and confusion. So there's that contrast between the lazy sea, just, moving, drifting, pushing up itself against the land slowly, and the very, very active, colorful, vibrant people on the land. For the comparison of the description of the setting at 6:30 with its later reference to when the fishing boats came home implies that. So let's take a look. We start at 6:30. We start at 6:30 when we have this blaze of color and this and that and smells and juices, so buzzing with activity and people. And then we get to lines 12 to 20, and comparing that to the later description when the fishing boats came home, what do we get from that? What we get is we see how much time has passed. So much time has passed that the busyness of the place, the crowd of people would have dissipated. The place has kind of died down. She's been there waiting for that long. The place is almost empty now. She's almost alone there. 55. What mood is created in the description of the approaching night? I would say gloomy restlessness. As the night approaches and the speaker becomes more and more unsure of whether Michael is going to turn up, she becomes restless and the whole mood turns gloomy. There's no excitement, there's not much optimism, there's just this anxiety, this worry, this uncertainty. 56. Which literary devices are used in the statement? In the gathering gloom, mosquitoes began to sing with neither rhythm nor harmony. So the mosquitoes singing, we have personification, right? In the gathering gloom, we have some alliteration in the gathering gloom, and we have some personification here, right? In the gathering gloom, but also we have some personification here also. The mosquitoes began to sing their piercing tunes. 57. It can be inferred that the most probable explanation for why Layla trapped Calvin in the warmth between her breasts, line 30 to 31, is that she anticipates that Calvin is cold and instinctively attempts to protect him. That makes sense. Look at line 30. She trapped Calvin in the warmth, right? In the warmth. Why would the writer say in the warmth of her breasts? The warmth between her breasts, if she didn't think that Calvin might have been cold. 58. The narrator describes the silent Layla and the woman in the blue cardigan like matchsticks figures in a large tapestry in line 31, 32. You see that near the end of the second to last paragraph here. The two women waiting, one with child, they were like matchsticks in a large tapestry. They were so insignificant, so tiny, in this situation, that they seemed to be like matchsticks on a large tapestry. You can hardly see matchsticks on a large tapestry. So why would this description be made? It definitely emphasizes the insignificance and voicelessness of women dependent on men. They're there helplessly, hopelessly waiting on the men to arrive, and then they're described in this way that makes them seem so small, so insignificant. Definitely there's a connection there. 49, it can be inferred that the attitude of the lady in the blue cardigan towards Michael's absence is one of gentle disapproval. So she says, your man not show up as yet. Layla shook her head, glad of the excuse to talk with someone. I shouldn't worry if I was you. He bound to show up. He can't forget a thing like going to England. I mean, how he going to look when he wake up and have to explain to people that he gets so drunk that he clean forget he's supposed to be accompanying his wife and child to England? How you think he going to feel when he have to do that? She sucked her teeth. So there is some disapproval, but it's gentle. She's not really cussing out the man, and she seems to think that he will show up eventually. But the sucking of the teeth definitely tells us that there is some disapproval there. She's not really amused, it seems. There's no awe there, and she doesn't seem hostile. And last question, the last two sentences of the passage primarily reveal that Layla, let's check the last two sentences. Layla smiled, but she worried. She could feel her heart stabbing against her ribs. So definitely we see some apprehension. She was worried, right? Apprehension. And she felt her heartbeat increasing. Her heart was racing. So she was quite apprehensive, quite tense, quite worried, nervous, anxious. Yeah, that's it. That is it. That is it. Pause here, read this, and attempt the first couple of questions. What narrative point of view is used in the extract? First person, we see I, we, stuff like that. So that's clear. 52. The depiction of Maggie's walk as a lame animal, blah, blah, blah. Let's find the lines. 10 and 11 can best be described as, that's going to be C, a true and sad observation regarding Maggie's self-esteem. Have you ever seen a lame animal, perhaps a dog, run over by some careless person rich enough to own a car, sidle up to someone who is ignorant enough to be kind to him? So we know, we see the comparison here. Maggie is being, compared to this lowly, shameful animal that has to be pitied, right? In the way she walks and perhaps in the way she sees herself. 53, who is the narrator of the extract? That's the mother. The mother is the one, the mother is the I in the extract. And that's obvious in many parts, but just an example of where that's obvious. How do I look, mama? Maggie says, come out into the yard, I say. So someone is talking to mama, and the I replies. So the I must be mama. 54. According to the narrator, how does D react when the first house burnt to the ground? That's D, almost joyful. Take a look down here. Sometimes I could still hear the flames and feel Maggie's arms sticking to me, her hair smoking and her dress falling off her in little black papery flakes. And D, I see her standing off under the sweet gum tree she used to dig gum out of, a look of concentration on her face as she watched the last dingy grey boards of the house falling towards the red-hot brick chimney. Why don't you do a dance around the ashes? I wanted to ask her. She hated the house that much. So if you're going to ask someone who's watching a house burn to the ground, why don't you do a dance? Then, obviously, you are so happy, you're so smug. You hate this house so much that you must be so glad it's being burned down. You might as well just dance and celebrate, right? So she watched almost with joy. 55, the narrator reveals Maggie's feeling about her sister, primarily through analysis provided by the mother's description. We see how Maggie feels about the sister through how the mother describes the situation. I'm just blitzing through the rest here. I'm at the end of my pour. If you have any questions about these questions, let me know in the comments. But I'm just blitzing through for right now. 56, that's going to be D. What can be inferred from lines 20 to 22? We can check the lines. Through education, D has the tools to make her family feel inferior. We see that condescension. We see that the family is feeling as if they're not really up to D's level. All right, I can explain more in the comments if needs be, but I think these are straightforward, from here to the end. 57C, the dialogue in lines 33 to 40 serves to intensify the conflict and deepen the confrontation. I think that's the only possible answer that you could find. 58, D decides to change her given name and now call herself Wangero chiefly because I think this one was a little bit tricky. She feels it is a slave name. No, it's not tricky. Feels it's a slave name and a reminder of domination and cruelty. Let's just quickly find that one. What happened to... So, no, Mama, not D. This is my new name. What happened to D? I wanted to know. She's dead. So, that identity, that old name is dead. Wangiro said. So, even the narration switches to the new name. I couldn't bear it any longer being named after people who oppressed me, right? So, clearly, this name reminded D or Wangiro of oppressors, of slavery, and she didn't want to keep that name because it would be, a connection to that past. Not really her past, but, the past of her people. All right, 59. Which statement best captures what is being said about the mother-daughter relationships? That would be A. It's complex but strong. It's a strong relationship, but there are many nuances. It's not very easy to decipher how they feel about each other. There are many layers to it, and that's the only answer that makes sense. As I said, hit me up in the comments if anything is unclear. I just need to get to the end. 60. D, which of the following symbols in the extract represents family heritage and trauma? It would be the house. A and C are madness, and it's not so much the yard, but it's the house on the yard. All right, that's the end of it. All right, let's go. The main purpose of the opening paragraph, lines 1 to 3, let's highlight those, is to C, introduce the characters and setting. This is usually what the exposition or the beginning of a story does anyway, right? How do we see that introduction? We see, okay, Arlene and Champ are introduced. Arlene and Champ walk to Kmart. The story is full of, okay, so we see the two characters introduced, Arlene, Champ. They're at Kmart, and we see Kmart being described. We see what's going on. So yeah, we see the characters and we see where they are. 42. The writer's reference to Arlene's hair colors in lines 10 and 11. Lines 10 and 11 is effective as B, contrast. Look at the lines. And before that, Champ couldn't even identify the color, of the hair. The only way Champ knows her mother's true hair color is by her roots, the roots of the hairs, which, like death, inevitably rise to the truth. Why and how? Well, even if you change a hair color, the very roots of the hair will show the true color, right? Because the hair is growing up from the roots. You can't change the color that is in. You can't change the color of the hair follicles. So there's a contrast showing that Arlene and her hair colors are false, but the roots highlight reality. So as much as you want to put on colors or put on makeup or put on something fake or put on something different, whatever is there on the inside, whatever is there at the roots, whether you look at it literally or figuratively, that is the truth. So a contrast between what is presented and what is true, what is really there. 43. The writer suggests that Arlene is a mother who is B, overweight, materialistic, and vain. Overweight, materialistic, and vain. Where do we see evidence of this? We see her stomach spills over the hip hugger jeans, right? So her stomach is spilling over, overweight. And we see here a fold of flesh, kind of the same image. And I think it says somewhere that she's wearing something 2 sizes too small or something like that. So that's the overweight part. We know that she is materialistic and vain because of the focus on the makeup and hair color and stuff like that. This whole passage is about this mother and daughter rummaging through, the cosmetic aisle of a Kmart. And we see that she borrows a dress. And we see that she borrows a dress. She borrows Pancha's blue dress because she has a special date, right? So she's thinking about how she can... It's almost like a disguise. We see the diction kind of emphasizing that as well. For example, false eyelashes that look like insects on display, right? We see how much emphasis and thought going into choosing the right color. So yeah, it seems Overweight, materialistic, and vain might be the only option you can work with. Wealthy, definitely there's no wealth there. I don't know about beautiful. I'm not sure about that. You could argue that. I wouldn't argue for beautiful. Impolite, I mean, she seems a little cross, but I don't know if she's necessarily impolite. Unyielding, I don't know about that, because she does ask for advice from the little girl and so on. So I wouldn't say she's necessarily unyielding. So I wouldn't use any of these. Elegant, definitely not. Sophisticated, nope. Educated, I kind of doubt it. So we're left with B being the only option. 44. The simile in lines 14 to 15. Lines 14 to 15. The false eyelashes look like insects on display in clear plastic boxes. That's right here. It's effective because what? To be A, highlights through contrast the black eyelashes inside the clear boxes, right? Look at the description. Look at the contrast in the description. The eyelashes are black and then the boxes are clear, so they would definitely visually stand out, and they would probably look even a bit creepier or more unsettling to the little girl, the way you would have insects, dead insects displayed in transparent boxes or on a wall or something like that. And the other options don't make sense. 45. The reference to the brand name of the beauty product, Maybelline Makeup, suggests, this one took me a little while, but C, 2 and 3 only. The beauty industry is driven by consumerism which women must buy into, and specifying that it's Maybelline, that might be saying, okay, this is a particular brand that women would want to buy. So the brand name would encourage women to buy this particular product. And this product, since it's makeup, the aim of buying this product is to look more beautiful, right? And then 3 ties into this: to conform to mainstream beauty standards, such as the ones being set by these mainstream, these giant makeup lines. So to conform to mainstream beauty standards, women reject their own cultural beauty ideals. So whatever beauty you would have naturally, and whatever beauty that would be related to your own culture, that is rejected in order for you to take up the Maybelline. The Maybelline, I suppose, is I don't know if it's a more Americanized view of beauty, or if it's a European view of beauty, perhaps one of those. But we kind of can see the impression that this woman is taking up something that is not necessarily enhancing her natural beauty, but covering up her actual looks, in order to present something more mainstream. And I wouldn't go with 1 here. To be beautiful, women must literally put on masks of makeup. I don't think this extract is saying women should do this or must do this, but this particular woman is doing this and is kind of calling out the obsession with the makeup industry, perhaps. But I don't think it's kind of recommending that this is what must be done. 46. The effect of the mother-daughter dialogue is that it suggests that the mother is simultaneously affectionate and assertive. Even though in the beginning she seems indecisive, she does show some assertiveness around here. Well, you better learn and fast too. Now think, with this color, blah blah blah. So she's being assertive here. I think most of the assertion is shown. In the last paragraph here, and then we do see some affection in. I think there was a nickname. Wasn't the nickname? It was the offering of a gum. Arlene slings out another stick of gum from her back pocket, rips it in two and gives half to Cham. I don't think this is a great question, but I think this is the only answer we could use. The others just don't work. All right, 47. Cham's description of herself as too busy thinking of things people otherwise dismiss, like parentheses, but sticks to her like gum, in line 22 to 23. Let's find that. She is too busy thinking of things, blah blah blah. So things that most people would disregard, this little girl just can't stop thinking about those things. Things that would be unimportant to most people. B. She is preoccupied with small, trivial things which are insignificant to other people, definitely. 48. Pancha's dress, crinkled, sounds of elegance, and although it does not fit Arlene well, she does not care. This suggests that Arlene is happy once the dress exudes wealth and sophistication to attract male attention. She's going on a date. She doesn't care if the dress actually fits or if it suits her well. She just wants to give off this vibe of sophistication. She wants to get that attention. So she wears the dress, this very tight dress, and she puts on the Maybelline stuff and all. 49. Which of the following phrases best describes the relationship with her mother? Champ's relationship with her mother. B. Dutifully obedient. She's following her mother around. She's, answering questions, listening to her mother. So I would say dutifully obedient makes sense. The others just don't really make much sense. D isn't too far off though. Warmly affectionate, but there is some affection in the relationship, but I wouldn't say that is the best descriptor of the relationship based on how Champ speaks. 50. The story reaches its climax at what point? I would say C. The mother gets upset about the daughter's daydreaming and confronts her about it, right? So they've been walking through, they've been thinking about which makeup to buy and stuff like that, and then this is the only small conflict that could possibly develop here. Champ, are you listening? Are you in La La Land again? Arlene has her arms akimbo on a fold of flesh, vexed. So this is indicating that there might be some kind of consequence, some kind of issue or tension between the two, but that's quickly ironed out anyway. Nothing else here indicates a climax or anything like that. Okay, 51. Miss Jonah's arrival reveals that the A. mother had planned the narrator's departure unknown to her. We see here in the first paragraph that the speaker is confused about who this new lady is, but Mama is aware of what's happening. The meeting is obviously set up, and then Mama announces, Aisha, this is Miss Jonas. You're going to live with her. She wants a little girl who can jump around. Miss Jonas' arrival has nothing at all to do with whether or not the separation from her family had affected her. We don't know this. We can say that she perhaps gained some new insights, but this isn't very strong. There's no strong evidence for that. And sophisticated here is a very strange adjective for the narrator. The first person narrative used in the passage is effective most likely because it, C, captures the simplicity and authenticity of the child's distinctive voice and perspective. We see a lot of language used throughout that really give us the perspective, the point of view of a young, just a child, somewhat naive, somewhat inexperienced, somewhat wondering, somewhat confused. Reading through the story, we can see that there is no pretense, there's no fancy language, just a child being a child, thinking and speaking as a child. 53. What literary devices are used in the statement? The sun was setting bright yellow like when the storm was going to come. This is D, simile and foreshadowing. So we have the simile here, as we have two things being compared with as or like. In this case, we have like. But where is the foreshadowing? The foreshadowing is in the coming storm, which is actually representing the difficulties and the pain that the narrator would suffer being separated from her family. And these are all just not correct. Nothing to argue there. 54. The effect of the change of setting from the narrator's home to Miss Jonas's house and later the narrator's new school and church is that it has to be A. It emphasizes the contrast between the narrator's past and present social environment. We see the contrast as we look at the first section here.
where we see the girl in the previous setting, Mama's house, but then we see that her environment changes completely when she moves in with Miss Jonas. Now she's going to a big fancy school, a big fancy church. The house is big. She's eating, much bigger meals and stuff like that. So we see a stark difference between the two different lives. There's no indication of any internal change happening or anything internally changing on a daily basis. There's not much symbolism in these places, and the places wouldn't only create an atmosphere of despair, because we know that she was not feeling any despair when she was in Mama's house. And while the narrator might be a strong, versatile character who can survive many things, the effect of the change of setting does not point to this. So sometimes CSEC will trip you up by giving you an answer that sounds true, but that does not necessarily relate to the question being asked. Verse 55. What inferences can be made about the older sisters during the narrator's first encounter with Miss Jonas when the sisters form a circle around her? Lines 17-18. So this Miss Jonas person is coming to abduct, to take away, and, steal this little girl, and her sisters form a circle around her. This clearly indicates that they're protective of their little sister and they're prepared to defend her. 56. The effect of the sentence is, I vex with my mother. I grudge my sisters who get to stay. I feel like the God who I say my prayers to every night betrays me. Lines 20-21 is that. Answer A. Their increasing length parallels the narrator's rising tension and rage. This one's a little complex, but it's the only option that makes sense. So looking at the lengths of the sentences, we see a short one gets a little longer here, gets even longer here. So we can imagine that as the sentences are getting longer and longer, the speaker is feeling a more intense emotion as she contemplates, as she thinks of where her life is and how betrayed and how alone she feels. We do not really see colloquial terms and any local flavor coming out here. I mean, saying I vex with my mother could be a little bit colloquial, but that's not very important, and it's not really adding any local flavor of such. And distrust is not a word we could really use here. We're not seeing where the narrator is distrusting of her sisters. Maybe she doesn't trust her mother because her mother kind of sold her out, but she grudges her sisters. She doesn't distrust them, and she doesn't necessarily distrust their religious beliefs. It's just that she distrusts God. That's a little bit different. And D is definitely out. There's no improvements happening here. 57. Which of the following words best describe the narrator's mother? Answer B. Practical, realistic, and decisive. Practical and realistic because the mother realizes that she simply can't take care of all of these kids. Miss Jonas wants a girl who can jump around. I have a girl who can jump around and who I can't take care of, so let me send her to live with this rich woman. Practical. Realistic. She's decisive because she makes up her mind that her daughter is going, and she doesn't falter. She doesn't seem to think twice about it. The mother just drops the news very decisively. Aisha, this is Miss Jonas. You're going to live with her. That's it. We're not seeing where the mother is polite, respectful, and sensitive. Definitely not sensitive towards her daughter. Perhaps respectful toward Miss Jonas. Polite, I'm not sure. But yeah, A is a pretty weak answer. Agreeable, friendly, and emotional. We're not seeing where the mother is emotional. She's very practical, but not necessarily emotional. Friendly, maybe towards Miss Jonas. Agreeable, well, not necessarily agreeable to her daughter. Impassive, meaning not really showing much emotion. Yeah, we could say that. Critical, we're not seeing her criticize anyone per se. And while she's pretty decisive and almost cold, I wouldn't say that she's necessarily domineering. Okay, 58. Which technique is used most successfully by the writer to convey the narrator's criticism of Miss Jonas's church activities and rituals. This one is A, humor. We see here a humorous description of what church is like. The singing dead, no tambourine not shaking, nobody moving. And as we continue, we see a humorous description of how boring, how bland the church service is. And then look here, sometimes the person sing the prayers, but in a kind of singing that you're not sure is really a song. Sort of how like when a ram goat bawl, when him know him going to bawl whole night till them let him go. Yeah, so we see humor, and we just don't see any of these. 59. Which of the following statements best describes the theme of this passage? A. Different priorities often motivate the contrasting experiences of children and adults. We see this as we look at the little girl and her mother. The mother's priority is basically being able to finance her home properly, being able to take care of her family members, which means getting rid of one of them, essentially. While the narrator would rather stay at home, if it even means living a poorer life, but at least she would get to be with her family, be with her sisters. And so we see where Mama and Miss Jonas, they have very different priorities from the narrator. And that is what creates this contrast of experiences. We see here that B is actually not a bad answer. The unpredictability of childhood is driven solely by the whims and fancy of adults. Now, to say whims and fancy is this term is not one I would use. It sounds as if the adults are just saying and doing whatever they please with no reason, just to mess up the children's lives. But we see where there is some amount of reasoning and logic behind sending this little girl away to live with Miss Jonas. Also, solely, this word is just too strong. And these two are out. Okay, 60. The dominant emotion evoked in the reader by the final two sentences in the passage is... So as we read these last two sentences, what do we feel? I never understand why it's me she take, and I never understand why Mama agreed to give me away. So this is a tricky one. I actually went back and forth between B and C on this one. A is a weak answer, but it's not as bad as D. So looking at the last two lines, we have to ask ourselves, what am I supposed to feel as the reader? And C might sound good, perplexity, but we need to keep in mind that the narrator, the speaker, is the one who is perplexed here. But what is the emotion that we should feel? I think we should be feeling empathy toward the speaker. These lines show the perplexity of the narrator, but they are trying to instill in us a feeling of empathy, where we are trying to understand how she's feeling, put herself in her shoes, and also sympathize with her. So empathy / sympathy. I'm not seeing where anger is being evoked per se, and the perplexity is more on the side of the speaker than the reader, and disinterest is completely out. Okay, so that's it.
Pause and read here and even attempt the first couple of questions. Okay, 41. The first person narration is particularly effective in the extract because it helps readers experience the child's growing frustration and his desire for revenge. We're thrown into the speaker's shoes, we can see from their perspective, and so their emotions kind of become our emotions as the reader. The other options just can't work at all. Okay, moving fast. 42. The statement, I'll always remember him as a spoiler. Let me try to tell you what he spoiled. Let's find those lines. Okay, that's just line 1, right? What do these lines suggest? They suggest B. The child narrator is self-aware, articulate, and directly engages the audience. The child is aware of their own perspective, right? They're articulate. The child is clearly speaking their mind. You know, it's very easy to understand what the child is saying, and there's a direct engagement of the audience. Let me try to tell you what is spoiled. That's a very direct way to converse with the reader, right? 43. Which of the following statements best describes the meaning of A halo of gloom slipped out of the taxi with him and accompanied him up our front step and into our living room and hung over his head as he collapsed on the sofa. Let's find those lines. 7 to 9. That's going to be B. Gloom is personified with kinesthetic imagery and visual attributes as it hovers over the visitor and goes with him everywhere. So let's break this down a little bit. Gloom is personified. How? Because the gloom slipped out of the taxi with him and accompanied him as if it's a person making the decision to do that. The kinesthetic imagery is the movement of the gloom. The slipping out of the taxi and accompanying him. Kinesthetic imagery is imagery of movement. And then you have the visual attribute of it being a halo, surrounding him over his head and it hanging over his head. And you know that it goes with him everywhere because it followed him out of the taxi, followed him as he walked into the living room, and as he sat on the sofa, it followed him there as well. So yeah, B makes sense. Every part of B makes sense. 44. During the lunchtime dialogue between the narrator's mother and her guest, the impression created of Marcus Aurelius is that he is A, superstitious and wearied by the challenges of his life, right? He's definitely wearied. He seems tired, exhausted, overwhelmed by the challenges, and he's superstitious. He believes in this Baku thing. He takes it quite seriously. 45. The imagery in the midnight sky, blah, 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 lines 48 to 50. Let's find those lines. This imagery is effective because it, D, reinforces Boy's growing tension, paralleling his state of mind to drunkenness when he expresses himself as a frustrated avenger. So know that Boy is frustrated and seeking revenge because this person has, taken up all his time, has forced him to stay in and, deal with him. He didn't get the chance to go out to the beach and play and stuff like that. So we see the growing tension, and we also see this comparison to drunkenness as Boy drank the moonlight, not literally, of course. I sucked in the perfume of the lady of the night. I was lightheaded. More references to drunkenness. And we know that this has everything to do with vengeance because right after this, we see why Boy is out here standing in the moonlight. He howls and he basically frightens this stupid superstitious man into believing that the Baku is attacking him or whatever. So yeah, D makes sense. 46. The narrator's character could best be described as tolerant and mischievous. Tolerant because even though he was really annoyed, frustrated with Marcus's presence and with the fact that he had to stay and babysit this man, he did tolerate Marcus. He did do his job. He didn't just run away and leave. He followed his mother's instructions and so on. But the mischief is obvious because he pretends to be a Baku in the end. He frightens Marcus and gets his revenge. The others don't make sense. He's neither submissive nor devout. I don't know about reactive, but we could say he's somewhat observant. Maybe he's a little bit reactive, kind of reacting to, being in this situation of having to, miss out on playing. So he reacts by becoming the Baku. So, I would give reactive maybe a half point. And observant, I guess, I don't know if he would have had to be observant to understand anything about Marcus because Marcus said everything. So he just had to listen and understand where Marcus was coming from and what his fears were. So there's not much observantness there. And not seeing anything about being compassionate. Could say skeptical because that could be seen as an antonym for superstitious. Okay. 47. The narrator comments on the visitor's arrival, his conversations and his response to the events to suggest that Marcus, and that is a C for me, 2 and 3 only, his chaotic home life has brought on anxiety and depression. We saw that earlier on with the gloom following him out of the taxi and so on. And he talks about how back at home he was cursed with given this bottle and blah blah blah. So that makes sense. And then so 2 makes sense, and 3, spiritual turmoil makes him appear helpless and superstitious. The spiritual turmoil, he thinks he's being haunted by the Baku and stuff like that. So he does exude this sense of helplessness, and clearly he's superstitious. So that makes sense. And 1 doesn't really make sense. His attitude conceals social and cultural traditions. I would say his attitude reveals social and cultural traditions. It isn't concealing anything. So 1 doesn't make sense. So C. 48. Which of the following literary devices is used in line 1? I slithered away from the bush. Let's find that. Not line 1, line 61. I slithered away from the bush. Now, this one is a bit tricky because slither can be considered onomatopoeic, but it's more clearly a metaphor because a human being slithering, clearly there's a comparison to a snake, right? So I slithered away from the bush. Boy is comparing himself to a snake, being as sneaky and as stealthy and as deceptive as a snake. That is the most important thing here. 49. The conflict experienced by Boy is, that would be D, external conflict, because Boy isn't in conflict with himself, he's in conflict with Marcus and the problem that he has caused upon him, Boy. And this conflict is introduced through narration and action. We see what is said and what is done, and that is what makes the conflict clear. So it's a very obvious answer. We can eliminate B and C because the conflict is more external than internal, and then the conflict isn't really introduced through symbols, so we can eliminate A. 50. The major theme of the excerpt is the differences in belief that trigger a need for revenge. Marcus believes in this Baku business. Boy clearly isn't buying that. He's just very annoyed that it's becoming his problem. And these differences in beliefs, creates this situation in which Boy needs to exact revenge by becoming the Baku and frightening Marcus.
The green blazer stood out under the bright sun and blue sky. In all that jostling crowd, one could not help noticing it. The babble of the marketplace was there, but above it all, the green blazer seemed to cry out an invitation. Raju could not ignore it. It was not in his nature to ignore such a persistent invitation. He sat on a stack of cast-off banana stalks beside a shop awning and watched the crowd. When he watched a crowd, he did it with concentration. Constitutionally, he was an idler and had just the amount of energy to watch in a crowd and put his hand into another person's pocket. Sorry guys, the text is a little small on my screen. Give my best and make it. Yeah. It was a gamble, of course. So please read along with me in case I miss lines or anything like that. Sometimes he got nothing out of a venture. Sometimes he picked up a fountain pen. What Raju loved most was a nice, bulging purse. If he saw one, he picked it up with the greatest deftness. He took the cash in it, flung it far away, and went home with the satisfaction that he had done his day's job well. He bought sweets, books, and slates for his children, and occasionally a jacket piece for his wife too. Raju jumped down from the banana stalk and followed the green blazer, always keeping himself 3 steps behind. Raju waited patiently, pretending to be examining some rolls of rush mat, while the green blazer spent a considerable length of time drinking a coconut at a nearby booth. Raju saw the other take out his black purse and start a debate with the coconut seller over the price of coconuts. He had a thick, sawing voice which disconcerted Raju. It sounded like the growl of a tiger. The way the other haggled didn't appeal to Raju either. It showed a mean and petty temperament. Too much fondness for money. The green blazer stopped before a stall flying before... Oh geez, I'm sleeping. The green blazer stopped before a stall flying colored balloons. He bought a balloon after an endless argument with the shopman, a further demonstration of his meanness. He said, "This is for a motherless boy. I have promised it to him. If it bursts or gets lost before I go home, he will cry all night." Raju got his chance when the other passed through a narrow stile where people were passing to see a wax model of Mahatma Gandhi reading a newspaper. 50 minutes later, Raju was examining the contents of the purse. He went away to a secluded spot behind a disused well. The purse contained 10 rupees in coins and 20 in currency notes and a few annas in nickels. Raju tucked the annas at his waist in his loincloth. Must give them to some beggars, he reflected generously. Now the purse lay limp within the hollow of his hand. It was only left for him to fling it into the well. The well had a little shallow water at the bottom. The purse might float, and a floating purse could cause the worst troubles on earth. He opened the purse in order to fill it with pebbles before drowning it. Now, through the slit at its side, he saw a balloon folded and tucked away. He remembered the others' talk about the motherless child. What a fool to keep this in the purse, Raju reflected. It is the carelessness of parents that makes young ones suffer, he ruminated angrily. Raju almost sobbed at the thought of the disappointed child. The motherless boy must have his balloon at any cost, Raju decided. But how? The balloon could not be handed back. The thing to do would be to put it back into the empty purse and slip it into the other's pocket. The green blazer was watching the heckling going on as the Bible preacher warmed up to his subject. Raju sidled up to the green blazer. The purse with the balloon only tucked into it was in his palm. He'd slip it back into the other's pocket. Raju realized his mistake in a moment. The green blazer caught hold of his arm and cried, "Pickpocket!" The hecklers lost interest in the Bible and turned their attention to Raju, who tried to look appropriately outraged. He cried, "Let me go!" The other, without giving a clue to what he proposed, shot out his arm and hit him on the cheek. It almost blinded him. All right, so pretty fun passage. Good job, CSEC. Fun passage here. All right, 51. Send your answers in the chat. The function of the setting in this extract is to... All right, the answer is D. Show that physical and social circumstances influences action, character, and conflict. Of course, the entire plot is driven by the setting, by the crowd being present, by the blazer being there, by the marketplace. All of this sets up the stage and creates opportunity for this, for everything to happen. So that's what the setting does in this extract. All right, 52. The best explanation for the inclusion of Raju bought sweets, books, and slates for his children and occasionally a jacket piece for his wife too. Lines 11 to 12 is to do what? Oops. Sorry. We're looking at lines 11 to 12. Here, Raju bought all these things. Okay, the answer has to be B. Reveal character and give information. So now we know that Raju has a wife. We know that he's stealing to take care of his family. We know that even though it's a thief, he's not really a mean person. All right. 53. Oops, wrong thing. I dragged to the wrong page. All right. What is the dominant image used to portray Raju's trail of the green blazer? What is the dominant image? He's trailing this guy to steal his money. What is the dominant image used to portray this? Wow, I'm seeing some strange answers. What's going on? B, D? Has to be A. Come on. It's got to be A. Hunting. Has to be hunting. Where do we see hunting? Images of hunting. So he's trailing this green blazer to steal his money, but it's as if he's hunting his prey. And let's see where we see hunting. Let's see. Keeping himself 3 steps behind. So he's trailing. Speaking of trailing, okay, that's okay. Yeah. So keeping himself 3 steps behind, just like a hunter might be trailing a deer, or just like a tiger might be trailing, its prey. He waited patiently. Yeah. Let's see. Hunting. It sounded like the growl of a tiger. Okay, there might be more evidences, but definitely hunting is... Ow, what am I doing? Hunting is the main image here. So 53A. All right, let's go to 54. Which of the following techniques is used by the writer in the development of the green blazer character? The green blazer character. So we're at 54. Development of the Green Blazer character. Okay, I'm moving quickly, so I'm not going to wait for everyone to answer. 54 is C, caricature. And I can hear some persons asking, what is a caricature? Let me read an answer from my dictionary. Caricature, a pictorial representation of someone in which disgusting features are exaggerated for comic effect. No, even though a caricature is usually how would I put it? An image, a picture. It can also just be kind of exaggerating the features of characters. No, we can actually come to this answer by the process of elimination. A persona is not a technique at all. There's no flashback used. Is there a flashback? I don't remember any flashback happening, but if there is flashback, it's definitely not used to develop this guy's character. Yeah, basically caricature, like cartoon. Usually you see those in the newspapers, making fun of politicians and whatnot. Pantomime doesn't make sense. Here, a pantomime, let's see. Just so I give you guys precise information. Pantomime, a classical comic actor, one who works mainly through gesture or mime. So that's acting without using words. So none of these actually make any sense at all, which means the only possible answer is C. Yeah. All right. Hopefully in future videos I can give more details on answers, but we're pressed for time because I want to end this stream before it hits 3 hours. 55. The writer uses Raju's thoughts to reveal that he is what? 55. The writer uses Raju's thoughts to reveal that he is. And this is the trickiest question on this passage. Actually, the second trickiest question. This is the second trickiest question on this passage. Answer C. Very tricky because B is close. But the answer is C. Generous and fond of money. Mean, he's not mean. Definitely Raju is pretty kind, actually. He wants to give away some of the money to other beggars. He buys things for his wife and stuff like that. Hypocritical. I don't see any hypocrisy in his actions. And even though, yes, he is an idler, but he also works hard, doesn't he? By stealing. No. Why is it opportunistic and wily? He's opportunistic because he can look at a crowd, figure out who to rob, wait for the right moment and strike. And is he sly, cunning, full of tricks? I would say he's wily as well. So he's opportunistic and he's wily. So why is the answer C? Generous and fond of money. The key word here is thoughts. His actions suggest that he's opportunistic and wily, but his thoughts, his thinking suggests that he's generous and fond of money. Let's see his thoughts. What are his thoughts? Let's see. Okay, look at this. This is his thought, his thinking. Must give them to some beggars. He reflected. He's not saying it, he's just thinking. So his thought is showing us that, oh, he's a generous guy. He reflected generously. There was something else. The motherless boy must have his balloon at any cost. He's thinking about how this little kid is going to be so disappointed. So he's generous in that he wants this boy to get his balloon at any cost. So his thoughts shows that he's kind, that he's generous. His thoughts shows that, but his actions shows that he's opportunistic and wily. We see him, trailing the green blazer. He stops at just the right time. He takes the right opportunity to grab the purse and so on. So his actions show that he's opportunistic and wily, but his thoughts show that he's generous and fond of money. Of course, you know that he's fond of money anyway, but the generous part, definitely. thoughts. Clear? 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 All right. 56. Which of the following critical incidents advances the plot of the extract? A little tricky, but think about it. You'll see the answer. Which of the following advances the plot? Which of the following makes something dramatic happen? Which action here triggers important actions? 56. Wow, I'm seeing B and C. What if I told that neither of those is correct? What about D? 56D. Which of the following advances the plot? Returning the purse. So purchasing the balloon, this doesn't advance the plot at all. Following the green blazer, this is happening throughout the entire first couple of paragraphs, but this doesn't significantly advance the plot. Stealing the purse. Stealing the purse is kind of a significant action, but what about when he returns it? This brings the most advancement to the plot. Because when he, as a matter of fact, even before he actually returns it, when he decides to return the purse, this is where the story gets interesting. And this is where the plot is advanced. The plot is advanced because now he gets caught and who knows what's going to happen next. So returning the purse, yeah, advances the plot. I think that's a tricky one, but that's my answer for it. 57, the narrative point of view used in the story best demonstrates that the narrator is what? 57. 57, the narrative point of view. You see that we are using a... what is the narrative point of view here? It's not first person, it's third person. But what is it is third person limited. And because of the third person limited, we can only really see what's going on in the mind of Raju. We cannot see the thoughts of anybody else. Confined by the experience of a particular character. A is close, but C is more accurate. All right, I think we all got that one correct, so it should be good. Someone said D. Shifting from one point of view to the next. There's no shifting of point of view. The narrator is following Raju. We're seeing Raju's mind, Raju's thought process. And we're seeing everything from Raju's perspective, basically. From Raju's point of view. 58. You see, we're really picking up speed here. I told you this life is going to end before we hit 3 hours. You didn't believe me, did you? The writer's tone can best be described as what? What is the writer's tone? Come on, show your answers real quick. 10 seconds. 58. And by the way, you can use the process of elimination for this one. Use the process of elimination. All right, 58D. Dispassionate. Critical, the writer is not criticizing anyone. The writer is not mocking anyone or judging anyone. Dispassionate is the only one left. Dispassionate means not showing any emotion or not taking any sides. Dispassionate, we know what passionate means. So dispassionate is the opposite of passionate. The narrator is showing us basically this whole journey of Raju robbing. Oh, good afternoon, Lugene. Of Raju robbing the green blazer, and there is no emotion to suggest that we should feel sorry for the green blazer or feel sorry for Raju when he gets caught. The writer doesn't seem to be particularly happy about any of this, not taking sides, just reporting in a dispassionate way. 59. What device is... this is the toughest question on this extract. This is a tough question. What devices has the writer used in the development of the narrative and its outcome? What device has the writer used in the development of the narrative and its outcome? Very tough one. I think it's a tough one. Tough question. 59. D, guys, where are you seeing sarcasm? What allegory? 59. My answer is A, irony and humor. All right, let me explain. This one requires some explanation. Oh, let's see. Irony on him. We see irony. Where do we see irony? There are a number of ironies here. But let's look at what the question asks. Used in the development of the narrative, the whole story, and its outcome. So whatever devices we choose, it must relate to the narrative on a whole, and it must also relate to the outcome. All right, what is the outcome? The outcome here is Roger gets caught. What is the irony in the outcome? The irony is he didn't get caught stealing the purse, but he got caught returning the purse. Very ironic. Can you imagine you're a thief and the day you get caught is the day you are returning something? You didn't get caught while you were committing the crime, but while you were trying to undo the crime, basically. So that's real irony right there. And we see more instances of irony. We see that he's a generous thief. Quite ironic. He's a thief. If he's a thief, how can he be generous? But yeah, he's generous, as we see. And the whole idea that he wants to return. So he steals the money from the man, but he cares about returning the balloon for the little boy. Ironic, isn't it? Okay, what about humor? I struggle a little bit with humor because nothing jumps out at me as being funny, but I think this last part here is supposed to be funny. Didn't quite get me dying with laughter, but the irony here in that he gets caught while returning the purse, and also the irony that he decides to return the purse in the first place, which is a dumb move, that might be humorous. If you can find any other instances of humor, I don't know, but definitely irony is a big hitter here. So it has to be A. All right, let's look at the others and see why they could not be real. Oh no, we're at 3 hours. I broke my promise. But we're going to be ending soon. Paradox. A paradox is a situation that forces you to reason in a circular way, or a situation that contradicts itself, or a situation that is both true and false. I can't explain paradox deeply, no, because we're in a rush. But there is no paradox here. That is all you need to know. There's no paradox in this. There's irony, no paradox. Satire, maybe we could say there's some satire. A satire is like, how do I put it very simply in the context of this passage? Like commenting on some social issue. Commenting on some social issue using humor or other devices. In this case, one issue might be that rich people are often quite stingy and mean, For example, this man trying to ball down the price for the balloon and stuff like that. So anyway, there are a few satirical elements that I won't go into, but paradox is out. Allusion, I don't see any specific allusions, but even if there's allusion, parody is out. Sarcasm, I don't know if there's sarcasm, but if there is sarcasm, it's not used to develop anything. Allegory, I don't know what's going on there. But irony and humor, definitely. Someone said the diction throughout was humorous. Well, there we have diction, we have humor. Yeah. All right. Number 60, the last one. Which of the following are responsible? Responsible? Are you kidding me? Which of the following are possible themes of this extract? Which of the following are possible themes of this extract? Number 60. Possible themes. Possible themes of this extract. All right. I won't hold you in suspense. My answer is A. 1 and 2. Life is simultaneously comic and sad. We see the comedy or the humor, as we mentioned in the previous question, in the thief being generous, the thief getting caught, putting back the purse and stuff like that. And sad. We see some sad elements in that someone is going to be punished for doing something that's kind of good, I guess, because he's putting back the purse and that's when he gets caught. Also, the whole thing with the boy and the balloon and, he will not be getting that balloon and stuff like that. So we see that life can be sad and funny at the same time. And 2 greedy people living beyond their means provoke tragedy. Yeah, I think Raju is living beyond his means. He's being greedy by stealing money from others. 3, necessity is the mother of invention and innovation. I do not really see this. I don't really see this. I wouldn't say that stealing is invention and innovation, Because basically, Raju is a thief. He's a skillful thief, but a thief. And I wouldn't say that that is innovative or inventive in any way. So 1 and 2, which gives us A. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be humorous. He had just the amount of energy to basically rob somebody. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty crafty line. So yeah, guys, that's it. Those are my thoughts on this passage. So we're gonna have a reading of this. Then you can pause, read it for yourself, read it carefully, read it several times. After which we'll go through the questions.
My friend Eddie was a small, thin boy. You could see the blue veins in his wrists and temples. People said that he had consumption and wasn't long for this world. I loved but sometimes despised him. His father, Mr. Sawyer, was a strange man. He was an agent for a small steamship line, which in those days linked up Venezuela and Trinidad with the smaller islands. But he couldn't make much out of that. He must have a private income, people decided. But they never decided why he had chosen to settle in a place he didn't like and to marry a colored woman, though a decent, respectable, nicely educated colored woman, mind you. When Mr. Sawyer was drunk, this often happened, he used to be very rude to her. She never answered him. "You damned long-eyed, gloomy half-caste, you don't smell right," he would say. And she never answered, not even to whisper, "You don't smell right to me either." Mr. Sawyer built a room on the back of his house. Bookshelves lined the walls. Every time the Royal Mail steamer came in, it brought a packet for him, and gradually the empty shelves filled. Once, I went there with Eddie to borrow The Arabian Nights. That was on a Saturday afternoon, one of those hot, still afternoons when you felt that everything had gone to sleep, even the water in the gutters. But Mrs. Sawyer was not asleep. She put her head in at the door and looked at us, and I knew she hated the room and hated the books. Just after my 12th birthday, Mr. Sawyer died suddenly, and as Eddie's special friend, I went to the funeral wearing a new white dress. When it was all over, everybody said how nice Mrs. Sawyer had looked, walking like a queen behind the coffin and crying her eyeballs out at the right moment. And wasn't Eddie a funny boy? He hadn't cried at all. After this, Eddie and I took possession of the room with the books. No one ever entered it. It was empty except for the bookshelves, a desk with a green baize top, and a wicker rocking chair. "My room," Eddie called it. "My books," he would say. "My books." I don't know whether it was weeks after Mr. Sawyer's death or months after that I see myself and Eddie in the room. But there we are, and there, unexpectedly, are Mrs. Sawyer and Mildred. Mrs. Sawyer's mouth tight, her eyes pleased. She is pulling all the books out of the bookshelves and piling them into 2 heaps. They are going to be burnt. Yes, burnt. Mrs. Sawyer did not seem to notice that we were there, but she was breathing free and easy, and her hands had got the rhythm of tearing and pitching. When Eddie said no, she did not even glance at him. "No," he said again in a high voice. "Not that one. I was reading that one." She laughed, and he rushed at her, his eyes starting out of his head, shrieking, "Now I've got to hate you too. Now I hate you too." He snatched the book out of her hand and gave her a violent push. She fell into the rocking chair.
When I discussed this paper with some teachers, there were so many points of contention where this particular passage is concerned. This passage is difficult, largely because it is ambiguous in tone. The tone of the passage is quite difficult to grasp. And, one set of readers might take one tone away, saying that, the persona feels this way, sounds this way, while another set of readers might have a different perspective. But we'll get into it. And we'll look into, why the suggested answers might just be the very best options for us. 41. What is the narrative point of view used in this passage? This one is easy. First person. We see that, we see my and I, stuff like that. The speaker is speaking from their own perspective. All right, 42. From the statement, I loved but sometimes despised in line 2, one can infer that the narrator, of course, loving and despising someone, these are quite opposing feelings. So we can see here that the speaker has conflicting feelings that sometimes occur in childhood relationships. As a child, sometimes you love, sometimes you hate your friend. That's just how it is. Even as adults, but even more so as children, it's easy to have these swings in feelings, these ambivalent or these fleeting feelings. So that's quite typical of children. Let's eliminate the others. A is unwilling and unable to describe her true feelings. Well, she is describing her true feelings, which is sometimes love, sometimes despise. B has no real logical explanation for maintaining her friendship with Eddie. Yeah, we definitely do not get that from this line here. Is devoted to her friend, but is afraid to be truthful to him about her. We don't see anything about romantic feelings here. The love here isn't necessarily romantic at all, especially seeing that we're dealing with kids. And even if there's romantic feeling, we do not see that she was afraid to tell him that. 43. The mood in the family home is a reflection of. Okay, so if we look here, we can see the mood in the family home. So you can pause and read this and you can have an idea of what the mood is. You see that there is tension, there is conflict. Mr. Sawyer was often drunk and he would be very rude to his wife. She never answered him. And we see here, some of the cussing that happens. What causes this very dark, gloomy, negative mood? I would say it's the cultural differences between the parents. Mr. Sawyer and his wife seem to be quite different. They seem to be from different backgrounds. Mr. Sawyer seems to be from a wealthier background. Maybe he's white. We kind of see a contrast between him and his wife. We see that she's said here to be a colored woman, which means a black woman. People never decided why he had chosen to settle in a place he didn't like and to marry a colored woman. So we see that Mr. Sawyer and this colored woman, they're not necessarily equals in the sense that they're not from the same, background, not cut from the same cloth, as some would say. And we also see that Mr. Sawyer, in how he would mistreat this woman, would even call her a half-caste. Kind of a slur to talk about people of mixed race, half-caste. So maybe she was half black, half white, or half whatever. So we can definitely see that there were cultural differences between both of them. I don't see how those would tie into the conflict here. Let's eliminate BCD. A sense of dread foreshadowing the terrors to come. Well, the mood in the family house wouldn't come from any foreshadowing because, of course, the mood happens before whatever is to come. So it's not as if they would know that something bad is going to happen, so let's have this bad mood. So that doesn't make any sense. C, a setting that symbolizes the inner life of characters. This is just a vague and pointless answer right here. We don't go into any inner life of the characters, really. D, the landscape entwined with the personality of the narrator. No, we're not seeing any landscape entwined with anyone's personality, especially not the personality of the narrator, because we're talking about the mood in the Sawyer household. All right, 44. What function does the use of dialogue serve in this extract? A, intensifies the conflict between antagonistic characters. All right, let's see. Where do we see dialogue happening here? Let's scan this entire extract for dialogue. Here we see dialogue. What is the dialogue doing here? The dialogue is doing A. It's intensifying the conflict between antagonistic characters, Mr. and Mrs. Sawyer. Let's try B, create suspense. We're not seeing any suspense happening here. We're just seeing an argument. Foreshadows the underlying conflict between the two children. Nope, not seeing that here. Introduces humor. Okay, we can stop there. Where else do we see? Okay. So if you need to pause and reread the passage, do that. I will not be analyzing the passage thoroughly. I'm just tackling the questions. We see here, Eddie is saying, my room, my books, my books. Why would he be saying this? He's trying to basically lay claim on that territory. And we see this dialogue ties into what happens at the end here. Mrs. Sawyer tries to, enter this room, barge in and destroy Eddie's books. Eddie says, no. And then he says, not that one. I was reading that one. So what is the dialogue doing here? We don't have so much dialogue in this passage. What is the dialogue doing here and here? In both cases, we're seeing the conflict between characters being intensified. Here it's between Mr. and Mrs. Sawyer. Here it's between Mrs. Sawyer and the boy, Eddie. Okay, 45. What does the statement, walking like a queen behind the coffin and crying her eyeballs out at the right moment in line 20 mean? And this is a very interesting question because there are two answers that seem correct. So we know that this woman is being kind of fake at this point. She isn't really mourning. She's happy that Mr. Sawyer is dead. So this here, walking like a queen behind the coffin and crying her eyeballs out at the right moment. Key phrase. What does that mean? A, she's restrained and calculating in expressing her emotions for her husband. This, I think, is a good answer. This here shows that she knows basically when to express an emotion. She can control, how and when she cries because she's crying at the right moment. She's calculating in how she expresses, right? She can walk like a queen. So even though she's crying, she isn't embarrassing herself. She isn't blubbering and looking all pathetic. So she's kind of maintaining some queenly state. But at the same time, whenever it suits her, whenever it's most suitable, she would cry her eyeballs out. So she would know just when to cry. So she's very calculating in how she expresses her emotion. It's not a very natural crying, mourning process where you can't control yourself. Look at B. Her elegance and grief do not match. I was torn between A and B. By the way, C and D are out, and we'll get to those in a minute. I was torn between C and B. B says her elegance and grief do not match, suggesting that her grief is pretentious. No, the problem with B is the first part. Her elegance and grief do not match. Because elegance and grief aren't necessarily opposites. You can be elegant and grieving at the same time. So saying her elegance and grief do not match, that doesn't really make sense. It's kind of making the assumption that if someone looks elegant, they can't really be grieving. And that doesn't make sense. So walking like a queen would be the elegance, and this doesn't negate the grief. What negates the grief is how calculating she is in how she expresses her emotions for her husband. So the first part of B is why we can eliminate it. The grief is pretentious, but the explanation for why it is pretentious is wrong. Let's look at C. She carries herself in a stately manner and her grief is genuine. Her grief is not genuine. D. Her beauty and elegance are obvious to the public, but she hides her grief. Well, she doesn't hide her grief because she's crying her eyeballs out from time to time. So A is the answer. 46. Which of the following best describes the narrator's attitude toward Mrs. Sawyer? Admiration, sympathetic, detachment, judgmental. This is a tough one. It's a tough one. D is out. The narrator is not judging Mrs. Sawyer. And detachment would be good because we're seeing a number of mentions of emotions and stuff like that. And we know that the persona would have been close friends with Sawyer, which is Mrs. Sawyer's son. So we wouldn't say that he is necessarily detached from Mrs. Sawyer. So is he admiring her or is he sympathetic toward her? Let's take a look and then I'll come to which one I think is the more appropriate answer. Earlier I mentioned that some persons might sense one tone in this passage while other persons might sense a different tone. And depending on which group you fall in, you might choose either A or B. But I think one answer is a little bit better or goes a little bit deeper than the other. Let's have a look. Let's look at all of the descriptions of Mrs. Sawyer by the narrator. Okay, so here, though a decent, respectable, nicely educated colored woman, mind you. So you might be thinking, well, this looks like admiration. He's saying that she's decent and respectable, nicely educated. But, there's a detail you're missing. Let's read the paragraph. His father, Mr. Sawyer, was a strange man. Remember, the speaker is kind of reflecting on what would have happened when he and Eddie were children. I think it's a she. When she was a child, when Eddie was a child. So this is all from the perspective of a child. It's pretty much a childhood memory, we can imagine. So his father, Mr. Sawyer, Eddie's father, was a strange man. He was an agent for a small steamship line, which in those days linked up Venezuela and Trinidad with the smaller islands. But he couldn't make much out of that. From here, there's a very important thing that I don't want you to miss from line 5. He must have had a private income. People decided. The speaker is not telling us their view of Mr. and Mrs. Sawyer. The persona is basically reporting what people would have thought. She's reporting what she would have assumed or what she would have picked up on based on what people said. So it's not her own feelings. It's not her own perception. All right. So he must have a private income. People decided, but they never decided why he had chosen to settle in a place he didn't like and marry a colored woman. They were decent, respectable, nicely educated woman, mind you. So this part here, this does not count toward admiration because this is not the speaker's view of Mrs. Sawyer. All right, let's move on. When Mr. Sawyer was drunk, this often happened. He used to be very rude to her. She never answered him. Is this in favor of sympathy or admiration? If someone is rude to you and you're not answering them, is this admirable or is this pathetic? Let's find out. You damned, long-eyed, gloomy half-caste, you don't smell right, he would say. And she never answered, not even to whisper. You don't smell right either. So you might be thinking, well, this is admirable. She was strong enough to not answer. But I think she was too weak to answer. If someone is abusing you verbally, the abuse might have been physical too, but we're not sure. The man is drunk, so anything is possible. And you can't even say you don't smell right either. I think the speaker is feeling sorry for this woman, for how trapped she is in this abusive relationship. All right, let's move on. But Mrs. Sawyer was not asleep. All right. She put her head in at the door and looked at us. And I knew that she hated the room and hated the books. Are we seeing admiration or are we seeing sympathy? This woman is trapped in this relationship. She can't even defend herself. She can't even express herself. She hates a room that is on the very house in which she lives. She hates the books. What does she do? Nothing. She can't do anything. Let's move on. We see here Mr. Sawyer dies. Now look at how Mrs. Sawyer is described. When it was all over, everybody said, not the speaker. We're not talking about the narrator saying this. Everybody, just as we saw people decided. Everybody said how nice Mrs. Sawyer looked. Walking like a queen behind the coffin and crying her eyes out. So this description here, you could say that this sounds like admiration, but this is not the speaker's admiration. All right, let's move on. See here that Eddie took charge of this room with the books, but Mrs. Sawyer now wants to destroy the books. And we see that happening here. So what can you get from this account? What can you get from these last few paragraphs? Basically, Mrs. Sawyer has now ruined her relationship with her son because she's now going after the books which the boy loves. It seems as if each time we see some admiration, it's not the narrator's attitude coming out, but simply the narrator's perception of the attitude of others. Each time we see sympathy, it's actually the narrator's attitude. So there's some admiration throughout the text. It's either stated with a touch of irony, or it's just simply not the narrator's attitude. Now, let's go a little bit deeper in the apparent admiration here. We see that she's walking like a queen. She's down here, she's now tearing books. She seems high and mighty. Where is she tearing the books? And her hands got the rhythm of tearing and pitching. When Eddie said no, so she's now ripping the books. All of a sudden, she has some strength. But when did she get this strength? She got this strength only after the husband died. Where was her strength? Here. When the drunk man was abusing her. Where was her strength? No strength. The only strength she has is for this little boy and his books. So this is really a pathetic woman when you look at it. There's nothing very admirable about what's happening here. The narrator is not admiring this woman. He's sorry for her. First, you're in this relationship where the man abuses you. People are looking down on you. Then your husband dies. Then you lose your relationship with your son because of the hatred you have for your late husband. And remember, the narrator is Eddie's friend. So the narrator would not be admiring someone destroying Eddie's books. Someone basically hurting Eddie. That would not be something that the narrator would be admiring. So we see that where the narrator's attitude is concerned, sympathetic. Sympathy. Such a pity. Look at you tearing up books like you have strength. Only after the man is dead. Look at you walking like a queen and crying your eyes out. Only after the man is dead. Where was your voice when you needed it? So we see here that she's really sorry for this woman. That was a long explanation. 47. Which of the following is the best explanation of the function of the books in the extract? Aid in plot development. We see that the books aid in the development of the plot because it's because of the love for the books why the narrator and Eddie would be in this room. We also see that the books play an important role here. Mrs. Sawyer tearing up the books, showing that she has some strength now. So it does aid the plot development quite a bit. Link the protagonist to other characters. Yes, I think the narrator might be the protagonist. And the narrator is linked to Eddie via the books, is by extension linked to Eddie's father, who would have owned the books. And then we see Eddie's mother tearing up the books. He comes in contact with Eddie's mother, with Eddie, and with Eddie's father, all because of the books. Sometimes I say he, sometimes I say she when talking about the narrator, so bear with me there. And if you want to say that the protagonist is not the narrator, but instead Mrs. Sawyer, the same goes. Mrs. Sawyer is linked to the man and to her son via the books. So 2 is fine. And serve as a symbol of social class under pressure. We see that the books can represent Mr. Sawyer's high society life and his high income. And that is why Mrs. Sawyer destroys the books so adamantly at the end. She didn't hate the books, but she hated what the books represented. So 3 is okay. 1, 2, 3, that's D. 48, which of the following best describes the tone of the extract? Has to be ominous and serious. Ominous and serious, yeah. Through the whole extract, we can just sense that something bad is happening or something bad is going to happen. Emotional, it's a little bit emotional in some senses, but the narrator isn't showing a great deal of emotion. The narrator is kind of just matter of fact, talking about who died and so on with no real emotion attached. Definitely not C and D. I wouldn't say that this is direct and straightforward at all. All right, let's go to 49. Eddie's outburst in the last paragraph implies that so we see here Mrs. Sawyer comes in to tear up the books and Eddie is screaming out because, he loves the books. All right, no suspense. The answer is A. He hates both his parents and resents them for ruining his life. So we know that Eddie hates his father because, well, we can imagine he hates his father who is an abusive drunk who wouldn't hate a father like that. But then even after Eddie's father dies, look at this. He hadn't cried at all. The only thing Eddie cares about doing after his father dies is taking the books. So obviously he didn't love his father. And now in the last paragraph, we see that he hates his mother now, or at least in the moment, because his mother is taking away the only thing that really means a lot to him at this point, the books. He's not ambivalent at all. He knows exactly how he feels. And she says he was loyal to his father. We don't see that. As for D, maybe he feels some kind of connection to his father because of the books. But this outburst doesn't give us an idea that he's really necessarily grateful or experiencing any bond with his father. We're more seeing hatred and rage coming out here. 50. The most likely reason for Mrs. Sawyer burning the books is that easy. They belonged to her husband, whom she hated. The books reminded her of her husband. She didn't want any reminders of that wicked man. So she wants to get rid of the books. That's it.
Instructions. Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 11 through 20. The day after Christmas, midnight. One hears the noise of a file scraping on iron. Alice enters, carrying a candle, listens intently, and goes to the telephone. She speaks in a whisper. Hello, Central. Impatiently. Wake up. Give me the sergeant, quick. What? I can't speak louder. Hurry, please hurry. The sound of the file grows louder. Hello, are you the sergeant? I am Miss Gardner. There are 3 men trying to break in. Yes, burglars. My mother is very ill. If they frighten her, the shock might be very serious. Calling from second story. Alice? With dismay. Mother! At telephone. Hold the wire. Don't go away. Runs to curtains and looks up as though speaking to someone at top of stairs. Mother, why aren't you in bed? Is anything wrong, Alice? No, dear, no. I just came down to get a book I forgot. Please go back, dearest. I heard you moving about. I thought you might be ill. No, dearest, but you will be very ill if you don't keep in bed. Please, mother, at once. It's all right. Yes, dear, good night. Good night, mother. Returns quickly to the telephone. Hello? Wait at the foot of our lawn. And when you have the house surrounded, blow 3 whistles so I'll know you're there. The burglars will be here. I'll see to that. All you have to do is get here. The file is now drawn harshly, and a piece of wood snaps. Alice blows out the candle and exits. The window is raised, and the ray of a dark lantern is swept about the room. Hatch puts one leg inside. A pane of glass falls from the window and breaks on the sill, speaking over his shoulder. Hush, be careful, can't you? He enters. He's followed by Harry. It's all right. Come on. Hurry up and close those shutters. To Reddy outside. Give me the bag, Reddy. Reddy appears at the window. To Harry, he passes a half-filled canvas bag. On his shoulder, he carries another. On entering, he slips and falls forward on the floor. Hush, you fool! Has he broken anything? Has he smashed that silver? Feeling the bag. It feels all right. Hatch cautiously exits into the hall. Lifts bag. We got enough stuff in this bag already without wasting time on another house. Wasting time? Time is money in this house. Look at this silver. That's the beauty of working the night after Christmas. Everyone's presence is lying about loose, and everybody's too tired celebrating to keep awake. Lifts silver loving cup. Look at that cup. Pick up that bag, Reddy. We can go now. Go? Not till I've got something to eat. No, you don't. You can wait till later for something to eat. Yes, I can wait till later for something to eat, but I can wait better if I eat now. Exits into the pantry. Say, fellas, look at this layout. I found cold birds and ham and all kinds of pie and real wine. Places tray on right end of table. Sit down and make yourselves at home. Alice appears. She carries the candle and holds her forefinger warningly to her lips, whispering, Hush! Don't make a noise, please. Don't make a noise. In a threatening whisper. Don't you make a noise. I don't mean to. My mother is asleep upstairs, and she's very ill, and I don't want to wake her, and I don't want you to wake her either. Angrily. Who else is in this house?
No one but mother and the maidservants, and they're asleep. You woke me, and I hoped you'd go without disturbing mother. But when you started making noise, I decided I'd better come down here and ask you to be quiet. As she moves about, Reddy keeps her well in the light of the lantern. I'm afraid you have a very poor supper. I can't see what you've... Would you mind taking that light out of my eyes and pointing it at that tray? Sharply. Don't you do it. Keep the gun on her. Oh, I don't mind his pointing the gun at me, so long as he does not point that light at me. Sternly. Turn it down there, please. Reddy lets the light fall on the tray. To Harry. Excuse me, but aren't you getting tired of holding that big pistol? Don't you think you might put it down now and help me serve this supper? Harry does not move. No? Well then, let the gentleman help me. Quite an interesting passage. You may pause here and read it again for yourself. Okay, I assume you've read the passage. So this is quite a funny passage. We have some burglars entering Alice's house, but Alice meets them with no fear at all. She's quite nonchalant in how she's communicating with and dealing with these burglars. She's more concerned about her mother being able to sleep undisturbed than she is about men holding guns at her. She's quite calm, she's very much in control, and they actually seem to be the ones panicking here. And we see that these robbers aren't extremely intelligent, which adds to the humor in this passage. Anyhow, let's take a look at the questions. Here we have 11 through 15, so pause here and attempt these questions. Okay, now I'll take you through 11 through 15. Number 11. What is happening in lines 1 through 7? A. The burglars have awakened Alice's mother and she's upset. That's not correct. Actually, Alice's mother got up because she heard Alice moving about. So the mother is awake, but it's not because the robbers woke her up. So A is out of the question. What about B? The sergeant is scraping a file on iron while he's speaking to Alice. Let's see if that happens. We see Alice is on the phone here. She's speaking to someone who may or may not be the sergeant. But the file that we hear is coming from the burglars. They're the ones using the file making that sound. So B is out. What about C? The sergeant tells Alice to come to the station house to make a report. That simply does not happen anywhere here. So we're left with D. Someone is trying to break into the house and Alice calls the sergeant. That's exactly what's happening. 12. The statement, the burglars will be here. I'll see to that. All you have to do is get here. Line 19 gives the audience the impression that Alice is. So the burglars are coming in and Alice is on the phone calling for backup, trying to get some help, and Alice is telling the person that they need to get here and she will ensure that the burglars are here. So she has no intention of running away or hiding. She will keep them here while the backup comes. So she has to be pretty smart to pull this off, and she has to be very confident to face these burglars and basically keep them. She's keeping them, holding them hostage in the house, which is quite ironic. So it's A. Now one might want to say that Alice is foolish because she seems to be overconfident in her idea to keep the burglars here. Why would someone try to engage and even keep the burglars at their house? But we see throughout the passage that Alice is actually quite smart. And even just looking at line 19, Alice is giving orders basically over the phone. So even sticking to the line, Alice is giving instructions to someone over the phone, thinking under pressure in this high pressure situation. She's able to think rationally and express what she wants to happen, what she wants the sergeant to do. So she's pretty smart and confident. She has some kind of plan. Either that or she's able to improvise very well. And devious would definitely not fit here. Perhaps cunning, but not quite devious. Forgiving is totally out. And she doesn't really sound displeased or frustrated here. So A is the only possible answer. 13. Which of the following is an example of irony in the extract? So irony, we're looking at some strange situation where we're seeing the opposite of what we would expect. A. Alice is very cautious with the intruders instead of being afraid and angry. Now, this isn't actually very ironic. She is cautious, but her caution isn't what really stands out. What stands out is how she's really unafraid. So yes, she's not afraid, but we wouldn't say that being cautious instead of being afraid and angry is ironic. The greater irony would be that instead of being afraid and angry, she seems to be quite conversational with the robbers. She seems to be quite conversational and nonchalant toward the thieves coming in. That would be much more ironic. B. The intruders have gotten enough items from the house and are ready to move to another. No irony here. C. The intruders are settled in the dining room and are ready for the evening meal. That is an act of stupidity, very foolish of them, but it's not necessarily ironic. And D. Alice is more concerned with the intruders waking her mother than their leaving the house. This is very ironic. If robbers come to your house, the expectation would be that you would be more concerned with them leaving. You would want them to leave, rather than trying to keep them here. Alice is actually trying to keep them, so when backup comes, they're there. And instead of trying to just stay hidden until they leave and hoping and wishing they would leave quickly, she's just concerned about her mother being woken up. 14. The best explanation of the dramatic significance of Reddy's falling and his insistence on eating before leaving the house is 2. So we see that Reddy, he falls, makes some noise. He's quite clumsy. He's probably inexperienced or nervous. And we see that very stupidly he decides that he's going to eat something before leaving. So imagine entering a house to steal things and you decide that you're going to have a meal before you leave with the things that you decide to steal. This is obviously making clear to the audience that he is not a skillful burglar. B is complete madness because he is certainly not intelligent. And C and D just make no sense. Well, D kinda makes a little bit of sense. He is implying that having dinner is more important than robbing the house, or more important than leaving with the items he has gotten. But the dramatic significance, which is really the impact this should have on the audience, what should the audience take away from this? What is the audience learning about the characters? It is that he is not a skillful robber. Number 15. In which of the following statements does the playwright heighten the tension in the extract? Where do we see tension and suspense? Let's see. A. No, dearest, but you will be very ill if you don't keep in bed. Please, mother, at once. It's all right. Lines 14, 15. And this adds a lot of tension because Alice's whole potential problem is that her mother could be woken up. She doesn't want her mother to get involved, to see that there are robbers coming in, because then she might have a heart attack and die. She's quite ill. And so when her mother actually wakes up and starts speaking, then we would expect that Alice might become quite anxious and we're not sure whether or not the mother will become aware that the house is being robbed. And of course, that is what would cause...
Okay, we'll have a reading of the passage, and then you can pause and read it on your own.
May in Ayamanan is a hot, brooding month. The days are long and humid. The river shrinks, and black crows gorge on bright mangoes in still, dust-green trees. Red bananas ripen, jackfruits burst. Dissolute bluebottles hum vacuously in the fruity air. The nights are clear, but suffused with sloth and sullen expectation. It was raining when Rahel came back to Ayamanan. Slanting silver ropes slammed into loose earth, blowing it up like gunfire. The old house on the hill wore its steep, gabled roof pulled over its ears like a low hat. The walls, streaked with moss, had grown soft and bulged a little with dampness that seeped up from the ground. The wild, overgrown garden was full of the whisper and scurry of small lives. Rahel had come to see her brother, Esther. They were two egg twins. Esther, Estapen, was the older by 18 minutes. But now, they are as old as Amu was when she died, 31. They were nearly born on a bus, Esther and Rahel. The car in which Baba, their father, was taking Amu, their mother, to hospital in Shillong to have them, broke down on the winding tea estate road in Assam. They abandoned the car and flagged down a crowded state transport bus. With the queer compassion of the very poor for the comparatively well-off, or perhaps only because they saw how hugely pregnant Amu was, seated passengers made room for the couple, and for the rest of the journey, Esther and Rahel's father had to hold their mother's stomach with them in it to prevent it from wobbling. According to Esther, if they'd been born on the bus, they'd have got free bus rides for the rest of their lives. It wasn't clear where he'd got this information from, or how he knew these things, but for years, the twins harbored a faint resentment against their parents for having diddled them out of a lifetime of free bus rides. Esther had always been a quiet child, so no one could pinpoint with any degree of accuracy exactly when he had stopped talking. Stopped talking altogether, that is. The fact is that there wasn't an exactly when. It had been a gradual winding down and closing shop, a barely noticeable quietening, as though he had simply run out of conversation and had nothing left to say. Yet Esther's silence was never awkward, never intrusive, never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of a dormancy, the psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season. Except that in Esther's case, the dry season looked as though it would last forever. Over time, he had acquired the ability to blend into the background of wherever he was, into bookshelves, gardens, curtains, doorways, streets, to appear inanimate, almost invisible to the untrained eye. It usually took strangers a while to notice him, even when they were in the same room with him. It took them even longer to notice that he never spoke. Some never noticed at all. Esther occupied very little space in the world.
No, this is actually a fairly tough passage. There are a couple of questions that might be quite tricky on this one. Anyway, we're going to be moving very quickly through this. For one, we've done this passage on previous papers, and two, this video has already been very long. I'll only give explanations for what I think are the more controversial questions. If you need an explanation for a question that I do not explain, you can just let me know in the comments. section, and I'll definitely explain. 51. The main purpose of the opening paragraph, I think it's obviously to emphasize the setting and convey the mood. Remember, you need to read this on your own time, read it carefully. I'm just zooming through. It would be good if you would have actually attempted all the questions first and get familiar with the questions, because I'll be blitzing through this last part. 52. The most likely reason the narrator draws attention to the rain upon Rachel's return is to parallel the protagonist's arrival with the arrival of the rain, to compare and foreshadow their effects. And the other answers are definitely just not even options here. 53. Which of the following devices are used in the statement? The old house on the hill wore its steep, garbled roof pulled over its ears like a low hat. And that's lines 6 and 7. C, we can see personification and simile. Very easy to spot those devices. 54. Lines 8 to 9. The wild overgrown garden was full of the whisper and scurry of small lives. This definitely tells us abandonment, wild and overgrown, abandoned. And we see animal life, the whisper and scurry of small lives. 55. Okay, this is a tough one. This is one that... okay, let's get to it. Esther's silence can best be described as... the contenders for 55 would perhaps be B and D. We know that Esther's silence is not obvious or jarring because it really blends in, it fades in. It's not something that stands out too much. It's not something that will get your attention. And strange, I don't think you could use strange to describe it because it's really a natural silence. So fading and blending, non-invasive and genuine. Which of these answers is better? Let's look at where Esther's silence is described. Let's look at the last paragraph. Esther had always been a quiet child, so no one could pinpoint with any degree of accuracy exactly when he had stopped talking. So here we see that the silence kind of just faded in the sense where it's not as if he was talkative one day and then quiet the next day. Just kind of faded in, just kind of blended in that sense. And yeah, that's supported here. There wasn't an exactly when. All right, let's see how else it is described. And there's more evidence here. It had been a gradual winding down and closing shop, a barely noticeable quietening. So we're definitely getting a lot of evidence for fading and blending. But let's move on and see if we can find, well, we're kind of getting evidence on non-invasive because it says here, Esther's silence was never awkward. So we could perhaps say that's evidence on non-invasive. It's never intrusive. Yeah? So that's good evidence on non-invasive. Never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of dormancy. The psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through dry season. Except that in Esther's case, the dry season looked as though it would last forever. Over time, he had acquired the ability to blend into the background of wherever he was. Blending. We see here, Esther occupied very little space in this world. He was basically invisible. So, fading. We're seeing a lot of evidence of fading and blending. It's a kind of silence that just fades into the background. One that you don't notice. It's one that just blends in. And so I think B is our answer because there's overwhelming evidence of fading and blending. We could say it's non-invasive, but genuine it's kind of a strange word to use to describe the silence. Genuine and non-invasive, these answers are kind of weak. Genuine is a bit vague here, but fading and blending, there's just overwhelming evidence for that. So I think B is our best bet. 56. The narrative device used in paragraph 3 is 1, 2, 3. And this is a controversial question. My answer remains a backstory. And I know that flash forward and flash and foreshadowing are out. But could it be a flashback? Not really. couldn't really be a flashback. Why? Because the story moves to a time before the protagonist is born, before the narrator is born. So we're talking about Rahel and Esther, right? If we were to have a flashback, it would be their memory, their experience. But we're going back to a time now, just to build context and for us to understand the story. We're going back to a time before their birth. So this is a backstory. And the second reason why it's not a flashback is flashbacks are usually pretty brief and usually action focused. And we're not seeing that here. So for those two reasons, I think I explained this a bit more in another video. But this is more of a backstory than a flashback. 57, lines 20 to 21. For years, the twins harbored a faint resentment against their parents for having diddled them out of a lifetime of free bus rides. And we see that here at the top. According to Esther, if they had been born on the bus, they would have gotten free bus rides for the rest of their lives. And what does this serve to do? This serves, obviously, to show the humor in childish imagination, expectation, and naivety. Because, of course, being born on a bus does not guarantee you free bus rides for life. That is just something a child would believe. It doesn't really make sense. It's just childish humor and naivety. None of these here are related to what is said here. 58, in lines 25 to 28, the narrator is asserting that Esther. So you can pause here and reread those lines. Answer C. Adopted silence as an act of endurance and self-preservation. Let's take a look at it. Yet Esther's silence was never awkward, never intrusive, never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of dormancy. Look at this. The psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season. So the lungfish, they do something to get themselves through a particular season. They do something to survive, to preserve themselves. And Esther's silence works in this same way. That's pretty much what's going on there. He uses his silence to survive. It's his way of just blending in and not attracting too much attention. It's his way of going forward and going through life. Esther's ability to blend into the background of wherever he is, line 29, suggests that the character is sensitive to an ever-changing environment. If you are able to blend into the background of wherever you are, it means you are sensitive to the ever-changing environment. You know what the environment is. You can't blend into an environment that you do not understand. Last, the third-person subjective point of view of the extract gives rise to a tone that is best described as conversational. Actually, A, B, and C are totally out. So just based on elimination, we have D. The faces at the grilled windows of the parish almshouse were looking out on this hot Sunday afternoon on a world of grey flannel and cricket. A different world, as they had looked every morning from the long imprisonment of the wards. Something in those faces told me they were all going to die in that almshouse. Standing on the cricket field, I searched for the face of my father. It is not cricket, it is leaving the island that makes me think about my father. I am leaving the island, and as I walk into the driveway of the almshouse, I know it is too late now to think of saving him. It is too late to become involved with this dying man. You wasn't coming to visit this poor man, this poor father of yours. It is Miss Brewster. Brewster? It is Miss Brewster, the head nurse. She knew that I played cricket every Saturday on the field across the world from the almshouse. Very interesting line, across the world. She herself resembles a half-dead, dried-out flying fish, wrapped in the grease-proof paper of her nurse's uniform. Every day he asking for you, all the time, day in, day out. All you is such a poor, great, high school educated bastard that acting too proud to come in here because it is an almshouse and not a private ward to see your own father. She was now leading me through rows of men lying like soldiers on a battlefield. I tried to avoid their eyes. I am frightened, but I am leaving. I find myself thinking about the trimmed sandwiches and the whiskey and sodas waiting for me at the farewell party in honor of my leaving. I thought of Cynthia. I thought of her beautiful face, and I tried to hold her face in my hand, in the hands of my mind, and I squeezed it close to me and kept myself alive with the living outside world of cricket and cheers and tea in the pavilion. Throughout the laughter and farewell speeches and the drinks that afternoon, all I did hear was the slamming of many heavy oak doors of the rectory when I went in to ask the canon to bury the pauper. And I tried to prevent the slamming from telling me what it was telling me, that I was out of place here. And when the party was over, Cynthia was with me on Gravesend Beach, and the beach was full of moonlight and love. Write me every day of the week, every week of the year, and think of me always. And don't forget to write love poems like the ones you write in the college magazine. I have to tell Father, I have to tell him I love you, and that we are getting married when you graduate. And all the time Cynthia chattering, but we should have got married, even secretly, and eloped somewhere. Father won't have liked it, but we would have been married. Cynthia, darling, my old man is dying right now. Are you kidding? I didn't even know you had an old man. And she laughs. I was at the almshouse today before the party. Is he really in the almshouse? You must be joking. She turned her back to me and her face to the sea. You aren't pulling my leg, eh? And before I could tell her about my father, who he was, how kind he was, she was walking from me, and we were in her father's Jaguar and speeding away from the beach. And the next day, I am sitting in the Sewell Airport terminal, waiting to be called to board the plane. And I am thinking now of Cynthia, who promised. I promise. Man, you think I'm going to let you leave this place, leave Barbados, and I'm not going to be there at the airport to come to take a photograph waving goodbye from the terminal and to get her photograph taken for the social column. The plane is ready now, and Cynthia is not coming through the car park in her father's Jaguar. She has not come as promised, and I am leaving the island. All right. Thank you for that reminder. So here we are. Of the passage on the left. Can we see the entire passage at once? No. If I make it a little smaller, but no, it's too small, isn't it? Okay, maybe we don't need the entire passage at once. 41. The effect of learning that the narrator rarely visited his father, even though he played cricket every Saturday on the field across the world from the almshouse. Is that it? Does what? So 41, let me hear your thoughts on 41. We're focusing on line 9. Okay, everyone so far has the correct answer. 41. That's got to be C. It reinforces the narrator's disconnect from his father. And how does it reinforce the disconnect? Because he's right there. It's easy to physically go to where his father is. But even though it's so easy to reach his father, because of how disconnected they are, he doesn't. Yeah. Simple question. 42. What figurative device is used in the description of Miss Brewster as a half-dead, dried-out flying fish wrapped in the grease-proof paper of her nurse's uniform? What a roast. What is the figurative device used in this description? Lines 10 and 11. All right, 42, it has to be a metaphor. 42C. Very easy. Miss Brewster is a something else. Saying that one thing is something else is a metaphor. No as or like, no simile, no contrast. We don't see two opposite things. Definitely no personification. So C. 42 has to be C. 43. In the extract, the writer's use of the first-person narration best allows the 43. What do you guys think about 43? All right, 43A. 43A. The use of the first-person narration using I. It allows the narrator to tell us what he's thinking. It doesn't do anything for the secondary characters or the actions, because the first-person narration has nothing to do with the other characters' actions. So it couldn't be B. C is total nonsense, and D is total nonsense. So it has to be A. 44. The protagonist exists in a world where he is. All right, 44 is B. He's an ingrate, an ungrateful person who straddles two worlds. So he's basically not really living a double life, but he's a part of two worlds. He's kind of back and forth between two worlds, and he's an ingrate. This is the key. How do we know that he's ungrateful? How do you know that he's an ingrate? Let's check for evidence. Ingrate. We see here, he does not visit his father, who's in the almshouse. He doesn't visit his father even though he's right across the road. That's the action of an ungrateful child, right? But it doesn't end there. We see here that even Miss Brewster is calling him an ungrateful bastard, basically. He's too proud to come in here. He has too much pride because he's straddling two worlds, which means even though his father is in the almshouse, he's kind of in the money club, the big league now, playing cricket, parring, he's moving he's rolling with the rich kids. And so he's ungrateful. He doesn't want to. Okay, I'll get back to your question in a second, Chef. So yeah, he's ungrateful. We see here that the father is constantly asking for his son to come visit. All right, how else do we know that he's ungrateful? The most important evidence. Ooh, there we go. And before I could tell her about my father, who he was, how kind he was. So his father was kind, at least to the speaker. So imagine your father, who is good to you, gets locked up, and you're too ungrateful to go and visit him. Yeah, that's ungrateful right there. So he's an ingrate. I will know that he straddles two worlds because we explained that already. So it has to be B. Has to be B. 45. What does the narrator learn in the course of the extract? This is a question that took me about 45 minutes to answer, because there are two answers that are very close. Obviously, B is crazy, but is it A, C, or D? I think the narrator learns that promises easily made in love are just as easily broken. Now, this is a tricky one because this A here, it doesn't relate to most of the extract, but it comes in at the end of the extract. So D is kind of out. D is kind of out. Success demands sacrifice and blah, blah, blah. But C, why not C? The trappings of success do not exempt him from discrimination. I think throughout the passage, we're not really seeing much discrimination. We're not seeing much discrimination here. Let's kind of look briefly at each paragraph. So here we see that he's a cricketer. His father is in prison. No discrimination here. We see that he finally comes to visit his father, or he's talking to the nurse. His father, I suppose, is dead now, so he didn't visit his father at all, or is dying rather. And so he shows up, and the nurse is saying, you ungrateful bastard, he's here, poor old man, asking for you, begging for you. But we're not seeing any discrimination here against the speaker. No. Here we see that there are farewell speeches and drinks, so he's at some kind of farewell party. He's going to leave the island and some people are having a party for him. Okay. No, here's a little bit shaky. We see that he went to the canon, so basically the church people, and I guess he's asking them to bury the papa, the old man, but they slammed the door on him because he was out of place. So they did not want to bury that man. The rest of the poem doesn't feature any discrimination. The only other slight discrimination, we could say, is that Cynthia eventually turns her back on the speaker. But is it because is it a discriminatory decision? Maybe not. Maybe Cynthia just she could be upset that he's just bringing this up. Discrimination might be a thing that happens, but let's look at the question and look at why it's not the best answer. What does he learn in the course of the extract? Promises easily made in love are just as easily broken. There is strong evidence for this answer. So for the discrimination, you might be able to find something, but which evidence is stronger? Let's look from here. From here on. Right. Write me every day. Blah, 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 blah. So we have here Cynthia basically talking to the speaker, just chattering, rambling on, talking about, future plans. We're getting married. Let's tell father, all that stuff. And then my guy brings up the fact that his old man is dying. And more importantly, he's at the arms house. All right. So Cynthia lashes out. He must be joking. She turns her back to me. And this is kind of symbolic because maybe literally she turns her back, but she also turns her back to him in a deeper sense. But look at what happens when she finds out who his father is. The next day, I am sitting at the Sewell Airport terminal, waiting to be called to board the plane. And I am thinking, no. So we're getting to what the speaker learns. I'm thinking now of Cynthia who promised. So his girlfriend promised him. And look at this. I promise. So this is basically what he's getting at the end. He's just replaying how much this girl promised him all of these things. Man, and he's basically remembering what she promised. Man, you think I'm going to let you leave this place, leave Barbados, and I'm not going to be there at the airport? So she promised to be here at the airport with him. She promised that. Of course, they were in love. They were in probably not a good mood. She made this promise. She promised to take a photograph with him. Yeah. But no, at the very end, what happens? The plane is ready. The speaker is about to move. And Cynthia is not coming through the car park. She has not come. She has not come as she promised. Guys, I cannot see clearer evidence than this. If you can find evidence that is more clear-cut than this, let me know and I'll change my answer. What does he learn? Promises. Yes, sorry, I keep saying, my goodness, I keep saying prison. But arms house is quite different. It more likely refers to like a poorhouse. Put it that way. Poorhouse. Not a prison. So sorry. I don't know why I kept making that mistake. Must have been thinking of a different passage. So the same connotation is there of he wants to disassociate with a person like that because it's, I guess, bad first image. Can we take a short break? All right. Why don't we blaze through question 50 and then take a break and then finish up? Can we do that? Let's blaze through to question 50. So yeah, I think he learns at the end that promises can basically be broken quite easily. We see that his girlfriend has disappointed him. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. The almshouse isn't referring to a prison, as I said prison a few times. The man is not a criminal. It refers to the poorhouse. So the speaker does not want to associate with his father because his father is in the poorhouse. All right, let's blaze through to 50 and then take a short break. What effect does the narrator achieve by repeating references to leaving the island? 46. Also a tricky question. What effect does the writer achieve? All right, we're moving quickly. I think it's all of these. The journey motif is reinforced. We see this theme of journeying, moving from one world or one aspect of life to the next. The speaker wants to move from where he is to a different place in life. So we see that the journey motif is reinforced. There's a lot of talk of moving on, stuff like that. Precisely, chef. This is exactly it. That's exactly it. So guys, read that comment. And his need to escape the island is highlighted, of course. His need to escape the island is highlighted. He really needs to escape because in his mind, it's like his way to escaping his past or escaping his association with poverty and stuff like that. And the determined finality of his decision is emphasized. So he's basically saying, I am leaving no matter what. I'm definitely leaving. So 46D. 46D. We're moving quickly so we can take a short break. 47. Which of the following statements best expresses the theme of the extract? I'm not even gonna hold up. 46. 47. Which of the following statements best expresses the theme of the extract? B. Love is complex and restricted by social barriers. We see that love is complicated. We see the complication in his and Cynthia's love, and also in the love that he might share with his father. The social barriers, maybe Cynthia loves the speaker, but she basically can't afford to associate with him or doesn't want to associate with him because of the social barrier, the social implication. You know, this whole rich versus poor, the classism and stuff like that. And the speaker might love his father, but the social barrier is that, you know, he's trying to move up in life. So he doesn't want to continue to associate with poverty. All right, we see nothing about obsession here, unrequited love. D, there's no evidence to say it almost always ends in betrayal. This person's love might have ended in a kind of betrayal, but we can't say almost always because we don't have many examples in the passage. 48. Which of the following is the most effective symbol of wealth, status, and aspiration in the passage? 48. C. The father's jaguar. Yeah? Symbolizes his wealth. He's a rich man, isn't he? 49. The climax of the extract occurs where? The climax of the extract occurs. I'm moving fast, guys. Hope you can keep up. A. The beach. It occurs at the beach because this is where... Sir, I don't see me 2019 in the folder. Oh, sorry guys, you don't? Okay, I'm gonna send you this paper or something like that. But for now, let's just work with the screen. Maybe in the break, I'll update the folder. So 49A, on the beach is where the speaker reveals that his father is in the poorhouse. I almost said prison again. His father is in the poorhouse. And so that's where Cynthia basically betrays the speaker, says, you know, I'm turning my back on you. I can't associate anymore. That's the climax. That's where the story comes to a bump. Yeah. 50. The effect of the repetition in the final scene best implies that the narrator, we see the repetition in the promise, right. What is the effect of this repetition? 50B. Obviously, the speaker is showing how betrayed he feels by the lies he has been told. And this actually ties into this answer here for number 50 ties into here, the answer for 45. Two different questions that are basically targeting the same information in the text. Oh my gosh, this is long. One day, without meaning to, I broke a plate. The only plate of its kind that Eunice had ever owned. A plate made of bone china. And the words, I am sorry, would not pass my lips. The sadness she expressed over this loss fascinated me. It was so thick with grief, so overwhelming, so deep, as if the death of a loved one had occurred. She grabbed the thick pouch that was her stomach. She pulled at her hair. She pounded her bosom. Large tears rolled out of her eyes and down her cheeks. And they came in such profusion that if a new source of water had sprung up from them, as in a myth or a fairy tale, my small self would not have been surprised. I had been warned repeatedly by her not to touch this plate, for she had seen me look at it with an obsessive curiosity. I would look at it and wonder about the picture painted on its surface. A picture of a wide open field filled with grass and flowers in the most tender shades of yellow, pink, blue, and green. The sky had a sun in it that shone but did not shine brightly, but did not burn bright. This picture was nothing but a field full of grass and flowers on a sunny day. But it had an atmosphere of secret abundance, happiness, and tranquility. Underneath it was written in gold letters the one word, heaven. When I broke the china plate on which the picture was painted and caused my Eunice to cry so, I did not immediately feel sorry. I did not feel sorry shortly after. I felt sorry only long afterward, and by then it was too late to tell her so. She had died. When I broke the plate and would not say that I was sorry, she cursed my dead mother, she cursed my father, she cursed me. The words she used were without meaning. I understood them, but they did not hurt me, for I did not love her, and she did not love me. She made me kneel down on her stone heap with my hands raised high above my head, and with a large stone in each hand. She meant to keep me in that position until I said the words, "I'm sorry." But I would not say them. I could not say them. It was beyond my own will. Those words could not pass my lips. I stayed like that until she exhausted herself, cursing me and all whom I came from. As I was kneeling there, I saw 3 land turtles crawling in and out of the small space under the house, and I fell in love with them. I wanted to have them near me. I wanted to speak only to them each day for the rest of my life. Long after my ordeal was over, resolved in a way that did not please my Eunice, for I did not say sorry, I took all 3 turtles and placed them in an enclosed area where they could come and go as they pleased, and so were completely dependent on me for their existence. I would bring to them the leaves of vegetables and water in small seashells. I thought them beautiful, their shells dark gray with faint yellow circles, their long necks, their unjudging eyes, the slow deliberateness of their crawl. But they would withdraw into their shells when I did not want them to. And when I called them, they would not come out. All right. Yeah, it's definitely a fun passage. Fun passage. Yeah. All right. Take a deep breath. Let's put the passage over here. Okay, 41. What narrative point of view is used in this passage? Super easy. What narrative point of view is used in this passage? All right, let's see the answers quickly. What narrative point of view is used in this passage? All right, I see many A's. A is definitely correct. First person. The speaker is saying I. So obviously first person. Easy. Which of the following characters is most likely the antagonist in the passage? Tricky question. 42. Remember, the antagonist is the bad guy, the villain. Who is the antagonist in the passage? Who is the antagonist? The bad person. All right, 42. D. The narrator is the one who broke the plate. The narrator is the one who didn't feel sorry. The narrator is the one who just didn't care about what she... It's like Attack on Titan. The villain is the antagonist, I guess you meant. Oh, the villain is the protagonist himself. Yeah, so it's interesting when the narrator is the antagonist. Sometimes the narrator can be the antagonist. 43. The narrator in this extract is most likely a what? The narrator in this extract is most likely a what? The antagonist doesn't have to be bad, but the antagonist is basically the one who is making trouble, in a nutshell. So we're at 43. 43. All right, 43A. 43A. The narrator is most likely a woman reflecting on her childhood. How do we know that she's reflecting on her childhood? We see that the entire ordeal happened a long time ago, and she's basically remembering what happened when she was a child. Let's find some quick evidence. If you guys see the evidence before me, just point it out. There's something about she's seeing something long after. One day without meaning to, I broke a plate. Someone said the first line. Here, line 14. Yeah, the entire thing is in the past tense, but how do we know that it happened a long time ago? We see in line 14, I did not feel sorry shortly after. I felt sorry only long afterward. And by then it was too late because she had died. So she's thinking about something that happened a long time ago. So she's likely a woman reflecting on her childhood. A. All right, 44. The image of the narrator as observant and detached is supported by the way he or she does what? All right, 44. So the keywords here are observant. So she's very keen. She notices things. She notices detailed. And also detached. She doesn't really show much emotion. She's not attached to anything. Okay, answer is D. She pays attention to the details on the plate. So she's observant. And she shows no remorse when it's broken. So she's detached. 45. The narrator may be described as an anti-hero or heroine. Which of the following qualities support this description? Narrator can be described as an anti-hero. The anti-hero is not necessarily a villain, but they are kind of like the obstacle for the hero to overcome, or not necessarily the obstacle, but something that, or someone that contrasts with the hero. So the narrator can be described as an anti-hero. How do we know this? Interesting. I'm seeing some C's, some D's. How do you know that she's an anti-hero? All right, this one is a bit tricky. Answer B. B. She's unkind. She's unrepentant. She doesn't feel sorry about the plate. She doesn't apologize. But we can't say that she's unloving. We can't say that she's unloving. Why? Why can't we say that she's unloving? Answer B. 1 and 3. She's unkind and she's unrepentant, but she's not unloving. Why is she not unloving? Do you see the evidence? Look at this. Look at this, guys. She doesn't love Eunice. She doesn't care about Eunice, but it doesn't mean that she's unloving. I fell in love with them. So she loved and looked after the turtles. So we can't say that she's unloving. Okay? Exactly. She just didn't love that one person enough to say sorry. Yeah. All right. 46. The action. So did I write the answer? Okay. 46. The action which best revealed that Ma Eunice was a disciplinarian was her what? What best revealed that she was a disciplinarian? We're at 46. All right. 46B. 46B. Her punishing of the narrator. It couldn't be A because cursing the narrator doesn't make you a disciplinarian. Demanding an apology doesn't make you a disciplinarian. And grieving certainly doesn't make you a disciplinarian. Punishing makes you a disciplinarian. All right. 47. The narrator refused to apologize because he or she what? All right. 47. Why did the narrator refuse to apologize? Oh, she did punish her. She made her kneel down and hold the stones for a long time. That's punishment. Okay, 47A. She rejected my Eunice's authority. She basically is saying, you're not the boss of me. That is what she was. That is what she was saying. 48. We're moving quickly. Which of the following words best describe the tone of the passage? 48. Extreme anger, religious reverence. What? Are you kidding me, CSEC? Nostalgic aloofness, reflective resentment. Which of these is the tone of the passage? 48. C. Nostalgic aloofness. We see the nostalgia because she's reflecting on what happened in childhood. But how does she feel? Is she reflecting and feeling regret and guilt and, oh, I should have apologized? No, she's aloof. She basically doesn't care that she didn't apologize. So there's no strong emotion in the passage. Look even at how line 15 is written. And by then it was too late to tell her. So she had died. No emotion, no substance, no juice. Just dry. Very aloof speaker. All right, 49. The statement, but they would withdraw into their shells when I didn't want them to. And when I called them, they would not come out. Suggests that the narrator wants to do what? So we're looking at from line 29, the last two lines. This is, I think, the most difficult question on this passage, 49. It's a tough question. And this is why it's tough. Look at the diversity of answers. All right, my answer, B. Feel important and sociable. Let's look at this carefully. Where am I? What question are we doing? 49. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, but they would withdraw into their shells and da da da. But let's look a little bit before. Sorry, can you guys see? Okay, so we're dealing with these last lines. So she takes the turtles. She takes all three turtles. Let me zoom in on this so we can understand why the answer is B. She takes the turtles. She places them in an enclosed area where they could come and go as they please, right? But look at this next line. So they were completely dependent on me for their existence. So the speaker wanted the turtles to need her. She didn't feel important to Eunice or maybe to anyone else around her, but she wanted to feel important to somebody or to something. And that's why she loved the turtles, because she felt a sense of purpose. So she wanted to feel important. So look at how she describes this. They were completely dependent on me. If somebody is completely depending on you, you're important, right? You're important. She's not trying to dominate the turtle, so it couldn't be A. She's not trying to be their master. She's trying to be their caretaker, right? Look at this. I would bring to them the leaves of vegetables and water. So she's taking care of them, feeling important. Ta 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 ta. Now let's look at the actual last lines, 29 and 30. But they would withdraw into their shells when I did not want them to. Why would she not want them to withdraw into their shells? And when I called them, they would not come. So she's trying to communicate with the turtles. She's trying to build some kind of relationship with the turtles. She's trying to be sociable with the turtles. She's trying to make friends with the turtles, trying to get them to be her friends. Look at how she describes the turtles. Their unjudging eyes. What does this mean? She's looking for something in the turtles. She feels judged by Eunice. She feels as if she's just being judged. But she wants to socialize with the turtles because she feels as if the turtles are more capable of being, a true friend to her. Yeah. So she wants to love and care for the small creatures. But when you look at these last two lines, we see that more importantly, she wants to interact with them. She wants to, and so she gets disappointed when the turtles, do not respond to her. So that's why for 49, I have B. Yeah. Do you guys agree or disagree? You still think C is the answer? I think a lot of people say C is the answer. But it's more than just loving and caring for them. When I look at the lines, when I call them, they would not come out. Why is she so concerned that they're not coming out? She wants to talk to them. She wants to socialize. She wants to feel important. She can't get this from the human in her life, which is Eunice. So she's seeking this from the turtles. All right, let's jump to 50. Wow, unjudging eyes. The expression unjudging eyes in line 28 is an example of what? Unjudging eyes is an example of what? Unjudging eyes. I'm so happy that personification wasn't an option because that would have made it tricky. C, metaphor. Yeah. The other devices are just totally out. All right, guys, let's make it through the last passage here. Let's blitz through this one. I'll try to read it in 4 minutes or less. May in Ayemenen is a hot brooding month. These days are long and humid. The river shrinks and black crows gorge on bright mangoes in still dust green trees. Red bananas ripen. Jackfruits burst. Dissolute bluebottles hum vacuously in the fruity air. The nights are clear but suffused with sloth and sullen expectation. Man, this passage is a vocabulary test. It was raining when Rahel came back to Ayemenen. Slanting silver ropes slammed into loose earth, plowing it up like gunfire. The old house on the hill wore its steep, garbled roof pulled over its ears like a low hat. The walls, streaked with moss, had grown soft and bulged a little with dampness that seeped up from the ground. The wild, overgrown garden was full of the whisper and scurry of small lives. Rahel had come to see her brother, Esther. There were 2 egg twins. Esther Pen, was the older by 18 minutes. But now they're as old as Amu when she had died. 31. They were nearly born on a bus, Esther and Rahel. The car in which Baba, their father, was taking Amu, their mother, to hospital in was. Oh, sorry guys, where am I? Looking at two screens is getting to me. The car in which Babu, their father, was taking Amu, their mother, to hospital in Shillong, in Shillong to have them, broke down on the winding T Estate Road in Assam. They abandoned the car and flagged down a crowded state transport bus. With the queer compassion of the very poor for the comparatively well off, or perhaps only because they saw how hugely pregnant Amu was, seated passengers made room for the couple. And for the rest of the journey, Asa and Rahel's father had to hold their mother's stomach, with them in it, to prevent it from wobbling. According to Asta, if they had been born on the bus, they'd have gotten free bus rides for the rest of their lives. It wasn't clear where he had gotten this information from, or how he knew these things. But for years, the twins harbored a faint resentment against their parents for having diddled them out of a lifetime of free bus rides. Asta had always been a quiet child, so no one could pinpoint with any degree of accuracy exactly when he had stopped talking. Stopped talking altogether, that is. The fact is that there wasn't an exactly when. It had been a gradual winding down and closing shop, a barely noticeable quietening, as though he had simply run out of conversation and had nothing left to say. Yet, Asta's silence was never awkward, never intrusive, never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of dormancy, the psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season. Except that in Asta's case, the dry season looked as though it would last forever. Over time, he had acquired the ability to blend into the background of wherever he was, into bookshelves, gardens, curtains, doorways, streets, to appear inanimate, almost invisible to the untrained eye. It usually took strangers a while to notice him, even when they were in the same room with him. It took them even longer to notice that he never spoke. Some never noticed at all. Asta occupied very little space in the world. My goodness. I have run out of things to say, like Asta. All right, let's jump into the questions. Ito ne. Ito. All right, let me get the passage. Yikes, that's tiny. That's tiny. Oh, come on, come on. Okay, that's fine. All right, 51. I have the same test open in two windows so I can look at questions and passage at the same time. Saves time. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys. I'm sleeping. I'm actually sleeping right now. This is all a dream. All right. The main purpose of the opening paragraph is to do what? All right, you know what? I'm not going to give you guys much time. 10 seconds. Let's blaze. Let's blaze. The main purpose of the opening paragraph is to emphasize the setting and convey the mood. We see a lot of setting being emphasized. Brooding month, days are long, jackfruits ripen. We see all this imagery. Yeah. So, 52. The most likely reason the narrator draws attention to the rain upon Rahel's return is to do what? Tricky question, I think. The narrator draws attention to the rain upon Rahel's return. Why? Nothing for 52? 52D. To parallel the protagonist's arrival with the arrival of the rain, to compare and foreshadow their effects. This is a complicated answer. But basically, the rain comes in at the same time Rahel comes in to kind of show that something we should expect something, maybe something dark or something some kind of change or something. So yeah, the rain in movies as well is used to usually foreshadow and set certain moods and tones. Yeah. If I'm not explaining clearly, let me know. I'm feeling a little burnt out at the moment. Sorry, guys.
I apologize. So yeah, 52D. And yeah, the rest, the other answers don't really make sense. Use the rain as a symbol of violence. Nope, no violence here. Highlight the contrast between the protagonist and the now unfamiliar setting. There's not really a contrast between the protagonist and the setting. Keep the setting natural, thus focusing completely on the characters and their actions. That doesn't really make sense. So this is the only one that could work. I might go into more detailed explanations another time, but for now, gotta keep it moving. Which of the following devices are used in the statement? The old house on the hill wore its steep, garbled roof pulled over its ears like a hollow hat. What devices do we see in 53? 53C, personification and simile. We see personification because the old house on the hill, it's wearing something like a person. And we see simile because it's wearing it like a low hat. It's wearing the roof like a low hat. So personification and simile. All right, let's jump to 54. In lines 8 to 9, the wild overgrown garden was full of the whisper and scurry of small lives. The narrator draws attention to the garden's what? All right. 54. B, abandonment and animal life. The overgrown garden. It's overgrown, which means it is abandoned. It's not being trimmed. Nobody's taking care of it. So it's abandoned. It's full of whisper and the scurry of small lives. So there are many animals, maybe insects and so on, in the garden. 55. Esther's silence can best be described as what? Tricky one, I think. 55, tricky. Esther's silence. B, fading and blending. We see, I won't look for the evidence now, but we see that he can just blend into the environment and go unnoticed. And it's fading because they can't pinpoint when he went silent. He just faded into silence, basically. It's not jarring because it's stated somewhere that his silence was not like a loud noise. It's not a strange silence. It's not strange. Non-invasive and genuine is just a weird pair of words. Genuine? I don't know what genuine means here. Genuine doesn't make sense. So it's fading and blending. All right, 56. The narrative device used in paragraph 3 is what? 1, 2, 3. This one is tough. This passage has some difficult questions, to be honest. I think you guys might be surprised at my answer for 56. You guys are going to be surprised, I'm sure. And this is CSEC's fault, not my fault. I'm trying to hurry, but I'm giving you guys a chance because I want to see what you think of 56. Okay, anyway, 56A. It's not flashback. It's between A and B, flashback or backstory. But the flashback would mean that the character is remembering their own story. But this stanza is talking about something that happened before before the main characters were born. So it's not a flashback. You can't flashback to before your birth. You can't remember it. It's a backstory because we're getting the story of something that happened even before these characters came onto the scene. Yeah. In stanza 3, we have different characters. We have the father and the mother and the people on the bus. It's a backstory, not somebody remembering anything. So a backstory, Lakeisha, is just a story that happened. It's like you're explaining or giving context on a character, on a situation, by telling a story that happened long before. So you're looking into like the distant past of someone, but in this case, it's not a flashback because we're not seeing anything like a memory. So yeah, if it were a flashback, it would be told by Esther perhaps. So backstory is what I went with. This I do not like this question because I'm not sure if you guys study a lot about backstory, but you study about flashbacks in terms of devices. So it's kind of weird having this as an answer. But 56A. All right, 57. Lines 20 to 21. For years, the twins harbored a faint resentment against their parents for having diddled them out of a lifetime of free bus rides. serve mainly to do what? 57, obviously A. Show the humor in childish imagination, expectation, and naivety. If you're born on a bus, that doesn't mean you will get free bus rides for life. That is just a child not having much sense. All right, 58. In lines 25 to 28, the narrator is asserting that Asta what? So look at the lines 25 to 28. Though he had simply run out of yet Asta's silence was though he had simply run out of conversation and had nothing left to say. His silence was never awkward, never intrusive, never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of dormancy, the psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season, except that in Asta's case, the dry season looked as though it would last forever. What is this asserting? 58C. He adopted silence as an act of endurance and self-preservation. So basically, this silence came in. He wasn't trying to hide from reality. He was just trying to preserve himself and survive. Maybe it was his way of coping. Some persons, perhaps they're socially inept. They find it difficult to. They're such introverts that they find it difficult to be in social situations and speak and so on. So it might be similar where in order to just survive, he just stopped talking. And we see that here. The main evidence for that is the psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season. So lungfish do something in order to get themselves through the dry season to survive, and Asta does this with his silence. 59. Asta's ability to blend into the background of wherever he is suggests that this character is what? He's able to blend into the background. And what does that suggest? If you can blend into the background, then you must know what the background is. So he's sensitive to an ever-changing environment. So even though he's silent, he's not stupid. He always recognizes what's happening around him, and he's able to blend in. Last question on the paper. The third-person subjective point of view of this extract gives rise to a tone that is best described as what? The third person subjective meaning we're not really getting this as like fact. It's almost as if we are seeing what someone thinks of a situation. Anyway, 60D, conversational. Irreverent makes no sense. Irreverent means disrespectful or ungodly, makes no sense. Sarcastic, there is no sarcasm here. Playful is not a bad option, but the entire passage is not playful. It's more conversational.
Taught my students everything that I could. Listened to their stories so they felt understood. I wasn't perfect, but I tried to be good. When they were down, I tried to lighten the mood. My former students were my daughters and sons. I was so invested in what they would become. Now they're as old as I was then, but they still call me sir, even though we're friends. I hope I did for you all that you did for me. Tried to make you believe in you, but you made me believe in me. We stay connected no matter how far apart we are. I'm still proud of you all, you reaching for the stars. After a couple of years, I went away to teach. I figured I wanted to spread my wings and grow my reach, but I still thought of home until I couldn't sleep. Needed a way to reconnect, needed to be at peace. So I started a channel over on YouTube. I don't do it for the views, I'm doing it for you. My students in the Caribbean, you can talk to me. For you it's education, for me it's therapy. It's not easy to study every day, but if you got the will, God will make a way.